Before we drift into the life or perhaps existence of Golb, I'd love to know, where in the world are you watching from tonight? And what time is it for you right now? Drop it in the comments below. It's always magical seeing how far and wide this sleepy little community reaches. All right, lights low, blankets up, let's begin. So, how do you tell a bedtime story about something that has no beginning? That's kind of the puzzle with Golb. He's not a character in the usual sense. Not someone with a tragic past, not someone chasing a goal or a throne. Golb doesn't monologue, doesn't build kingdoms, doesn't even seem to care. In fact, he might not even understand what caring is. He just is. And he always has been. Long before the Land of Ooo, before the Candy Kingdom, before Prismo's time room was even a weird little ripple in the time stream. There was Golb, or at least there were whispers of him. Forces like Prismo or the cosmic owl can shape fate or grant wishes, but Golb unravels everything they try to build. He's like a black hole in a dream. You can't fully look at him, and yet you know he's there, pressing at the edges of everything. Some say Golb doesn't exist within time at all, that he exists in opposition to it. While the rest of the multiverse flows like a gentle stream, with some chaotic splashing here and there, Golb is the crack in the riverbed, the void underneath. He is not part of the story. He's what happens when the story breaks. Think of it like this. If the multiverse were a beautifully decorated cake, layered with frosting, filled with jelly, maybe even dusted with those sparkly edible stars, Golb would be the fork. Not even your fork, just the fork. Eternal. Hungry. Confused about social etiquette. There are ancient legends, long lost and only hinted at in the farthest corners of Adventure Time, that speak of primordial forces, things without names or faces. These aren't your usual big bads with sharp teeth and a motive. These are more like natural disasters, but worse, cosmic malfunctions. Golb seems to be at the top of that eerie list. You know that feeling when you walk into a room and forget why you're there? That sudden, jarring disconnect? Some theorize that Golb is like the universal version of that. A fundamental flaw in the structure of reality. A reminder that no matter how neatly things are stacked, there's always the possibility they can collapse, just because. He is the embodiment of corruption. Not just rot and ruin, but the corruption of meaning itself. Stories, language, laws of nature, things that give the universe a sense of order, begin to fall apart in Golb's presence. Like, if you ever met Golb, your name might stop working. You wouldn't remember what color is. Your cereal might taste like regret. Soft regret, though. The sleepy kind. Maybe with marshmallows. What's so fascinating and eerie is how little even the cosmic entities know about him. Prismo, who can bend time and casually create alternate realities like he's flicking through a playlist, doesn't try to fight Golb. He avoids him. The cosmic owl, who delivers prophetic dreams to everyone from candy people to lich-possessed wolves, never dreams of Golb. Golb exists outside of their systems, beyond rules, beyond cause and effect. He's not evil in the way villains are evil. He doesn't want destruction. He is destruction, a concept, a force, a presence. And yet, somehow he's personal. You'll notice that those touched by Golb, like Magic Man, don't just suffer physically. They unravel emotionally, spiritually. It's like their soul loses Wi-Fi. That's a joke, but it's also kind of true. People affected by Golb lose their connection, not just to reality, but to meaning itself. And meaning, as it turns out, is the thing that lets you love, cry, hope, or even sleep. So how far back does Golb's presence go? We don't know, but we can guess. And that's what we'll do next. In the far edges of time, where even stars grow cold and memory begins to fray, there are hints, lost timelines, vanished civilizations, realms erased without even a trace. And if you look close enough, not too close, or you'll get that funny feeling behind your eyes, you'll notice something, a pattern, a presence, a force, uninvited but ever present, above. And yet, despite being so unknowable, Golb's fingerprints, or well, chaos prints, seem to show up all over the tapestry of the multiverse. Not in obvious ways. He doesn't knock on the door and announce himself like some Saturday morning villain. Golb doesn't do doorways. He seeps in. Imagine entire worlds that just stop. No cataclysm, no battle, just silence, like a candle that burns out in the middle of a sentence. These are the kinds of places whispered about in the oldest records of the multiverse, if you can even call them records. Sometimes they're more like smudged memories on cosmic post-it notes, but every now and then a pattern emerges. Worlds that folded in on themselves. Timelines where time refused to tick. Realities where physics curled up like a scared little bug and said, nope. And when that happens, Golb is often the suspected culprit. Not confirmed, of course. You can't confirm a whisper. But the silence left behind, that's usually enough. There's this theory, granted, whispered by a slightly unhinged cosmic jellyfish, so grain of salt, but still an interesting one. It claims Golb is what remains when a universe loses its narrative, when it forgets how to be a story. And in a show like Adventure Time, where even the most surreal things follow emotional arcs and logic of the heart, that's terrifying. Because Golb doesn't just erase plot. He erases why the plot mattered. Now let's take a cozy little detour. Imagine you're one of the earliest beings to develop consciousness. You're floating through a brand new cosmos, molecules still high-fiving each other for existing, and suddenly you feel it. A shadow with no shape. A thought that's not yours, but it thinks you. A presence older than even being. No roaring voice, no command. Just a slow, dissolving pressure in your sense of self. That's Golb. Not a destroyer in the way we imagine villains, cackling and twirling their metaphorical mustaches, but more like the awkward glitch in a dream you can't quite fix. The moment you realize something's off, and then moments later, realize you're what's off. He doesn't want power, he doesn't want revenge, he doesn't even want lunch. Honestly, that might be the scariest part. What kind of monster isn't at least a little snacky? And what's more chilling is how Golb seems to appear in different forms, or rather, how different minds interpret him differently. He's not bound to a shape or language. To some, he might look like a floating head surrounded by writhing shapes. To others, maybe a sound that doesn't end, or a smell that reminds you of something that never happened. It's said that even attempting to comprehend Golb fully can lead to madness, not because he's trying to hurt you, but because he doesn't fit in the part of your mind that expects things to make sense. He's like trying to fold a nightmare into a bedtime story. The pieces just won't go together. Which makes our little mission here tonight kind of funny, huh? Trying to gently talk about an ancient, incomprehensible force of unraveling chaos right before bed. But that's the charm of it, isn't it? If we can whisper the dark things into the night with a soft tone and a cozy blanket, maybe they don't seem quite so scary. Maybe they become just another part of the dream. Or at least a weird background character in your dreams who eats gravity for breakfast. And here's something else to ponder while you rest your head. Golb has never spoken. Never once, in all the timelines and universes we've peered into, Has he delivered a single word? Not even a cryptic, "I am inevitable," or a melodramatic "fools," just silence. And in that silence is a strange kind of dominance, because while others explain themselves, argue, plead, or monologue their intentions, Golb simply is. He doesn't care if you understand him. He doesn't even care if he understands him. He's beyond comprehension, even by himself. Now that's commitment to the bit. And yet you have to wonder, does Golb ever get lonely? It's an odd question, but it's been asked by a few adventurous cosmic scholars, usually right before they go a little cross-eyed and start naming their houseplants after abstract concepts. If Golb is the only thing of his kind, outside time, outside story, outside everything, what does that feel like? Or is feeling itself a luxury he's never had? We'll probably never know. But the idea that there's a being that vast, that permanent, that utterly disconnected from all the warmth and weirdness of life, well, it's a little sad, isn't it? But don't worry, sleepyhead. We're safe for now. As we float deeper into this lore and your eyes start to get heavy, we'll soon drift closer to the multiverse, where beings began to notice Golb, where his presence started leaving more than whispers. Soon the quiet background hum of Golb would become a faint tremor in the minds of the powerful, and some couldn't resist looking closer. And looking too close has consequences. The thing about Golb is, even when people don't know what he is, they feel him. Not like a sudden jump scare in the night, but more like walking into a room and forgetting what you were looking for. A gentle disorientation. Like something in the world shifted, but no one else seems to notice. And the strange part? That's often how it starts. Across the infinite folds of the multiverse, wise beings, cosmic sages, scholars, overly ambitious wizards, have all reached a similar point in their studies. A place where understanding begins to slip through their fingers like sand. They're looking for the source of everything. The reason why. The engine behind existence. And right at the edge of their breakthrough is Golb. Not a revelation. Not a conclusion. Just static. It's said that some of these beings, upon encountering that mental void, became obsessed. Not with power or control. Those are simple cravings. No, they were drawn to unmeaning. To the idea that everything they ever knew, ever built, ever believed, could dissolve. And in that strange paradox, they found comfort, or madness, or maybe both. Let's pause for a moment to admire the patience of Golb. He doesn't knock over kingdoms like a toddler with a juice box and a grudge. No, his influence spreads like a low fog, quiet and inevitable. It might take centuries or even millennia, but eventually things bend. The cracks form. And without lifting a finger, assuming he has fingers, which, honestly, no one's really sure about, Golb's presence wins. Even the Lich, one of the most terrifying, deliberate agents of destruction, may just be an echo of Golb's philosophy. Not a servant, not a herald, just a byproduct. A fossil of Golb's passive touch, hardened into a creature with goals and a voice and terrifying poetry. But Golb doesn't need poetry. Golb doesn't rhyme. He is the silence after the rhyme. And then there's the idea, soft and speculative, like a bedtime riddle, that Golb isn't just a presence but a balance. That for every being who represents structure, Prismo with his timelines, the cosmic owl with his dreams, there must be something that ensures it doesn't all grow too rigid, too perfect. Maybe Golb is the multiverse's failsafe, not to ruin things, but to remind reality not to take itself too seriously. Because if everything worked exactly how it should, well, that would be kind of boring, wouldn't it? No plot twists, no chaos, no adventure time, and no Ice King fan fiction, which would be the real tragedy. Now let's talk visuals for a moment, because while most cosmic beings in Adventure Time have a look, Prismo is all pink and chill, Orgalorg is like a creepy space penguin, Golb, he's different. He doesn't have a face in the comforting sense, just a shifting, screaming presence, a red writhing mass of dissonant geometry and gaping mouths that don't speak but somehow scream anyway. He doesn't walk, he doesn't fly, he arrives. Like an idea that was never supposed to be spoken out loud. And when he's near, everything else seems to get fuzzy. Even the characters, the world, the story itself starts to feel thin, like the edges of a dream you're waking up from too soon. Shapes twist, sounds bend, meaning loses its grip. And yet, somehow he feels intentional. As if the universe, in all its brilliance, included Golb on purpose, not as a flaw, but as part of the recipe. Which begs the question, what kind of story needs something like Golb? There's a beautiful discomfort in this kind of storytelling, isn't there? We're used to bedtime tales with happy endings, with lessons wrapped in bows and characters who change for the better. But Golb doesn't change. He doesn't learn. And he certainly doesn't apologize. He just is. And maybe, just maybe, there's a certain kind of peace in that. Because while life can feel uncertain and messy and unpredictable, Golb is consistently, well, Golb. A constant reminder that not everything needs to make sense. That sometimes meaning can exist alongside nonsense. That the multiverse is big enough to hold both structure and chaos, creation and unraveling. So maybe Golb isn't here to destroy bedtime. Maybe he's just the weird cosmic blanket fort that wraps around the idea that even ununderstandable things can belong. Some theorists, especially those with too much free time and access to multiversal archives, believe Golb's existence is not accidental. That something somewhere, at the very start of time, built him, or called him, or maybe released him. Now, who or what would be capable of that? Well, that's a mystery for another segment, but I'll say this. If someone did awaken Golb, they probably thought they were doing something important, something necessary, and they probably didn't have a backup plan. Oops. And here's the wildest theory of all. Brace yourself, pillow in hand. What if Golb is just asleep? Seriously? What if everything we've seen, everything that's happened because of him, is just a dreaming of Golb? A passive, subconscious tremor in a being so ancient and vast that even his naps cause universes to come undone. If that's true, let's just hope he doesn't wake up. Because if this is what happens when he's snoozing, I don't think we want to see what Monday morning Golb looks like. Probably grumpy, definitely unshowered, absolutely allergic to hope. You see, even though Golb's earliest actions, or echoes, remain wrapped in the fog of prehistory, it's what came next that gave his legend shape. It's not the destruction alone that made the universe tremble. It's how subtle it was. How no one knew it was happening until it already had. That's the Golb way. Like a tune you forgot you were humming, only to realize it's the sound of a world fading away. Now, somewhere deep in the folds of the multiverse, there are lost libraries. Not the kind with quiet corners and overdue fees, but libraries built out of memory and light. Places where ancient knowledge was stored before even the first suns ignited. And in those places, if you believe the tales whispered by long-deleted scholars, there are records, not of Golb's arrival, but of his absence. Entire realms erased. Not scorched, not crumbled, just gone. Their timelines no longer connect. their coordinates deleted from the record of existence. It's hard to describe just how unsettling that is, because you can prepare for a battle. You can resist an enemy. But how do you resist non-existence? Imagine reading a book, and halfway through the page, the ink just disappears. The story forgets itself. That's Golb, not a villain in the plot, but the force that makes plots impossible. And once, long ago, so long ago, it may never have even happened. The beings who noticed this unraveling began to react. Some ran. Some tried to shield their dimensions behind protective magic, timelines woven tighter than ever before. Others, perhaps braver or simply more foolish, decided to study Golb, to watch the pattern of decay, to measure it like it could be charted. Spoiler alert, that didn't end well. Turns out, staring into the eye of chaos doesn't grant you wisdom. It grants you a permanent headache, and sometimes tentacles. One wizard in particular, a name now lost, but often referred to in whispery, multiversal margins as the listener, believed he could talk to Golb, not in words, but in the language of vibrations and feeling. He meditated in collapsing timelines, stood in the folds between fading stars, and listened for something beyond thoughts. And one night he heard it. Not a voice, a feeling. A deep, bone-heavy wrongness. A note so low it vibrated his soul like a string pulled too tight. And in that instant, he understood something terrifying. Golb isn't coming. Golb is always here. We're just not always paying attention. Now, let's slow it down for a second. Take a deep breath, in through the nose, and out through the existential dread. There we go. This is still a sleepy story, after all. And while Golb may be a cosmic constant of unmaking, we're still wrapped in our own little pocket of peace. We can afford to gently explore these mysteries without panic, like stargazing from a safe distance, where the meteors can't reach and the vacuum of space is just a pretty backdrop. So let's drift just a little further. You might wonder, if Golb has always been, why doesn't he do more? Why hasn't he unmade everything? Well, that's a question that keeps even the cosmic owl tossing and turning some nights. Because there are two possible answers, and both are unsettling. 1. Golb is limited somehow, not in power but in purpose. Maybe his function isn't to destroy everything, only some things, just enough to keep the universe from calcifying into a predictable, static story. Just enough chaos to keep life interesting. Or 2, he's just waiting. And somehow that second one feels worse. Because if Golb can erase it all, and just hasn't yet, then that means we're living in the waiting room. The pause before the last page. And bedtime stories? They're just lullabies for a universe hoping the final chord never plays. But there's a beautiful resistance in that, too. Because even in a world where Golb exists, so does you. So do stories. So does friendship and music, and cinnamon buns shaped like elephants. So does love. So do second chances, and dreams, and naps. Even Adventure Time itself is a celebration of that, this wild, unpredictable tapestry of sweetness and sadness and growth, of people making meaning even when the cosmos says, why bother? And Golb, he might be the question, but we are the answer. The multiverse may never defeat Golb, but it can choose to go on anyway, to keep telling stories, to keep making breakfast, to keep falling in love with weird little rainbows that yell about positivity. Golb cannot erase that spirit. Not fully, not forever. So now, dear listener, as you begin to relax deeper into your blanket, and your thoughts start to soften like the edges of a dream, let that idea linger. Golb has always been here. but so has hope. What does it look like when the idea of Golb becomes something real? Let's find out, next time. Sleepyhead, you're doing great. If you're not already halfway to dreamland, then good, because what we're diving into next is the stuff of whispered legends, quiet collapses, forgotten places, realms that don't make it into the bedtime stories because, well, they don't exist anymore. At least, not in the way they used to. Tonight we're stepping into the shadowy space between timelines, into the broken mirrors of the multiverse. And if Segment 1 was all about the presence of Golb before everything began, Segment 2 is where we start to see what that presence actually does when it touches the fabric of reality. Spoiler, it's not great. But don't worry, we'll move gently. We got warm blankets, sleepy voices, and just enough multiversal confusion to make your eyelids extra heavy. So let's begin. Picture this. A world not unlike Ooo. Rolling green hills, sunsets that turn the skies violet, talking animals, candy people, floating cities, your usual magical nonsense. And then one day, the birds stop singing. Not because they're scared. Not because something chased them away. They just stop. People begin to feel off, like dreams are forgetting how to finish themselves. Like food no longer tastes quite right, even though the ingredients haven't changed. The stars overhead, slightly out of place, like someone scrambled the sky just a little. Not enough to alarm anyone, just enough to make the world feel like it's leaning to one side. That's how the silent wars begin. Not with a bang, but with a blink. Now, these aren't wars in the traditional sense. No armies, no flags, no cheesy villain speeches while lightning flashes in the background. The silent wars are a term coined by old paranoid scribes of the ancient multiverse, referring to the quiet unraveling of entire worlds where Golb's touch crept in unnoticed. The first documented instance, if you trust a diary written in reverse and buried in the sands of a realm that technically doesn't exist anymore, was in a reality known as Aeon 7. Aeon 7 was a peaceful realm, all organic trees, floating whales, and deeply philosophical mushrooms. The kind of place where arguments ended in sing-alongs and no one ever misplaced their socks. Truly paradise. But then, subtle things began to change. Languages began to lose meaning. The word for sky shifted into gibberish. People who spoke it began forgetting how to speak entirely. Time loops appeared, short ones, like a day repeating over and over, but only for some people. A scholar named Vina, a time weaver with a sharp mind and a weird fondness for cactus tea, tried to investigate. She started tracing the loops, following the linguistic shifts, the distortions in gravity, and all signs pointed to a central phenomenon. Something that wasn't there, but was still affecting everything. She never got to publish her findings. One day, her ink stopped working. Her hands forgot how to write. And then, so did the memory of her hands. A week later, Aeon 7 folded in on itself, or unraveled. Accounts differ. Some say it became a new star. Others say it just went silent. The only thing left behind? A single phrase burned into a floating piece of obsidian. He was never meant to see. Whether he was Vina or someone else entirely, no one knows. But many believe it was Golb himself reacting, instinctively maybe, to a world that got too close. And Aeon 7 was just the beginning. Across countless timelines, similar stories emerge. The realm of Marnies, where dreams began spilling into daylight. People would be walking to the market and suddenly be caught in their own nightmares, memories looping, reshaping reality like wet clay. Marnis' entire economy collapsed when it became impossible to tell the difference between real fruit and dream fruit. Unfortunate for the fruit vendors, delicious for dream goats. One morning, all clocks in Marnus stopped ticking. The sun hovered on the horizon, caught in an eternal, not quite morning. The final message sent from that realm was broadcast in a burst of static, followed by a single whispered phrase. The boundary is gone. Gone. Just like them. And again. No war. No enemies. Just a slow, strange silence. Like the world sighing for the last time. The silent wars were never fought. They were endured. By people who couldn't explain what was happening to them. And even the few who understood, they could barely warn others. Because Golb doesn't just corrupt space or time. He corrupts meaning, memory, communication. Whole worlds have tried to send warnings, but their messages arrive scrambled, fragmented, or worse, rewritten into lullabies, poems, or sitcom scripts. There's even a dimension called Echo 4, where the warning message about Golb arrived in the form of a children's jingle about soup. Catchy tune. Terrible implications. And still, most of the multiverse kept on spinning, unaware. Because the silent wars don't leave ruins. They leave nothing. And nothing, dear listener, is very hard to investigate. Now, you might be wondering, if these silent wars really happened, and entire timelines were swallowed up like marshmallows in hot tea, why doesn't anyone remember? That's the thing about Golb. He doesn't just erase the place. He erases the memory of the place. The record, the echoes, the ripples. It's like he has a cosmic eraser that works in every direction. Past, present, and the idea of future. All wiped clean, like it never mattered in the first place. But once in a while, something slips through. A leftover artifact. A song. A dream that doesn't belong to you. These little glitches, the kind that make a wizard look up from his spellbook and say, "Wait, what was I just doing?" They're the only hints left behind. And across the multiverse, there are collectors. Quiet, lonely people who gather these fragments. They don't know exactly what they're collecting, only that the pieces feel wrong, out of sync, slightly off-key, like puzzle pieces from a picture no one remembers painting. One such collector, an ancient jellyfish sage named Trundle, because, of course, it's a jellyfish, once assembled a gallery of forgotten realms, glimpses of places that should no longer exist. A painting of a beach with 3 moons, none of which match any known celestial map. A song that, when played backward, makes you feel like you're remembering something from before you were born. A glass teacup that refills itself with rainwater, even indoors, even in space. And Trundle, wise and wobbly as he was, believed all these fragments were the same kind of thing, evidence of Golb's passing. Not footprints, but absence prints. Places where something once was and now isn't, except for that last little smear of weirdness that didn't quite fade all the way. Let's drift further now, to a place you've definitely never heard of because no one has, not anymore. The realm was called Yethor, and it was, according to speculative whisperings, a place of perfect balance. No wars, no diseases, no pizza, sadly, but they were working on it. But one day, a small tear appeared in the sky. Not a portal, not an invader. Just a flicker. For 10 full rotations, nothing changed. People pointed at the sky and said, "Huh, that's odd." Then they went about their lives. But by the 11th day, the laws of probability started acting drunk. Dice refused to land. Coins spun forever. Children's names began to change mid-sentence. One little girl was called 4 different names in one afternoon, and her parents just rolled with it like nothing happened. And then came the voices, not from above, not from below, from inside. They weren't loud, They didn't shout. They whispered things like, "Do you remember me? And this is not your shape." Pleasant stuff for a Tuesday evening. Yethor's greatest scientist, known as the Circle of Knowing Eyes, which, yes, is a little on the nose, tried to intervene. They fired spells at the tear, launched philosophical missiles, even tried to reason with it. But nothing responded. Because Golb doesn't bargain. Golb doesn't even notice. On the 23rd day, Yethor's oceans began to float. Not rise, float. Large, damp blobs drifting lazily through the air like sleepy whales. And by the 30th day, the entire realm folded inward. Not with fire, not with screams, just a polite, whispery sigh. A realm excused itself from existence. And all that was left? A calendar. Just one. Still ticking. Still counting. Though no one knows what it's counting toward. Now, this may sound eerie, and it is. But remember, Golb doesn't chase. He doesn't hunt. He's not coming for your bedtime snack or your dreams. His influence spreads only when something opens the door. A crack in the narrative. A fray in the timeline. A curiosity that spirals a little too far. That's when the unraveling begins. Not maliciously, but inevitably. And that's what makes the Silent Wars so chilling. Because they don't begin with an invasion. They begin with a question. Let that thought settle for a moment. Somewhere out there, in the folds between what was and what never will be, there are still realms unraveling. Some in silence. Some so slowly that their people think everything is just fine. Just a little weird lately. And in the core of it all, Golb. Or maybe not Golb exactly, but the idea of him. A creeping anti-pattern that undoes meaning. That turns stories into static. That turns what happened into, was there ever anything at all? But here's the comfort in all of this. If you're hearing this, if you're still dreaming, if you're still you, then your story is still being told. Your realm, however sleepy or strange or beautifully chaotic, is still holding together. And that means you're stronger than you think. Even if your dice sometimes don't land right, even if your Tuesday feels like it's whispering back at you, you're still here. There's a myth, tucked away in the dusty corners of multiversal folklore, of a traveler known only as Nusk. No title, no kingdom, just Nusk. Some say they were once a librarian, or maybe a mapmaker. Others say Nusk wasn't a person at all, but a sentient string of memories trying to find a body that would stick. Either way, what makes Nusk interesting isn't what they were, it's what they survived. They were said to be from a realm called Viral, which, by all accounts, was a place where knowledge was power, literal power. The more you learned, the brighter you glowed. Imagine being halfway through your cereal and someone walks by, radiating because they just figured out quantum jam theory. Viral was thriving, right up until the brightness began to flicker. Books started rearranging their letters, not magically, just wrong. Nonsense sentences, recipes that told you to saute shadows or boil time. Bright ones began to dim. The more they tried to learn, the less they understood, until eventually, understanding itself was impossible. It was said Nusk held on longer than anyone, not by outsmarting the decay, but by accepting it. Writing down their memories by hand, again and again, knowing they'd forget, leaving trails for themselves to follow, whispering their own name like a lullaby so they wouldn't disappear. And when Viral fell, when the world folded into that familiar hushed oblivion, Nusk stepped across the breach and lived. Here's where it gets weird, or weirder. Let's be honest, we passed normal a long time ago. Nusk wandered from realm to realm, never staying long. They carried no weapons, only a bag full of broken compasses and 2 spoons that didn't match. They spoke in half-phrases and riddles, and always asked the same question upon arriving. Is your story still whole? Some found this eerie, some found it comforting. And a few, particularly those who'd seen strange weather patterns like time raining sideways or doors that opened into last week, took it as a warning. Those people usually packed up and left. And funnily enough, their realms remained. No one knows where Nusk went in the end. Some say they became part of the time room. Others believe they're still out there, drifting from story to story like a cosmic editor, patching holes with string and soft-spoken metaphors. But the important thing is, Nusk remembered. Even when the world forgot itself, they remembered something. A name, a shape, a thread. And sometimes, that's enough to survive. Which brings us to a deeply comforting idea in all this eerie quiet. Not everyone who brushes against Golb vanishes. Some adapt. Some walk through the chaos and come back changed. A little warped, sure. A little extra fond of talking to lamps or naming clouds. But changed doesn't mean gone. And in some cases, those who return carry stories that ripple outward. Subtle warnings, strange metaphors, bedtime tales that make children shiver and giggle at the same time. You've probably heard them in some form. Don't open doors that weren't there yesterday. If the stars rearrange into words, don't read them out loud. If you dream in reverse, wake up facing north. Little things, whispers, folk sayings. But some of those old bedtime rhymes are more than just nonsense. They're defenses. Tiny charms passed from realm to realm, generation to generation. Not enough to stop Golb, but maybe enough to remind the world to stay whole, to keep stories grounded, to keep the plot from slipping off the rails. It's said that music helps. Not because Golb hates tunes, though one assumes he's not a fan of accordions, but because music is structured emotion, and Golb, being the anti-pattern, can't process structure that's felt, not just thought. So songs, especially songs sung with heart, may be the multiverse's most ancient and accidental form of resistance. Sing enough lullabies and maybe the chaos stays just a little farther away. And then, of course, there are the fragments. Not people, not whole realms, just leftovers. There's a cave in a quiet part of the Candy Kingdom where the walls hum at midnight, and only if you're eating butterscotch. That cave is said to echo the signature of a world called Dren, long lost. The hum is its last recorded song. A time traveler once returned with a cracked hourglass full of sand that falls upward. He claimed it was from a realm that collapsed while he was inside it. The sand, he says, is what's left of their memories. And even Prismo's time room, pristine and vast and carefully maintained, has a single corridor that loops forever. It doesn't appear on any map. Prismo calls it the Oops hallway. He doesn't like talking about it. But he keeps it. Maybe as a reminder. Or maybe because even a cosmic wish-granter can't quite erase everything Golb touches. It's strange, isn't it? The way something so quiet can be so terrifying. Golb doesn't break things loudly. He unthreads them. He picks at the seams, and by the time anyone notices, the shape of the world is already shifting. But again, and I'll keep whispering this as long as you're listening, some people remember, some stories survive. And that means there's still hope. Even in forgotten realms, even in unraveling timelines, even in the back corners of existence, where the stars blink too slowly and the ground sometimes sighs when no one's standing on it, there are still voices, still songs, still spoons that don't match, clinking quietly in borrowed teacups. And that means we're not done yet. Now let's gently pivot towards something a little closer to home. Because up to this point, the Silent Wars have felt distant, haven't they? Stories from forgotten corners of the multiverse, strange half-remembered fables about worlds you've never seen, people you've never met, and timelines that don't fit anywhere on a map. But here's the sleepy twist, dear dreamer. The ripples were never really that far away. They've been brushing up against Ooo for a long, long time. Let's start with the obvious. Remember the Lich? Of course you do. A spooky green, skull-faced creature who talks like he swallowed an entire Shakespeare festival. Yeah, him. He's the clearest example we have of Golb's silent legacy manifesting in something solid. Something you can point at and say, yep, that's probably not friendly. But what's often missed is that the Lich wasn't born from evil in the traditional sense. He wasn't cooked up in some villain's lab or forged in the fires of angst. He was left behind, like a mold that grows in the space where a story used to be. And where did that space come from? Golb. Not directly, not intentionally, just inevitably. It's like Golb, whispered into the cracks of a dying world, specifically Earth, post-Mushroom War, and out slithered the Lich, a physical echo of all that had been lost. No goals at first, just absence wearing a face. It was only later in Ooo that the Lich began to take shape, began to speak, began to want. But by then, the infection had already taken root. And the thing is, once you start looking for Golb's fingerprints, you can't stop seeing them. Marceline's memories of the old world, fragmented, faded. There are moments in her past that simply don't connect anymore, as if pieces of her story have been snipped out and tucked under Golb's pillow. Magic, the very fabric of it in Ooo is wild and inconsistent. Some of it works like a song, some of it obeys math, and some of it doesn't obey anything. Because not all magic in Ooo was born of whimsy or science. Some of it may have seeped in from places already touched by Golb. Even the time room, which was supposed to be stable and secure, shows signs of soft corruption. There are timelines within it that flicker, realities where Prismo once granted a wish, only to watch the outcome unravel itself from the inside out. Not violently, just wrongly. You wouldn't even notice, unless you were paying very, very close attention. Or unless you couldn't fall asleep and accidentally wished for a sandwich that devoured your childhood. Which, to be clear, has only happened once. Prismo doesn't like to talk about it. Now, the real shiver comes with the realization that the Silent Wars might not have ended. They just changed tactics. Instead of entire realms vanishing overnight, now we see smaller cracks, personal ones. Think about all the characters in Adventure Time who've had their sense of self fractured. The Ice King, Simon Petrikov, who became a walking contradiction, a tragedy wearing a clown skin. That wasn't just the crown. That was Golb's whisper lingering in the background. The slow erosion of identity, of meaning, of memory. Think about Betty, a genius, pulled forward in time, who sacrificed everything to save Simon, and ended up fusing with Golb, not consumed, not destroyed, merged. And here's the haunting part. She stayed. She didn't scream. She didn't fight. She whispered a wish to protect him, and somehow the chaos listened. It's one of the only known moments where someone touched Golb and survived, changed, but still herself. So maybe the Silent Wars aren't silent anymore. Maybe they're just quieter now, smaller, closer. Happening not across galaxies, but in hearts, in identities, in a little reality slips that no one notices until the sky changes color or their name suddenly doesn't feel quite right anymore. But it's not all doom. It never is. Because if Adventure Time has taught us anything, it's that weirdness isn't the end. It's the beginning of understanding. And if the story still has characters, and those characters still feel and fall and love and try, then even Golb can't erase that. Even chaos can't override hope. So now, sleepyhead, as your eyelids grow heavy and your thoughts start to melt into dreams, let this thought drift with you. The silent wars may still echo through the multiverse, but they haven't reached you. Not tonight. Not while your blanket is tucked, your breathing is soft, and your mind is floating just far enough away to be safe from anything unthreatening. You're still here. Still snuggled in, blankets tucked, thoughts starting to slow. Yes, tonight's tale floats us gently into the chaotic mind and tragic story of none other than Magic Man. Now, before we go any further, let's pause and appreciate the absolute mess of a character this guy is. Trickster, sorcerer, philosopher, prank-pulling madman. Because deep underneath the jokes and jabs, Magic Man is a man undone by chaos. And some believe Golb had a hand in it. Now let's roll it back for just a moment. Magic Man wasn't always Magic Man. He was once just normal man. A Martian, yes, as in from Mars, with a real name, real relationships, and a genius intellect. He was curious. Kind of charming, even. And above all, he had love. Specifically, he loved a woman named Margles. She was his partner, his anchor, and according to the few soft memories Magic Man still let slip, possibly the only person who ever made him feel sane. Together, they lived in peace. Martian peace, sure, which probably included sandstorms and floating cats. But still, peace. And then, she was gone. Vanished. Taken, erased. And just like that, something inside him broke. Not just his heart, not just his mind. Something deeper. Some say it was grief, others say it was rage. But there's a quieter, more unsettling theory whispered among timeline archivists. That in the moment of Margles' disappearance, Magic Man caught a glimpse of Golb. Just a flicker. A ripple. A wrinkle in space-time that reached through and unstitched the thing he loved most. Not as an act of cruelty, wait easy, but as a cosmic shrug. The kind of destruction that doesn't even know it's doing harm. And Magic Man? He didn't understand what he'd seen. Not fully, but it changed him. After that moment, he stopped following the rules. Not just social ones, those were the first to go, of course. Magic Man once turned a sentient cactus into a tax auditor just to ruin a stranger's picnic. No, he stopped following the rules of reality. He bent space, twisted logic, invented emotions that didn't exist and then infected others with them. He became painful to be around, literally. Anyone who interacted with Magic Man too long felt their sense of self dissolve, their personality unravel. Sound familiar? Yep. It's not just madness. It's Golbian madness. The kind of unmaking that doesn't leave scars, it leaves holes. And what makes it so sad, so painfully sad, is that Magic Man wasn't trying to be evil. He was trying to cope, to deal with the shapeless grief left in the wake of cosmic chaos. And because he didn't know what Golb was, he became a mirror to it. Now, not everything Magic Man did was harmful on purpose. Sometimes he was just trying to understand what happened to him, trying to replicate it, reverse engineer it, which, as you might imagine, is not a great idea when it might be the whispering entropy of the multiverse. There's an old Martian scroll, half-burned, mostly censored, that talks about a device Magic Man built during his descent. A chaotic orb, tuned to nonsense frequencies, designed to recreate the emotional essence of universal subtraction. Translated? He was trying to feel what Golb felt, to understand that blankness. The result? 3 nearby moons developed self-esteem issues. One of them stopped rotating out of spite. But even through all the mischief and madness, there are moments, small, fleeting ones, where Magic Man falters. He stares at a rock for too long. He cries when no one is watching. He says Margle's name and then laughs to cover the crack in his voice. Because buried under all that mayhem is a man who lost everything to something he couldn't name. And if Golb really was the thing that took Margle's, that frayed the edges of Magic Man's world, then Magic Man is more than just a prankster. He's a casualty, a survivor of a war that never made a sound. Now, when someone starts turning moons into emotional wrecks and casually altering the psychological states of entire civilizations, eventually someone notices. In Magic Man's case, it was the Martian High Council, a group of floating brainy types who decided, in no uncertain terms, that he had officially crossed the line from misunderstood genius to unpredictable cosmic hazard. So what did they do? They didn't imprison him. They didn't destroy him. That would have been too clean. No, they decided to punish him. And not with pain, with empathy. His magical madness wasn't just taken away. It was replaced with a system that would inflict his own emotional destruction back onto himself. Every act of chaos, every ripple of mischief, every mind-twisting spell would now rebound with equal force, flooding Magic Man with the same level of heartbreak, confusion, and grief that he'd inflicted on others. He didn't stop being dangerous, but he started being sad. All the time. A permanent ache, wrapped in bright colors and magic tricks, like painting a house fire in rainbow shades and pretending it's art. They cast him out, exiled to Earth, a world already cracked, already strange, already echoing with the soft tremors of Golb's influence. A fitting place for a man with a broken mind and a universe-sized hole where love used to live. And there he wandered, not to be healed, just to exist, to rattle around like a marble in a glass jar, bumping into lives and bending logic with every sigh. Sometimes he turned people into cheese. Sometimes he made mountains cry. One time he just stood in a field for 6 hours screaming, "Why isn't this helping?" And honestly, that last one is probably the most human thing he's ever done. But here's where it gets interesting. Because even broken things, even chaos-drenched prank wizards with serious emotional baggage can still grow. And somewhere, somehow, Magic Man began to change. Not because anyone saved him. Not because he suddenly understood Golb. But because someone, a literal child with a stretchy dog and too much heart, saw him. Really saw him. Finn. That strange little adventurer who treats monsters like misunderstood cousins and sees hope in just about everything. He didn't laugh at Magic Man. He didn't fear him. And that one tiny thing, that moment of connection, after everything Magic Man had lost, was like a single drop of clean water falling into an ocean of sludge. It didn't fix him, but it gave him a direction. Now, for most people, healing takes time. But for a reality-warping Martian wizard, it takes cosmic intervention, a soul-swap spell, and a dramatic fall from grace that strips away everything you once were. Which brings us to one of the strangest moments in Magic Man's story, his transformation into normal man. He loses his magic, all of it, wiped clean. And for the first time in centuries, maybe longer, he wakes up without the noise, without the madness, without the endless hum of Golb's echo scratching at the back of his mind. He's just a guy, a little confused, a little guilty, a little lost, but quiet. This part of the story's slow. No chaos, no tricks, no floating moons crying into the space pillows. Just a man trying to figure out how to live again. He builds things, talks to people, stares at the stars and wonders if any of them remember who he used to be. And what's beautiful, quietly beautiful, is that the madness doesn't come back. The Golb touch fades. Maybe because without the magic, there's no signal to amplify it. Or maybe because, for the first time since losing Margles, he lets the silence in without trying to fight it. And in that silence, there's healing. So what does this tell us about Golb? Well, maybe that even Golb's influence, deep, dark, unrelenting, isn't forever. Maybe people touched by chaos can still find their way back. Not to what they were, that part's gone. But to something new, something gentler, and maybe, just maybe, something better. So there he is, normal man, living in a world that's just a little too soft for someone who once turned a person into a talking ham sandwich for sneezing too loudly. No more spells, no more reality-bending jokes. Just long days, slow mornings, and the humbling business of figuring out how to be again. And while he's not quite sure how to live a normal life, he tries every day. He plants weird vegetables. He builds tiny monuments to Martian art that nobody but him understands. He makes up little songs about toast, one of which is genuinely quite catchy. Finn hums it while brushing his teeth. Jake harmonizes. But even in this peaceful post-chaos existence, there's still a flicker, a faint hum, a whisper in the spaces between seconds. Because you don't spend centuries soaked in magic that echoes Golb's entropy without leaving some kind of mark, and though his powers are gone, the memory of what he once was lingers. Not just in others' eyes, but in his own reflection. Sometimes he looks at his hands and can't remember if they've ever not glowed with madness. Sometimes he wakes up with tears on his face and no dream to explain them. Sometimes he stands very still, very quiet, and whispers Margles' name like it's a spell, a soft one, a spell that doesn't hurt. And this, sleepyhead, is where things get really interesting. Because while normal man is finally finding peace, planting roots, tending to friendships, building something slow and quiet, he still carries that residue of Golb. Not active, not loud. Just a faint static buzz in the narrative. The feeling that somewhere out in the multiverse, a story is missing a page, and he was once the tear in the binding. It doesn't make him dangerous anymore. But it does make him haunted. Not in a scary way. More like, you know that feeling when you walk into a room and forget what you came for and that soft, distant wrongness? That's normal man. Walking proof that chaos can be survived, but never quite scrubbed clean. And maybe that's okay. Maybe we're not supposed to fully erase the things that break us. Maybe we carry the scars not because they're beautiful or meaningful or poetic, but because they're ours. And maybe, just maybe, that's what makes Normal Man one of the most important characters in all of Adventure Time. He doesn't fight with swords. He doesn't save the world. He just keeps trying. Every single day, despite the static, despite the lingering ache, despite knowing how far he fell and how lucky he is to be standing at all. There's a line someone once said about healing. It's not about going back, it's about going forward with the pieces you still have. And that's Magic Man's story. A man shattered by love lost, unmade by forces he couldn't comprehend, turned into an echo of Golb's madness, who still managed to become something new. Not perfect, not powerful, just present. Still weird, of course. Let's not pretend the Toast songs went anywhere, but present. And that, dear listener, is more heroic than it sounds. So next time you see a character who seems beyond help, a villain too broken, a weirdo too loud, a trickster too far gone, remember Magic Man and how the madness didn't define his ending. It just wrote the prologue to something softer. Let's take a moment to breathe. In and out. Close your eyes if you haven't already. Imagine a quiet Martian hilltop, red sand cooled by starlight. The breeze hums a little tune. It doesn't have lyrics, but if it did, they'd probably rhyme with forgiveness and eggplant. And there sits Normal Man. Not meditating, not chanting, just being still. The stillness is something he never had when he was Magic Man. Chaos doesn't leave room for silence. Madness fills every corner of your mind with noise, color, contradiction. But here now he sits in the hush of the universe and finally lets it all catch up with him. And this is how you resist Golb. Not with violence, not with spells or armies or superweapons. Built out of gumdrops and grief, you resist Golb with stillness, with presence, by accepting that you were broken and choosing not to break anything else. Because, let's be honest, Golb doesn't feed on evil. He feeds on unraveling, confusion, meaninglessness, a lack of pattern, of connection, of story. And every time Magic Man told a joke with no punchline, turned a person into a sound effect, erased someone's face because it made him laugh, he wasn't being funny. He was inviting Golb in, little by little, and he didn't even know it. But now, as Normal Man, he's doing the opposite. He's planning stories again, watering small moments of meaning, making up names for clouds, writing tiny poems about soup. One of them goes, "This soup is too hot, but I drink it anyway because it tastes like trying." He insists, it's not about marbles. No one believes him. And the beautiful thing is, he's not doing it to prove anything. Not to earn redemption. Not to atone. Just to live. To leave the world slightly kinder than he found it that morning, even if it's just by smiling at a lumpy rock and calling it his friend. He named the rock Larry. Larry is a good listener. You see, that's the final truth about Magic Man's journey. Golb didn't make him a monster. He did that to himself, lost in grief, turned inward, unable to process what had happened. But Golb amplified that spiral just like he does with everything. And that's the great danger of Golb's touch. He doesn't force anyone to be evil. He just tilts the floor, makes it easier to fall, softly removes the handrails from your soul until you forget there ever were any. And once you forget meaning, well, then you're just noise, just chaos in a bright hat. But Normal Man remembered something vital. Even when everything else was gone, even when magic was stripped from him, even when the world stopped calling him anything but weird guy with the toast song. He remembered what it felt like to love someone, to lose someone, to want to be held. And that memory, fragile as it is, was enough. Not to win, not to undo the past, but to stop the unraveling. To say, this far, no further. So if Golb is the embodiment of meaninglessness, then Magic Man's quiet post-magic life is the counterspell. Not loud, not heroic, just intentional. A life made of choices. A life that matters even if it looks silly from the outside. Especially because it looks silly from the outside. Because when you wear a lobster on your head just to make a friend laugh, you're weaving joy back into the narrative. You're pushing back the void, one moment at a time. So tonight, as you drift off, let that be the lesson that floats with you into your dreams. You don't have to be a hero. You don't have to save the world. You just have to choose. Choose stillness. Choose presence. Choose to be kind, even when it's easier not to be. Choose soup poems. Choose whatever little bits of meaning help hold your story together. Because every one of those choices is a stitch in the fabric of the world. And Golb, he can't unmake what's held together by love. Hey there, sleepyheads. Still with me? Good. You're doing great. Maybe your mind's starting to blur into that dream space where time feels soft and names get floaty. That's okay. This part of the story was never meant to be told fully awake. Because now, Golb comes to Ooo. Not as a whisper. Not as a maybe. Not as a, was that just the wind? No, this time, Golb arrives in full. And the way he gets there, well, it starts with love, doesn't it always? But we'll get to that. First, picture this. The skies above Ooo, normally full of smiling clouds and faintly humming stars, begin to bend, not break, just twitch. Like someone tugging at a thread in a sweater. One little snag. And at first, no one really notices. The birds still chirp. The candy people still bounce. Princess Bubblegum's got 7 experiments bubbling simultaneously. And only 3 are exploding. Pretty average Tuesday, but there's a tension in the air. A stillness under the silliness, like something vast is listening. Now, Golb doesn't just appear. That's not how he works. He's not a monster you summon with candles and chanting. He's not waiting behind a curtain ready to make a dramatic entrance. He's pulled in. Or more accurately, he bleeds through when something opens the right kind of door. And in Ooo, that door opens through one of the saddest, strangest love stories ever told. Simon and Betty. You know them. The man who wore the crown. The woman who followed him through time. Both broken, both brilliant, both orbiting each other like twin moons destined to never touch again. And Betty. Oh, Betty. She wasn't content to let that be the ending. Let's rewind just a little, shall we? After everything Simon had lost, his mind, his identity, his Simonness, he'd finally been restored. Sort of. Enough to be Simon again, enough to miss Betty like a storm misses the sea. And Betty, brilliant and chaotic in her own right, had traveled across time to find him, to save him, to make him whole. But what she found wasn't just a broken man. It was a broken world. A timeline where Simon had suffered too long, a crown that had consumed too much, and a multiverse that didn't play fair. So Betty did what no one else dared. She made a wish, and not a little wish. A Prismo-level, reality-bending, rip-the-sky kind of wish. She wished to keep Simon safe, no matter what. And oh, the multiverse listened. But here's the thing about wishes. They're never clean. They bend, they twist, they find loopholes. And Betty's wish, sincere, powerful, born from pure love, did something no one expected. It summoned Golb. Not directly. Not like, "Hey Siri, call Golb." But the act of wishing to rewrite fate, to prevent suffering across timelines, created a kind of metaphysical rupture. And through that rupture, Golb seeped in, a being of pure disorder, of anti-reason, of story erasure. And now, he was looking at Ooo. When Golb arrives, he doesn't roar, he doesn't scream. He is floating above the world like a nightmare someone forgot to wake up from. 4 faces shifting, warping, speaking in voices that don't quite sync. His body is chaos given mass, shapes that don't belong together and yet are, limbs that don't move so much as flicker between positions they were never meant to hold. You don't look at Golb, you experience him. And for Ooo, that experience is almost the end. Buildings dissolve, not collapse, dissolve, like they've been remembered incorrectly. The air itself begins to taste wrong. Lemongrab screams, naturally, but for once, it's actually justified. Jake stretches toward the sky, not to fight, but just to try and understand. And Finn, poor Finn. He's never faced anything like this. Monsters? Sure. Ancient weapons? Done. Sentient bears who steal your identity? Tuesday? But this is unmaking. No villain to punch. No switch to flip. Just the unraveling. And right in the middle of it all, Simon and Betty. Because as Golb descends on Ooo, the two of them are forced to confront what this really means. That Betty's wish, her love, her sacrifice, has brought forth the very thing she never meant to invite. Not evil, not wrath, but pure cosmic chaos. The price of rewriting fate is unraveling everything. It's strange, isn't it? For all the weirdness that Ooo has weathered, ice-powered monarchs, time-traveling elephants, vampires with bass guitars, nothing feels quite like this. Because Golb doesn't destroy things the way a villain does. He doesn't want to win. He just is. A walking paradox. A manifestation of dissonance. The absence of meaning given shape and texture, and an uncomfortable number of teeth. He hovers in the sky over Ooo, unmoving, but everything beneath him trembles. Rocks flicker between being pebbles and boulders. The sky jitters like a television losing signal. Colors melt. Sound stutters. One poor gnome hears his own thoughts echo in reverse and spends the rest of the day arguing with a tree about taxes. It's surreal. It's quiet. And yet somehow it's the loudest thing the world has ever felt. And at the heart of it all is Betty. Her wish still echoes in the fabric of the multiverse. A raw, unresolved plea to keep Simon safe, to protect him from the pain of becoming the Ice King again, from forgetting himself, from losing her. But in wishing to hold Simon in place, she accidentally tore a hole in the narrative, and Golb, chaos incarnate, rushed in to fill it. Now here she stands, facing the unfaceable, with the man she loves at her side, fragile, confused, no longer magical, but finally himself, and Ooo unraveling around them. No pressure. Meanwhile, Finn and Jake scramble to do what they've always done, save the day. But this time, fists don't help. Jake tries stretching to the sky, forming a giant hand to push Golb away, only to find his body won't obey him anymore. His shapes flicker, like his very idea of Jakeness is being reinterpreted by a force that doesn't believe in shapes. Finn shouts, calls out, throws everything he has at the sky. But Golb doesn't notice. Not out of cruelty, just apathy. Golb doesn't fight. He doesn't respond. He just hovers. And that somehow is worse. This moment, this eerie silence in the face of annihilation, becomes a turning point. Not for the world. For Betty. Because she sees it now. Not just the mistake. Not just the chaos. But the truth beneath it. That Golb is not here to punish. He is simply the result of what happens when love tries to defy the rules of reality. And in that quiet, heartbreaking instant, she understands she can't undo her wish. But she can complete it, not by stopping Golb, but by joining him. What happens next is the softest act of courage Ooo has ever witnessed. Betty takes Simon's hand. She looks at him, really looks, and smiles. Not because everything is fine, not because she knows what's coming, but because she accepts it. And then she steps forward, toward Golb, toward the cosmic disorder. There's no fight, no blast of light, just emerging. Betty fuses with Golb, not consumed, not erased, but intertwined, like two thoughts in the same dream, folding into one another. And in doing so, Golb changes. Not completely, but just enough. His chaos shifts, becomes slightly quieter, less jagged. Ooo doesn't heal instantly, but the unraveling stops. The sky steadies. The rocks return to their normal size. Jake's body no longer jitters like an off-key banjo. And Finn, he just falls to his knees and watches. Because he doesn't understand what just happened. But he feels it. That something big has been prevented. And something even bigger has been sacrificed. And above it all, Golb, now with a faint glimmer of Betty inside him, vanishes. Not defeated. Just gone. Like a dream slipping out the back door of your brain the moment you wake up. No explosion. No victory dance. Just silence. And the soft rustle of leaves returning to their original shade of green. The world doesn't throw a parade. There's no confetti, no dramatic score, no thanks for saving us banner drifting across the Candy Kingdom skyline. Because how do you even process something like that? You don't. You just keep going. And that's exactly what Ooo does. The grass regrows where it had started to fade. The clouds stop melting sideways. Lumpy Space Princess complains that her voice sounds too normal again, and nobody is quite sure if that's good or bad. And deep underground in forgotten catacombs and decaying ruins, the few remaining cultists of Golb whisper to each other. Did he leave, or did he sleep? But the world doesn't answer, because the world is tired. And so is Simon. He's still here, still alive, still himself. But something's missing, and not just in a metaphorical, poetic way. There's an absence in the air around him, a kind of hush, like the universe is holding its breath every time he walks past. Because Betty is gone. Not dead, not destroyed, just part of something too big to understand. Part of Golb now. Or maybe Golb is part of her. Simon doesn't say much at first. He doesn't collapse or scream or turn into another villain. No second crown, no magical relapse. He just walks. He walks to the places they used to visit. He opens old books and forgets why. He watches the sky and wonders if it's looking back. And he carries a question in his chest like a pebble in his shoe. Did she save me, or did I lose her forever? The answer, of course, is both. And that's what hurts the most. Finn and Jake try to be there for him. Finn brings sandwiches. Jake brings jazz. Neither of them says sorry because it doesn't feel like a sorry kind of loss. It's not something that broke. It's something that shifted. Like a dream you almost held. Then forgot the moment you opened your eyes. And somewhere, deep in the folds of the cosmos, Golb, now touched by something unfamiliar, doesn't return. He doesn't spread chaos again. He doesn't roar or whisper or bend the fabric of anything. He just pauses. Maybe because Betty is still in there somewhere. A soft voice in a cacophony of nonsense. A tether to something human. A presence that says, no, not this one. And for now, at least, that's enough. Back in Ooo, the people try not to speak Golb's name. Not because they're scared, but because they know it doesn't work that way. You don't summon Golb. You don't explain him. You don't even remember him clearly. He slips out of memory like water through fingers, leaving only damp thoughts and slightly confused expressions. One banana guard swears he saw a jellyfish made of regret, but everyone thinks he just needs a nap. But Simon remembers. Not perfectly. Not logically. But emotionally. In dreams, he sees flickers, Betty's face shifting between forms, Golb's chaos swirling with flashes of blue and white. Sometimes she's whispering. Sometimes she's laughing. Once she's just looking at him. Not sad. Not happy. Just there. And he wakes up weeping. Not because it's painful, but because it's the only proof he has that she's still somewhere. And this quiet ache is what Golb left behind in Ooo. Not destruction. Not ruins. Just unanswered questions. A silence that hums just under the skin of reality. A feeling, now and then, that the world is thinner than it used to be. And that somewhere, out beyond the stars, a presence watches. Not hungrily. Not angrily. Just curiously. Almost as if it's wondering what comes next. And so, Ooo moves on. That's the most mysterious part, really. How a world so thoroughly shaken, so nearly unwritten, can just get back up. Not instantly, not without scars, but gradually. Marceline sings songs again, soft ones that tremble a little more than they used to. Princess Bubblegum sets aside her lab coats and builds gardens instead, because sometimes growing things is louder than science. Even Lemongrab, bless his unsettling soul, declares a public day of quiet. He only screams into a pillow once every hour on the hour. It's real progress. Life continues, because that's what life does. It writes over the cracks. Sometimes it fills them with joy. Sometimes it just lets them be part of the floor. But there are still quiet places. Tiny, forgotten corners of Ooo where Golb's touch lingers. Not in horror, not in fear, but in feeling. A tree that blooms backwards every other Wednesday. A puddle that reflects faces you've never seen. A hill where the wind always sounds like it's singing. Little reminders that something impossible happened here. And it left behind possibilities. As for Simon, his story isn't over. No grand quests, no magical destiny. Just long walks, simple breakfasts, quiet pages in old books. Sometimes he talks aloud just in case Betty is still listening. Sometimes he knows she is. And on clear nights, when the stars align just so, he feels the sky tilt, ever so gently, like something immense is shifting its gaze, not to harm, not to erase, just to remember. There are theories, of course. Some say Betty isn't gone, that she exists now as a thread in Golb's pattern, subtly nudging him away from total destruction. That somewhere in the impossible geometry of his form, there's a heartbeat, slow, steady hers. Others believe she became something new, not a victim of chaos, but its counterbalance. A kind of cosmic governor keeping the multiverse from slipping into the abyss. And then there are those who simply say, she loved him. That's the whole story. And honestly, that's enough. Because what happened that day wasn't a battle. It wasn't a war. It was a choice. Betty chose to face chaos. Not with fear, but with love. And love, in its quiet, gentle way, changed Golb. Not into something good. Not into something safe. But into something aware. And awareness is the first crack in the armor of unmaking. That's the true legacy of Golb's visit to Ooo. Not the flickering sky, not the bending buildings or the silence that followed, but the realization that even the oldest chaos in the universe can be touched by something small, something fragile, something kind. So when you lay your head down tonight, drifting between dreams and story space, if you feel a hum, if you feel a strange softness in the air like the universe is listening, don't be afraid. It's not Golb coming for you. It's just the part of him that remembers what it was like to be loved. Still wrapped up, still sinking slowly into that cozy void between waking and dreaming. Good, because for this next part of the story, you'll want to be still, very still. This isn't a chapter about explosions or cosmic fights or sudden revelations. This is about understanding. And sometimes, understanding is quiet. Tonight we ask a question that's puzzled philosophers, wizards, and talking squirrels for centuries. What is Golb? Not what does he want, or how do we stop him, but what is he really? And maybe even harder, is Golb evil? Spoiler. The answer might be no. Also spoiler, it's not good either. Let's take a moment to clear the slate. In most stories, chaos is a villain. It's fire, it's destruction, it's the guy with the glowing eyes and a backstory that involves betrayal and a dramatic fall into lava. But Golb is different. Golb doesn't hate. Golb doesn't punish. Golb doesn't even seem to notice this most of the time. He isn't malevolent. He's fundamental. Like gravity. Like time. Like that weird feeling when you walk into a room and forget what you were doing. He just is. A cosmic constant of disorder. A law of unnature. And if you're looking for good and evil in that, well, you're trying to assign morals to a storm cloud. Golb isn't cruel. But he is corrosive. He doesn't strike with anger. He seeps. He's the silence between words. The typo in a sacred text, the crumbling of a wall you didn't realize was load-bearing until it was gone. And yet, that doesn't make him bad. Not in the classic sense. Because here's the twist, sleepy listener. Without Golb, the universe wouldn't function. Sounds wild, right? But think about it. If nothing ever broke, if every story just kept going forever, uninterrupted, there'd be no space for change, no endings, no grief, sure, but no growth either. Golb, in his strange, unsmiling way, creates the space for transformation by ending things, by unraveling what no longer fits. Let's put it this way. Imagine a big, cosmic storybook. Each page is a world, a character, a timeline. Now most forces, Prismo, the cosmic owl, even Death himself, work to keep those pages turning. Golb tears pages out. But not because he's mean, because sometimes the page has reached its end. And something new can only begin once the old is gone. Harsh? Yes. But necessary? Maybe. That doesn't mean we should invite Golb over for tea. He's a terrible guest. Doesn't sit, doesn't speak, floats ominously over the teacups until they scream. But it does mean we need to look at him with more than just fear. We need to see Golb as what he truly is. Not a monster, not a god, but a function. A a balancing force in a multiverse that would otherwise spiral into perfect, meaningless harmony. And perfect harmony is just another kind of stasis. The Land of Ooo is many things. Beautiful, ridiculous, violent, silly. But more than anything, it's alive. And to be alive means to change, to lose things, to break things, to cry a little bit on your way to something new. And Golb, whether he knows it or not, makes that possible. So if Golb isn't evil, why does everyone react like he is? Why the hushed whispers in ancient scrolls? Why do some kingdoms erase his name from history, while others draw it inside spirals and scream into the sea? Well, sleepyheads, that's because Golb isn't just a being. He's a mirror. Not the kind you use to fix your hair before a Candy Kingdom dinner party. More like the kind that shows you everything you don't want to see. He reflects fear. Not because he creates it, but because he reveals it. And oh, how that unsettles people. Take the cults, for example. Yes, there are cults. Of course there are cults. This is Ooo, after all. Across time and space, little pockets of worship have risen up around Golb's name, not because they understand him, but because they want to use him. That's the funny thing about chaos. Everyone thinks they can aim it, as if Golb is a weapon waiting for the right master. Spoiler alert, he's not. One cult carved his image into mountain stone using melted mirrors and whispers. They believed Golb was a gatekeeper to ultimate truth. So they removed their own eyes to see past reality. They mostly bumped into furniture and started smelling colors. Another group thought Golb could grant immortality by dissolving the soul and rebuilding it from noise. They fed their emotions to enchanted jars. The jars exploded. It was messy. But again, these groups weren't wrong to feel Golb's presence. They were just so desperate to control it, to explain it, to make it a tool, that they forgot. Golb isn't something you summon. He's something you invite by accident. By pushing too far. By breaking too much. By wishing too hard. Then there are those who feared him without worship. Old rulers, ancient queens. They painted his symbols onto the underside of shields, buried his name beneath spell-locked vaults, not to honor him, but to warn future generations. Don't go looking for meaning in the noise. One particularly paranoid king, who ruled for exactly 12 minutes, declared that saying Golb's name while chewing bread would cause your jaw to unhinge and start talking on its own. We can neither confirm nor deny this, but it would explain why that kingdom's national anthem is just awkward humming. And yet, despite all this reverence and fear, Golb remains unchanged, unbothered. You can light 1,000 candles in his name or scream poetry into the void. He does not flinch. Because Golb doesn't need belief. He doesn't want it. He exists outside of it. Like erosion. Like entropy. Like that weird sock you always lose in the dryer. He just is. Which brings us to the really haunting part, sleepyheads. If Golb is always here, if he's not summoned, but revealed, then maybe the real danger isn't Golb himself. Maybe it's the conditions that let him slip through. Grief, obsession, ambition, fear. The need to fix something so badly that you rip a hole in everything else. Sound familiar? It should. We've seen it before with Magic Man. With Betty. Even with Simon. None of them were evil. But all of them, in their pain, tugged at the threads of the universe just a little too hard. And when those threads break, Golb listens. But here's the hopeful part. Just because Golb arrives doesn't mean it's the end. We've seen that too. When Betty met him with love. When Magic Man gave up madness. When Finn chose to ask questions instead of swinging his sword. Golb might unmake things. But sometimes we remake them better. So let's get even more dreamlike, shall we? Let's go past the cults and into the realm of the thinkers, those who didn't scream Golb's name into the abyss, but instead whispered it into libraries. You see, long before most creatures could even pronounce existential dread, the wizards of Ooo had a term for Golb, the breath between equations. Sounds poetic, right? Until you realize what they meant. Golb was what existed in the pause, the moment between spell and effect, between logic and outcome, between order and something just beyond it. One wizard theorized that all magic leaks Golb, that every spell, every healing charm, every fireball, every turn this banana into a tap-dancing lizard incantation comes with a microscopic cost. Tiny flecks of imbalance, like spiritual static. He wrote, "Magic is not creation. It is borrowed structure, and Golb is the interest." He disappeared a week later. Some say he transcended. Others say he became soup. Both may be correct. But not all philosophers feared Golb. Some embraced him, not as a deity, not as a doom, but as a boundary. A reminder that no system is eternal. That all things, kingdoms, ideas, love songs, lunchboxes, eventually unravel. And instead of mourning that, they celebrated it. They called themselves the Gentle Entropists. Their slogan, "Everything ends. Let's make it beautiful." They threw parties at funerals, wrote lullabies instead of war chants. They said the best resistance to Golb was not to fight the ending, but to give it meaning. Their leader famously stated, "When Golb comes, may he find us laughing." Then he tripped over a candle and turned into a mushroom. Not symbolic, just clumsy. Even Hunson Abadir, Marceline's ever-dramatic, soul-sucking father, had thoughts on Golb. Dark ones. He believed Golb wasn't just neutral chaos, but a reset mechanism. A failsafe baked into the multiverse. A force that activates when imbalance reaches critical mass. Kind of like hitting Control plus Alt plus Delete on all of reality. Hunson feared Golb, but not because he wanted to unmake things. He feared that Golb didn't care what got erased. Good, evil, candy, demons. It was all just background noise to him. And in a way, that scared Hunson more than anything. Because for once, he wasn't the scariest thing in the room. But then there's another perspective. A smaller, quieter one. Finn's. You see, after Golb left Ooo, Finn never wrote down what happened. He didn't build a monument. He didn't give speeches. He just remembered. In his own way. When asked about Golb years later, he said, "It felt like I was standing in the middle of a song being unsung." And then he added, "But even then, I could still hear a little humming." That's what stuck with him. Not the chaos, not the terror, but the hum. The small note of Betty or love or resistance or something still humming inside the silence. And that, to Finn, was hope. Because maybe Golb isn't the end of the song. Maybe he's the rest. The pause. The breath. The moment between chords that makes the next note matter. We've been so conditioned to fear disorder, to run from it, fight it, deny it. But maybe Golb teaches us something braver, that sometimes letting go is sacred. Sometimes falling apart is necessary. And sometimes chaos isn't trying to break us. It's trying to remind us that we're not permanent, that none of this is. And that's okay. Because the beauty of Ooo Is that even when everything collapses? Someone always starts building again. With gum, with sticks, with old socks and brand new songs. And that's where meaning begins. In the ruins. In the hum. So now we're here. At the edge of what anyone truly knows about Golb. We've wandered through cults, through wizard theories and mushroom philosophers, through funerals that end in lullabies. We've walked alongside fear, curiosity, reverence, and a strange kind of peace. And what we've found isn't a conclusion, but a stillness. Because maybe that's the point. Golb isn't meant to be explained. He's not a puzzle to solve, a code to crack, or a final boss to defeat. He's a reminder that everything we love, everything we build, everything we become is temporary. And that might sound sad, sleepyheads. But maybe it's not. Maybe that's exactly why things matter. Because they don't last. The song ends. The candle burns out. The gumball rolls into the storm drain and vanishes forever. But while it was here, it was real. And real things, however brief, leave echoes. Like Betty's voice in Golb's silence. Like Finn's hum in the middle of unmaking. Like the scent of soup on a rainy day that makes you think of someone you loved when you were small. These are the things Golb can't erase. Not because he isn't powerful enough, but because they don't resist him. They just are. Soft, unrecorded, unwritten. But woven into the fabric of the universe like tiny threads of starlight. So what is Golb? He's the flickering at the edge of the dream. He's the end of the sentence. The last exhale before a new beginning. And we don't have to fear him. Because fear only makes the unraveling faster. Instead, we can rest. We can let go. We can hold our stories gently, knowing they won't last. And that's what makes them precious. Finn once said, "The world's weird, man, but it's ours." Even with Golb in the sky. Even with time melting and reality hiccuping. Even with all the endings stitched into our beginnings, the world is still ours. And that means it's also beautiful. So as you drift off tonight under your blankets and beneath your sleepy little stars, don't worry if your dreams get strange, if things flicker, if names blur, if time folds a little sideways. That's just the universe humming. That's just the breath between stories. That's just Golb not hurting you. Just reminding you that this moment, right now, is real. And when it ends, something new will begin. This part of the story isn't loud, doesn't have explosions or big glowing eyes or Jake stretching into a toaster just because he could. This part is softer, stranger. Like waking up at 3 a.m. and thinking you heard something breathing in the closet. But it's probably just a coat. Probably. Because tonight, we ask a question that never really got answered. Is Golb still watching? Now, before we go conjuring horror movie vibes, relax. This isn't about fear. This is about curiosity. Because when Golb left, after Betty merged with him, after the skies stilled, and reality quit flickering like a broken VHS, he didn't explode. He didn't vanish in a puff of fire. He just withdrew, like fog rolling back into the sea. And that has left a very specific kind of silence across the multiverse. The kind that makes people whisper. The kind that makes the cosmic owl double-check his visions. The kind that makes Prismo, pause mid-chill to look at the ceiling like, wait, was that? See, even when Golb is gone, he's not quite gone. There are echoes, strange things, little things, things that maybe shouldn't be there. Let's start with something simple. The stars. After Golb's departure, a few of Oo's stargazers began noticing a new formation. Faint, barely visible, but distinct. 4 dots, almost a square. It's not labeled on any of the old maps, not noted in any wizard charts. They call it the still face. Some say it's coincidence. Others aren't so sure. And then there's the dreams. Simon, Marceline. Even BMO, who technically doesn't sleep but insists they nap emotionally every Thursday at noon. They've all mentioned seeing something. Not Golb exactly, but a presence. A place where sound goes quiet. A space that hums in the wrong key. Simon describes it like this. It's like I'm walking down a hallway made of mirrors and I can't see myself in any of them. But I can see something else. Watching. BMO said, I dreamed I was a cloud, and the sky told me my shape was wrong. Classic BMO. But what do these dreams mean? Are they just leftovers? Traumatic echoes from a reality that was almost undone? Or are they signs? Hints that Golb is still out there. Still interested? Not in invading again, but in observing. Like a storyteller watching the characters long after the book has closed. Like a reader stuck on the final sentence refusing to turn the page. And if Golb is watching, then why? Some believe he's looking for something. That Betty, still faintly alive inside him, acts like a compass. That she guides him now, not with control, but with influence. Soft thoughts buried deep in chaos. And Golb listens. Or at least pauses. Maybe he's not scanning the multiverse for weakness. Maybe he's searching for understanding. For a glimpse of what made Betty choose him. And maybe, just maybe, he's beginning to feel something. Not love, not regret, but awareness. The first step toward change. Now that's a strange idea, isn't it? The concept that a being as old and wild and unstructured as Golb could evolve. Not by choice, but by exposure. By proximity to something so radically different. Compassion, sacrifice, stubborn love, that even chaos itself begins to twitch with the echo of a heartbeat. And here's the coziest thought of all sleepyheads. What if that's what Betty wanted? Not to destroy Golb, not to trap him, but to plant a seed. A single, unassuming little idea inside the vast silence of cosmic disorder. That idea? You can be more than this. So let's drift a little deeper. Beyond dreams. Beyond stars. Down into the little things. The objects, the moments, the oddities that don't scream Golb, but gently tap you on the shoulder and whisper, that wasn't supposed to happen. You see, after Golb left, there were a few leftovers. Not monsters, not chaos storms, just items. Things that don't quite belong. Take the book that writes backwards. Found in the ruined remains of a wizard's tower that didn't exist a week earlier, it's bound in something soft and faintly warm to the touch. When opened, it writes on its own, but only in reverse. And not mirror writing, no. The events it records seem to be unhappening. It described a fire in the Candy Kingdom that never took place. It detailed the vanishing of a mountain that still stands. And once, it simply wrote, hello. No one knows what it's writing to, or from. But someone or something is holding the pen. Then there's the clock that runs in circles, literally. It doesn't tick forward or backward, it spins. Not the hands, the whole clock. Just slowly, lazily, like it's dizzy. What's weird isn't the motion. It's that everyone nearby starts remembering things differently. like they were always someone else. A gumdrop knight swore he used to be a bird. Peppermint Butler stared into it for 20 seconds, and then refused to talk for 3 days, emerging only to whisper, "The icing is watching." Classic Peppermint Butler, honestly. But whether these objects are remnants of Golb's brief visit, or just regular old magical weirdness, well, that depends on who you ask. Some believe these are echoes, not messages, not weapons, but leftovers. Like footprints in wet paint. Proof that even when Golb leaves, the world remembers him. Not because it wants to, but because it has to. Ooo is stitched together with duct tape and bubblegum magic. When something as big as Golb moves through it, it leaves ripples. And the multiverse? It doesn't forget those ripples easily. Especially not when they carry patterns. That's what got the cosmic owl worried. He began having dreams that didn't belong to anyone. Usually he sees fates, endings. He's like a celestial spoiler alert. But these new dreams, they're blank. Literally. Just static and humming, and sometimes a door. One time, he opened the door in the dream and saw a single eye looking back at him. Not angry, not sad, just there. He didn't dream again for a month. Prismo, of course, made jokes about it. Said, "Sounds like someone needs to reboot their brain juice, owl bro." But even he sounded a little off when he said it. Like the punchline had lost its punch. Like the whole multiverse was watching itself. And maybe that's the point. Maybe Golb's presence, whatever's left of it, isn't doing anything. It's just observing, seeing how the pieces fall, studying what changed. Like an echo, listening to the sound that made it. Not interfering, just noticing. But even that quiet noticing has power, doesn't it? It changes how people behave. Whole civilizations in distant universes have shifted how they do magic, all because someone felt the static return during a spell. Some wizards now use gloves made of dream silk. Some won't cast anything during solar eclipses. One group only chants backwards now, just in case the direction matters. It makes their spells very confusing, and one guy accidentally turned his head into a chair. Still, there's one place where the echo of Golb feels the loudest. It's not a temple. It's not a ruin. It's not even spooky. It's a glade. A little clearing deep in the woods outside of Ooo. Quiet. Peaceful. Filled with strange flowers that only bloom when no one is watching. Simon goes there sometimes. He sits. He breathes. He doesn't speak. But he always brings 2 cups of tea. One for him. One for someone else. No one's ever seen that second cup empty. So now let's take that thought even further. Let's go past the stars, past the multiverse, past even the shape of thought itself. Let's imagine something strange. Something a few bold, maybe slightly sleep-deprived thinkers in Ooo have started to wonder. Something even Peppermint Butler wrote down in a journal, then immediately burned. What if Golb is dreaming? Not in the way mortals dream, no teddy bears, no missed school exams, no I'm flying, but also failing algebra dreams. Golb's dream wouldn't be like ours. It would be deeper, wider, dreaming in the sense of becoming. A suspended state of potential, like a storm hovering just above the sea. Still silent, but full of endless maybe. Some theorists suggest Golb's nature changed the moment Betty entered him. Not just philosophically, not symbolically, but mechanically. That her presence, her will, her love, confused him. Imagine being made of pure noise and decay, and suddenly bumping into intention. emotion. A single consistent desire to save someone else. Not to absorb or break or rearrange, but just to protect. That's like handing a cat a saxophone and asking it to play jazz. Something in Golb's being might have short-circuited, or paused. And maybe that's when he started to dream. What would Golb dream of? Hard to say. But some believe the evidence is out there. Odd events that don't feel like chaos, but don't feel like order either. Like small places where logic stumbles. Corners of the world where it feels like reality is trying to remember how it works. A lake that reflects a version of you who hasn't made that mistake yet. A tunnel that seems longer when you walk back through it. A bird that sings in a language you understand only when you're crying. Not bad things, not destructive. Just soft errors. Dream glitches. Echoes of a dreamer who's still trying to understand what dreaming even is. One researcher called these G-threads little strands of Golb woven gently into the fabric of Ooo. He believed they weren't accidents. That Golb in his slumber was testing, experimenting, sending pieces of himself into the world not to destroy but to experience, to simulate kindness or loss or hope, to understand what made Betty choose him over all else. Of course, this theory is controversial. Many believe it's nonsense that Golb doesn't dream because dreaming requires vulnerability. And Golb, they argue, is incapable of that. But others disagree. Because if Golb truly was beyond all change, why did he stop? Why didn't he finish what he started? Why didn't Ooo fall? Why did Simon live? Why did the stars hum instead of scream? Finn once said it like this when asked about it by a kid in the future. You ever see a wolf stop chasing a deer? Not because it's tired, but because it suddenly saw something in the deer's eyes and was like, whoa. Then he added, Golb's not gone. He's just thinking. And if that's true, if Golb is thinking or dreaming, or just sitting in the void staring at the shape of love, trying to figure out what it meant, then maybe this is the safest Ooo has ever been, because nothing is more powerful than a being of chaos who's starting to understand feeling. Imagine the next time a Golb wakes, not roaring, not shattering, but whispering, asking a question instead of making a statement. Maybe not even in words, maybe in actions, maybe in a small gesture like a flower blooming in a place that once melted, or a child giggling at the edge of the universe, or a moment of stillness that feels so perfect it brings tears to your eyes, and you don't even know why. And what if that's Golb's next form? Not a monster, not a god, but a moment. Something small and full of wonder. Still strange. Still wild. But no longer empty. So, what do we do with all of this? All the theories. All the dreams. All the whispers that Golb might still be out there. Not tearing the world apart, but simply watching. We don't know if they're true. That's the honest answer. But maybe that's okay. Maybe it's more than okay. Because sometimes the comfort doesn't come from certainty. It comes from the story itself, from asking the question, from wondering together. And in a strange cosmic way, maybe Golb is the perfect bedtime story. Not because he's gentle, not because he's kind, but because he reminds us that there is always something bigger than us, something unknown. Something we don't have to defeat or define or even understand. Just something to acknowledge. Something to nod toward in the dark and say, I know you're out there, and I'm going to sleep anyway. Because isn't that what courage is? not fighting the monster, not solving the mystery, but choosing to rest, to be vulnerable, to trust that even if the universe is vast and weird and occasionally full of reality-bending entities named Golb, there's still a space in it for you. For your blanket. For your quiet thoughts. For your next dream. And if Golb is still watching, maybe he's not watching to hurt. Maybe he's watching to learn, to feel. To remember that once upon a time, someone gave up everything, just to keep another soul safe. And maybe that left an echo even he can't shake. Maybe Golb is the hum at the edge of your sleep tonight. Not the kind that makes you afraid to close your eyes, but the kind that says, everything ends, but not tonight. So wherever you are, sleepyhead, whether you're under blankets in Karachi or curled up on a couch in Toronto, whether the stars are out or the rain is soft against your window, take a breath. Feel how small you are. Then feel how safe you are. Because even the vastest chaos can't unmake this moment, this story, this piece. And hey, if your dreams get a little strange tonight, if they hum, if they flicker, maybe just smile. Because maybe, just maybe, Golb is dreaming too. Now, if you've spent any time in the Land of Ooo, you've probably met all kinds of strange characters. A stretchy talking dog, a vampire queen, a bubblegum monarch, and let's not forget the Ice King and his penguin army. But Peppermint Butler, well, he's always been a little different, hasn't he? At first glance, he's just adorable. A little peppermint candy with stubby arms and legs, wearing a tiny tuxedo and a constant, friendly smile. You'd think he's the very picture of sweetness, loyal, polite, and always ready to serve his beloved Princess Bubblegum. But that's the thing with Ooo, nothing is ever quite what it seems. You see, underneath that sugary, sweet exterior, Peppermint Butler has layers, deep layers. The kind of layers you don't expect from a peppermint candy. And as we sink deeper into this sleepy journey together, you'll start to see how his story is one of hidden doors, whispers in the dark, and, well, magic of a very particular flavor. Do you remember that feeling as a kid when you realized that some adults knew more than they let on? Maybe an uncle who always winked at you like he had some grand secret, or that mysterious old neighbor who always seemed to know exactly when it was going to rain. And that's Peppermint Butler. He's the uncle who's been places. Now, as the loyal servant to Princess Bubblegum, Peppermint Butler's role in the Candy Kingdom always seemed pretty straightforward. He'd serve tea, organize parties, clean up after one of PB's many science experiments. But if you watched closely, really closely, you'd catch tiny moments that hinted at something else. In one episode, he casually mentions knowing death personally. Not in a poetic way, either. He literally knows death, like he could send him a letter or make a quick call. Strange, right? Especially for a butler. And it's not like death is just wandering around handing out friendship bracelets. And then there are his friends. Peppermint Butler has weird friends. Ghosts, demons, necromancers. You know, the usual dinner party crowd. It's like going to your grandma's house and realizing she's on a first-name basis with vampires. But here's the twist I really love about Peppermint Butler's story. He's not exactly evil. Yes, he does dark magic. Yes, he summons terrifying creatures. And yes, he occasionally performs blood rituals. But he's doing it all for the good of the Candy Kingdom, or at least, that's how he sees it. It's this beautiful contradiction that makes Peppermint Butler so fascinating. Imagine a librarian who secretly moonlights as a spy, or a kindergarten teacher who solves ancient puzzles by night. That's Peppermint Butler Oo's adorable peppermint diplomat of darkness. And Princess Bubblegum knows. Of course she knows. She's one of the smartest beings in the multiverse. But she lets Peppermint Butler go about his strange magical business. Why? Well, perhaps because she needs him. The Candy Kingdom is surrounded by threats, cosmic beings, evil wizards, rival kingdoms, and sometimes sugar and smiles aren't enough to protect it all. Sometimes you need a butler who can casually curse someone's entire bloodline over afternoon tea. But it wasn't always this way. Peppermint Butler wasn't born with this knowledge of the dark arts. Somewhere along the way, this cheerful Candy made a decision. To learn, to study, to dive headfirst into the things that others were too scared to even whisper about. Why would someone do that? What was he protecting or chasing? Was it power or something deeper? Maybe a sense of duty or guilt. That's part of the mystery we're unraveling tonight. And I want you to picture it now. Peppermint Butler, alone in the royal kitchens, late at night, the moon casting a pale glow over the polished countertops. Everyone else is asleep, even Princess Bubblegum. But Pep-Butt isn't stirring sugar into tea. No, he's drawing ancient sigils with chalk, whispering words in languages older than Ooo itself, eyes glowing faintly in the dark. Kinda gives a whole new meaning to midnight snack, doesn't it? But the wildest part, even with all of that, he's still lovable, still funny, still weirdly polite. There's a strange comfort in that duality. It's like he's standing at the doorway between two worlds, the sweet, safe world of gumdrops and gingerbread, and the other one, the darker one, filled with shadows and whispers. And Peppermint Butler, well, he's got one foot in both. So, how does a peppermint candy even get involved with the dark arts in the first place? And that's one of those questions that makes you sit back and wonder about the history of the Candy Kingdom itself. We always see Princess Bubblegum as this brilliant, composed ruler, half scientist, half queen. But the people around her, they're not just made of sugar. Some of them have stories. Peppermint Butler's story feels ancient, older than anyone talks about. He wasn't just hired to be a butler. No, it's almost as if he was placed there by fate or by some darker force. Some fans even think Peppermint Butler might have lived for centuries. After all, candy doesn't exactly age the same way people do. And when you're dabbling in forbidden knowledge, time starts to behave a little differently. Does he remember the Mushroom War? The fall of humanity? Has he seen Ooo change, rulers come and go, and yet remained at PB's side like a quiet, smiling guardian? It's strange to think that beneath that peppermint shell could be memories of entire civilizations falling and rising again like waves. And through it all, Peppermint Butler just kept setting the tea table, folding napkins, keeping the secrets locked away behind that perfectly polite smile. One of the first real glimpses we get of his true self is in the episode Death in Bloom. Remember that one? Finn and Jake accidentally kill PB's prize plant, and Peppermint Butler leads them to the literal underworld to find Death himself. And here's the twist. Pep-Butt doesn't act like a nervous guide. No, he strolls into the land of the dead like someone walking into their favorite coffee shop. He even greets Death with a casual, "Hey, Death, how's it hanging?" Like they're old co-workers catching up on break. And that's when you realize Peppermint Butler has been doing this for a long, long time. You don't just know Death unless you've been involved in some serious magical business. And this wasn't a one-time thing. Throughout Adventure Time, Pep-Butt constantly drops hints that he's got connections all across the magical and supernatural world. It's almost like the Candy Kingdom is sitting on ancient ley lines of magic, and Peppermint Butler is the secret guardian of that energy. While PB builds candy towers and invents new technologies, Pep-Butt is in the basement, talking to ancient spirits and keeping curses from creeping up the royal staircase. And yet, no one really questions him. Why? Maybe because it's easier not to. Maybe the candy people are happier believing their kingdom is built on sweetness and light, not secret demonic pacts and cursed blood rituals. Have you ever had that feeling where you're visiting someone's house and you just know they have a room they never show guests? The door at the end of the hallway that's always locked, always dusty, and they change the subject when you ask what's inside. Peppermint Butler is that locked door. Always smiling, always friendly, but keeping something massive hidden just out of sight. And the funniest part, he's weirdly charming about it. Even when he's summoning skeletons or making shady magical deals, there's this cheerfulness about him. Like, oh, don't mind me, just casually communing with unspeakable horrors before dinner. It's hilarious, but also a little unsettling. And I think that's what makes his character so special, that balance between cozy and creepy. Now let's talk about his relationship with Princess Bubblegum for a moment. Because that's one of the deepest threads running beneath Peppermint Butler's story. Is it loyalty, duty, or something darker? Think about it. PB is a ruler, a scientist, and honestly, a bit of a control freak. She doesn't suffer fools. If someone were a threat to her kingdom, she'd remove them. No hesitation. But Peppermint Butler, she lets him be. Not only that she trusts him, even knowing about his darker hobbies. That means either she sees his magical abilities as a necessary tool for the survival of the kingdom, or she knows something we don't. Maybe Pep-Butt saved her before. Maybe he knows her secrets, too. It's possible their bond goes deeper than anyone in Ooo realizes. Picture them now, PB in her grand laboratory, surrounded by test tubes and beakers, and Peppermint Butler just behind her, holding a tray of snacks with one hand and a cursed dagger with the other. That's the Candy Kingdom, sweetness and danger all wrapped in a bow. And then, of course, there's the moment when Peppermint Butler's facade slips, even just for a second. There's a scene blink, and you'll miss it, where he lets out this dark, growling voice as he channels magical energy. And in that instant, the cute candy shell melts away, and you glimpse the real Pep-Butt underneath. It's like finding out your childhood teddy bear has been fighting off monsters under your bed every night, and you never even noticed. The idea that someone could walk so easily between two worlds, the world of candy and the world of curses, is what makes him such a perfect bedtime story character. Because it reminds us that sometimes the sweetest things can hold the sharpest edges, and not everything that glitters is entirely good. So let's follow this thread a little deeper, shall we? Imagine Peppermint Butler's early years, not the polished, tuxedo-wearing servant we meet in the series, but younger, curious, maybe even a little reckless. What kind of peppermint candy wakes up one day and decides, you know what? I'm going to learn necromancy? It's funny to picture, right? A tiny, round candy sneaking out of the castle, rolling along cobblestone roads by moonlight, chasing after ancient scrolls and forbidden tomes. What drove him to that? Was it boredom? A hunger for knowledge? Or maybe, did he stumble into something he couldn't ignore? Something that whispered to him from the shadows, offering power, protection, maybe even secrets he didn't want to know but couldn't unlearn. And all the while, he's still serving tea in the daylight, folding napkins into neat triangles, polishing silverware to a perfect shine, smiling politely at Candy Kingdom diplomats. But after sunset, he's practicing dark rituals by candlelight, surrounded by bones and ancient sigils, probably humming cheerful tunes while summoning unspeakable things. One of the strangest and funniest things about Peppermint Butler is how normal he makes it all seem. Like it's just part of his to-do list. Dust the royal chambers, iron the linens, bargain with eldritch beings from the void. It's almost admirable in a way. He's living two completely opposite lives and balancing them both with the grace of someone who's been doing it for far longer than we could guess. But don't be fooled. Just because he's charming doesn't mean he's harmless. We've seen glimpses of what he can do, and it's not all party tricks and spooky jokes. Remember that scene in Wizard Battle, where Peppermint Butler shows up wearing that hood, standing in the shadows, eyes glowing red, revealing that he's not just dabbling in magic. He's good at it. Really good. It's the moment the mask slips a bit and you realize, oh, this isn't just a hobby, this is who he is. But here's something I find really comforting about Peppermint Butler. For all his dark powers, for all the skeleton summoning and underworld dealings, he chooses to stay in the Candy Kingdom. He could have easily run off and built his own creepy tower on some distant hill, become a full-blown dark wizard. But he didn't. He chose to stay by PB's side, to serve, to protect, to help. Why? Because I think deep down, Peppermint Butler believes in something. Maybe it's loyalty. Maybe it's love for the Candy Kingdom, flawed and sugary as it is. Maybe he's guarding something bigger than himself, something ancient and dangerous. Or maybe, and this might be the coziest thought of all, he just really loves his home, and he'll do anything to keep it safe, even if it means making tea and summoning demons in the same afternoon. And speaking of demons, do you remember how easily he interacted with Hunson Abadir, the ruler of the Nightosphere, Marceline's terrifying father? It wasn't just a passing encounter. Pep-Butt knows Hunson, probably on a first-name basis. It's like discovering that your neighbor, who always waves politely on the driveway, actually has drinks with ancient demon kings on the weekends. And yet, Peppermint Butler never brags about it. He doesn't strut around showing off his magical talents. He lets everyone underestimate him, lets them think he's just the butler. Meanwhile, he's probably saving the entire kingdom behind the scenes while everyone's asleep. That's what I love about his character, the quiet strength. The kind that doesn't need recognition, doesn't need applause, just steady, mysterious, and always ready to step between his friends and whatever ancient horror might be knocking on the door next. It makes you wonder how many times Peppermint Butler has already saved Ooo without anyone knowing. Maybe while Finn and Jake were off on their big adventures, Pep-Butt was quietly closing portals, banishing curses, and whispering protective spells over the Candy Kingdom's borders, all while wearing that same little tuxedo. There's something comforting about that idea, isn't there? That even when things seem calm on the surface, someone out there, someone unexpected, is working quietly behind the scenes to keep the darkness away. Not because they have to, but because they choose to. So next time you picture Peppermint Butler, don't just see the smiling candy and a bow tie. See the guardian in the shadows, the scholar of ancient spells, the friend who never asks for thanks but is always watching, always ready to step in when the world teeters too close to the edge. Now, sleepyheads, I hope you're tucked in and comfortable, because we're just getting started. Let's drift even deeper into the strange magic Peppermint Butler practices, shall we? We've already seen glimpses of his powers on the surface little spells, summoning skeletons, chatting casually with death, knowing ancient rituals like someone might know bedtime songs, but the deeper you go, the more unsettling it gets. Peppermint Butler's magic isn't just spooky for fun. It's tied to something much, much older, and it's forbidden for a reason. Have you ever wondered why so many of his magical dealings seem to involve debt? Every time we see him working with dark powers, there's this sense of trade, of bargains being made. That's not light magic. That's ancient transactional magic that doesn't come for free. Think about it. The world of Ooo is filled with strange beings, but few of them deal in the kind of underworld economy that Pep-Butt swims in so comfortably. He's the kind of candy who doesn't just borrow power, he owes things. And that's what makes his sweetness so eerie. Behind that smile might be a whole list of names and deals scratched into ancient, crumbling ledgers filled with promises that must someday be paid. It makes you wonder, what has Peppermint Butler already given up to gain his power? What prices has he paid that we never saw on screen? Could there be a darker hidden reason he's so loyal to PB and the Candy Kingdom? Maybe it's not just love or loyalty. Maybe it's because the Candy Kingdom itself is bound by one of his ancient bargains. I love thinking about these hidden threads, these quiet, invisible debts that ripple beneath the sweetness of the surface world. And the crazy thing is, Peppermint Butler never seems worried about it. He's calm, relaxed, cheerful even. It's as if he's been playing this long game for centuries. He knows the rules better than anyone. And while others scramble around, panicking over every magical twist and turn, Pep-Bud is already 10 moves ahead, like a quiet chess master, smiling politely over his teacup. And speaking of long games, do you remember Root Beer Guy? Just an ordinary citizen of the Candy Kingdom who eventually gets pulled into strange events because of his natural curiosity. It makes me wonder how many times Peppermint Butler has had to gently nudge candy people away from dangerous things they weren't ready to understand. Oh, Peppermint Butler isn't just a dark magician. He's also a protector. He chooses to keep people innocent. Oh, he could easily reveal the truths of the universe to everyone around him, but he doesn't. Why? Because knowledge real, ancient knowledge is heavy, and not everyone should have to carry it. And then there's that moment that really stuck with me. Remember when Peppermint Butler literally rebuilds himself as Dark Peppermint Butler in the future? After losing his original body, he returns even more powerful, cloaked in deep robes, with glowing eyes, fully embracing the darker side of his abilities. It's as if that cheerful peppermint surface was just a mask all along, a necessary mask to function in the Candy Kingdom. But when that's gone, the full power comes through. And yet, even then, Peppermint Butler isn't evil. He's still protecting his home, still standing by the people he cares about. It's not about power for the sake of power. It's about protection, about preparation, about doing whatever needs to be done to keep the delicate sweetness of the Candy Kingdom from being swallowed by the darkness around it. It's such a powerful image, isn't it? The smallest, sweetest-looking character being the one holding the ancient door shut, whispering spells into the keyhole to keep everything else at bay. And here's the most fascinating thing of all. No matter how deep Peppermint Butler's connections run, no matter how terrifying the spells or ancient the creatures he deals with, there's always this odd, warm sense of humor about him, like he's in on the joke of the universe. As if all this ancient evil, all these eldritch secrets, are just part of the job for him, like folding napkins or preparing a fancy cheese tray. That's why Peppermint Butler makes such a great bedtime story character. He reminds us that appearances can be deceiving, that power can be gentle, and that sometimes the quietest people are the ones standing between us and the wild, strange unknown. And as you're here now, cozy under your blankets, I hope you find that comforting thought resting with you. Even in a strange and mysterious world, There are guardians watching quietly, working gently, smiling sweetly. So next time you see a peppermint candy on a holiday plate, maybe give it a little nod of respect, because you never know. It might just be watching over you, too. All right, sleepyheads, let's take one more slow, steady breath. In, out, and I'll see you in the next segment. Hey there, sleepyheads. Still with me? Good. Let's go deeper now. Because the surface of Peppermint Butler's story is just sugar. It's beneath that polished surface that the strange flavors begin to bloom. Tonight, we're talking about schools of magic. And not the kind where you sit in desks learning how to turn apples into oranges. I'm talking about secret places, forgotten places, caves with echoing whispers, libraries where the books growl at you, old towers where the walls are made of teeth, places no one in the Candy Kingdom ever talks about. And Peppermint Butler didn't just visit these places, he studied there. While the other candy people were busy singing songs about gumdrops and frosting, Pep-Butt was kneeling on cold stone floors, drawing ancient circles with powdered bones, learning syllables older than the stars. Let's start with one of the strangest parts of his magical education, Wizard City. It's chaotic, wild, dangerous. The wizards there don't exactly take kindly to Candy Kingdom folks wandering in, asking about polite necromancy. But Peppermint Butler wasn't there to make friends. He was there to learn. And oh, did he learn. He didn't just take surface-level classes like basic fireballs for beginners. No, he went deep. Do you remember when he was banned from Wizard City, not just for practicing dark arts, but for being too good at them? That's Pep-Butt, always taking things a little further than anyone expects. Imagine the scene. A perfectly round peppermint candy in a tidy tuxedo, quietly walking through halls filled with explosions and magical duels while ancient wizards mutter nervously behind their beards, and then banned. Exile. Why? Because even they didn't want to deal with how deep his magical curiosity went. But Peppermint Butler didn't stop there. Wizard City was just one stop along a much stranger, more secret path. Beneath the cute frosting of the Candy Kingdom lies an underground. Not sewers, not tunnels, but a network of forbidden knowledge buried right beneath the sprinkles and gumdrops. Places only those with real magical talent can access. And Pep-Butt was fluent in those paths. He studied with teachers who were more shadow than shape. Creatures older than kingdoms, beings who didn't care about candy or crowns, only knowledge, and the cost of gaining it. And I like to think that during all this studying, he still carried himself the same way he does in the show. Polite, soft-spoken, almost cheerful. But behind those polite bows and soft chuckles, there was someone learning how to change reality itself. One of the most curious things about Peppermint Butler's magical education is how practical it all feels to him. Other characters chase magic for glory, for treasure, or out of desperation. But for Pep-Butt, it's just normal. It's like someone picking up knitting or gardening. Oh, this weekend I'll be practicing trans-dimensional blood sigils, and on Monday I'll be preparing PB's lunch meeting. Just part of the weekly routine. But don't let that fool you into thinking it's safe. The spells he was learning were the kinds of spells that could tear holes in the sky. Magic that shouldn't be handled lightly. And yet there he was, handling it like someone folding socks. Calm, precise, efficient. Now here's something I want you to picture. While Peppermint Butler is calmly serving tea by day, imagine that right beneath the floorboards of the royal dining hall, there's a hidden staircase. And that staircase leads down. Down into flickering candlelight, down into whispering halls, down to places where the air hums with forgotten spells, and the stones remember every incantation ever spoken upon them. And that's what makes this story so fascinating. It's not just about power for fun. It's about preparation, about duty. Peppermint Butler wasn't chasing danger. He was getting ready for it. While everyone else was laughing at candy puns and throwing tea parties, Pep-Butt was preparing for the big threats. The ones that don't come with invitations. The ones that creep instead of crash. And still, nobody really noticed. The candy people saw him as that polite little butler. Even P.B., brilliant as she is, didn't always seem to grasp how deep his knowledge really ran. And that's where we'll go next. Into the heart of his forbidden education. The things he learned that maybe, just maybe, should never have been learned at all. There's something strangely beautiful about the way Peppermint Butler balances both his worlds, the sweet and the sinister. The delicate art of folding napkins, and the delicate art of folding space. And yet, no matter how dangerous his magical studies became, he never abandoned his role as a butler. It's almost like the two things went hand in hand for him. Service and sorcery. Imagine him deep underground, standing before a roaring flame of ancient magic, glowing runes flickering around him, and then calmly dusting off his sleeves before returning to the kitchen upstairs to prepare PB's tea. But let's talk more about who taught Peppermint Butler these dangerous arts. We already mentioned Wizard City, but that's just scratching the surface. Peppermint Butler didn't learn his strongest spells from schools. No, he learned them from entities. Do you remember Hunson Abadir, Marceline's father, Lord of the Nightosphere, the embodiment of chaos, hunger, and raw devouring power? Well, Peppermint Butler knows him. Not like you know your neighbor, more like you know a business partner. They've done deals, traded favors. And it's terrifyingly casual. Hey, Hunson, mind tearing open the sky for me real quick? Thanks, buddy. Now ask yourself this. What kind of person casually networks with ancient eldritch beings? The answer is Peppermint Butler. And not only does he know Hunson, he's summoned him. Called him into the world like someone dialing an old friend's number. Summoning the literal Lord of Evil just because, well, he needed to win a magical battle. And after that, tea time. Biscuits, anyone? It's honestly hilarious in the strangest way. This perfect, round little peppermint, dressed in a tidy black suit, is casually breaking open dimensional barriers to invite ancient cosmic terrors over for brunch. And nobody bats an eye because, well, that's just Pep-Butt. But Hunson Abadir wasn't the only teacher. Some of Peppermint Butler's teachers don't even have names. They're being so old, so forgotten, that even the wizards of Ooo don't remember them. We're talking about things that teach in whispers, things that don't speak in words, but in ancient, humming vibrations that settle into your bones. Can you imagine learning spells not from books, but from feelings, from patterns of cold air across your skin, from the way shadows fall differently when you pronounce certain vowels? That's the kind of deep magic Peppermint Butler was chasing. Magic that predates language. Magic that doesn't fit neatly into scrolls or textbooks. And yet, he learned it. Quietly. Patiently. Without anyone really noticing. The scary part? We don't know how far it went. We only see little pieces of it in Adventure Time. Small flashes. Brief hints. It's like glimpsing the edge of a massive iceberg before it disappears beneath the waves again. And here's where it gets even stranger. Peppermint Butler's dealings with death itself. Remember that scene with Death, the skeletal hooded figure who oversees the whole afterlife situation? They know each other, casually, like co-workers. Not enemies, not rivals, just acquaintances. It's like Pep-Butt keeps a running list of all the powerful beings in existence, not out of fear, but because he knows they might come in handy later. There's one moment that always sticks with me. That casual way Pep-Butt says things like, "Oh, I know Death." Not I've met him once, not I studied him from afar, I know him. How many people in the entire multiverse can say that? How many polite candy butlers sip tea while also holding the ancient spells that can tear apart the veil of life and death itself? And yet, through all this, he still chooses to return home. He could easily go full dark sorcerer mode, vanish into the void, start summoning chaos beings just for fun. But he doesn't. He goes back to folding napkins, shining shoes, and preparing meeting rooms. That's what makes Peppermint Butler different from the typical dark wizard story. He's not drunk on power. He's not desperate to rule the universe. He just wants to be ready. Ready to protect his kingdom. Ready to protect PB. Ready to protect his home. It's almost poetic, really. Like the most powerful spell he's ever learned is the spell of patience. And as you're lying here now, listening to this, maybe you can feel that soft comfort, too. That idea that sometimes the strongest people are the ones who don't show it. The ones who sit quietly in the background, smiling gently, carrying the weight of secret knowledge without needing anyone to know. And when things get scary, when ancient doors start creaking open, they'll be there, calm, smiling, ready. Now, one of the most fascinating things about Pep-Butt's magical life is how calculated he is with it. He doesn't waste his spells. He's not dramatic like some of the other wizards we meet in Ooo. No flashy entrances, no cackling while lightning strikes behind him. No, his magic is surgical. Precise, quiet, thoughtful. And that makes it scarier. Think of all the magical beings in Adventure Time who scream, who explode, who wave staffs around. Peppermint Butler doesn't need that. He can casually whisper a spell under his breath that might unlock a prison door in another dimension, and then go refill your teacup like nothing happened. That's what makes him dangerous in a very different way. It's not about raw strength, it's about knowledge. He knows which threads to pull to unravel the whole tapestry. And you know what's wild? Even death listens to him. There's that beautiful, weird moment where Pep-Butt negotiates with death itself, not in fear, but like an old co-worker asking for a favor. It's like, "Hey, could you send this person back to life real quick? Appreciate it. Thanks. No rush." There's this calm confidence in everything Peppermint Butler does. It's the confidence of someone who knows that even though they look harmless, they've already made friends with the shadows you're afraid of. And while we're here, floating gently through this soft story, I want to tell you about one of my favorite Pep-Butt moments. Do you remember when Peppermint Butler summoned a portal to the Nightosphere using his own blood? That's not casual magic. That's forbidden, ancient, slightly terrifying magic. And he did it with this cheerful little smile, like he was about to bake cookies afterward. Blood magic is one of those topics that usually gets thrown around in dark fantasy stories, but Adventure Time, being as brilliant as it is, slipped it into the background of this colorful candy world, with Peppermint Butler standing at the crossroads of both. It's funny, isn't it? You have this adorable peppermint candy, soft-voiced and sweet. And beneath that surface, there's blood sigils, ancient curses, and conversations with eldritch horrors that would make most wizards go pale. But here's the thing I love most about Peppermint Butler's story. Through it all, the dark arts, the forbidden knowledge, the friendships with monsters, he's loyal. That's the part that gets me. All this power, all this dangerous secret knowledge, and where does he put it? Right back into service. Right back into protecting Princess Bubblegum. Right back into defending the Candy Kingdom. He's not in it for personal gain. He's not trying to conquer anything. He's guarding the sweetness of his world with the sharpest, most dangerous tools imaginable. That contrast. A smiling butler, folding napkins with one hand while holding ancient cosmic runes in the other, is kind of beautiful. And honestly, it's kind of comforting. Knowing that someone can walk both worlds, the sweet and the terrifying, and still choose to protect others. Oh, it makes you think about all the quiet people in your own life, doesn't it? The ones who might not be loud, but who carry strength in ways we don't always see. Peppermint Butler is prepared. Prepared for things most of the Candy Kingdom will never even know about. And he doesn't do it for applause. He does it because it's necessary. Because when things go wrong, when dark dimensions start creeping in, or ancient beings wake up, it's not going to be the Candy Kingdom's knights or soldiers standing at the door. It's going to be him. One peppermint candy, bowing politely, ready to unleash spells older than the stars. That's the heart of Pep-But's story. A butler, a dark magician, a protector. All wrapped up in peppermint swirls, hiding the sharpest secrets under the softest smiles. Let's gently unwrap the last layers of this story together. We talked about what Peppermint Butler studied. We've talked about who taught him. But now we need to explore why. Why go this far? Why risk everything exile, corruption, friendships, even his very soul for knowledge most beings wouldn't even dare to approach? The answer is protection. Peppermint Butler wasn't hungry for glory or wealth or fame. He wasn't some twisted villain in disguise scheming for personal gain. No. Pep-But's journey into the shadows was always about being prepared. He knew something that most of the Candy Kingdom didn't. That being sweet, being cute, being cheerful wouldn't save them when the real dangers arrived. Candy people are fragile, soft, happy, yes, but naive. And Pep-But saw further. He knew that beyond the candy walls, beyond the bright skies, there were things waiting. Things that smiled at sweetness because they wanted to consume it. And Peppermint Butler couldn't allow that. So he took it upon himself to learn the kinds of magic that no one else wanted to learn. Not because it was fun, not because it was easy, but because someone had to. There's a weight to that decision. Imagine carrying that burden every day. Folding napkins for royal banquets with the same hands that once traced blood sigils on the floor of forgotten tombs. Bringing PB her afternoon tea while carrying ancient curses locked quietly in the folds of your jacket. He chose to bear that weight for everyone else. It's kind of beautiful, isn't it? Choosing to carry the difficult, terrifying burden so that others don't have to. It's like being the umbrella during a storm. Everyone else stays dry, but you're the one holding steady against the wind. And yet even Peppermint Butler wasn't immune to the risks of what he was doing. There's always a price for forbidden knowledge. We see hints of that during the Poohoy episode and later in Crossover and the Dark Cloud. There are moments where his magic almost consumes him, where the polite butler starts to fade and the dark sorcerer underneath threatens to take over completely. But you know what's powerful? He pulls back, time and time again, even after tasting that much power. Pep-Butt chooses balance. He remembers who he is. He doesn't run away from the darkness, but he doesn't let it devour him either. That's a rare thing in stories about magic. Usually, characters who dip into forbidden powers either fall completely or stay naive. Peppermint Butler walks right down the center. A delicate balance between the polite servant and the terrifying sorcerer who could probably tear open reality if he really wanted to. It's such a powerful lesson in a way, that you can face darkness without becoming it. That you can learn about the harsh, dangerous parts of life and still stay soft where it matters. Still stay good. By the time we see Peppermint Butler fully leaning into his magical life, we realize he's not just a butler anymore. He's a guardian. And not just for PB or for the Candy Kingdom, but for Ooo itself. For the fabric of reality. For everyone. And even though he doesn't wear armor or carry a sword, he's one of the most powerful protectors in the entire show. A peppermint candy. With the weight of cosmic secrets behind his smile. So, as you lay here now, maybe half asleep or maybe just floating peacefully in that calm bedtime space, remember this about Peppermint Butler's journey. It's not about fear. It's about preparation. It's about love expressed in the most unusual way. Because sometimes the sweetest smiles hide the strongest warriors. And sometimes the smallest candies hold the biggest secrets. Let's gently wander further into Peppermint Butler's strange, secret world, because now we're stepping beyond the world of the living. That's right. Tonight, we're going to talk about death. Not in a scary way, don't worry, but in that Adventure Time kind of way, where death is strange, awkward, sometimes funny, and always, always mysterious. And Peppermint Butler, he's been dealing with death like it's just another appointment on his schedule. It's one of the wildest, quietest parts of his story. You see, while other characters in Adventure Time might fear the unknown, Peppermint Butler knows the unknown on a first-name basis. Literally. Let's go back to that amazing moment in the episode Death in Bloom. Finn and Jake accidentally kill Princess Bubblegum's prized plant, and Peppermint Butler calmly tells them, "Oh, you'll have to go to the land of the dead to get her back. I'll summon death for you." Like it's no big deal. Like asking someone to pass the salt at dinner. And then he does it. Right there. In that quiet room surrounded by pink walls and candy decor, Pep-Butt traces a glowing summoning sigil, opens a swirling black portal, and literally calls the Grim Reaper into the Candy Kingdom. Just casually. "Hey, Death, it's me, Peppermint Butler. Need a favor." Let's pause for a second. That's huge. Think about how often in fantasy stories you see the Grim Reaper, or death itself, treated like this unknowable, terrifying force. But here, death just shows up like a slightly annoyed coworker. "Yeah, what do you want?" And Peppermint Butler just smiles that little peppermint smile, bowing politely as if he's asking someone to make room at the tea table. But here's what makes it fascinating. The relationship. This isn't the first time they've spoken. It's not even the first favor between them. Peppermint Butler knows death on personal terms. It's not master of the underworld to him, it's just death. Can you imagine being so deep into the magical underworld that the literal personification of mortality knows your name? It's both hilarious and deeply unsettling in the best Adventure Time way. But Peppermint Butler isn't reckless with these powers. He never seems to summon death just for fun. It's always purposeful. And beneath the casual smiles and teacup gestures, You can feel the weight of it. It's like Pep-Butt understands that life and death are not two opposing forces. They're two partners. Two sides of the same coin, constantly flipping, constantly turning. That's part of why Peppermint Butler's character works so well in Adventure Time. The show itself is all about contradictions, colorful on the outside, deep and strange underneath. And Pep-Butt embodies that perfectly. Candy and curses, laughter and death, sweetness and secrets. And then there's the part that really gives me chills, in that good bedtime story kind of way. Peppermint Butler wins against death. Do you remember that? He sets up the deal for Finn and Jake, but he's not afraid of death's power. He negotiates, he plays the game. He's clever about it, thoughtful, careful, and it works. And that's the thing about Peppermint Butler. He doesn't fight his enemies in the usual way. He outsmarts them. He uses wit instead of war, tea instead of swords. It's like he understands that brute strength might win a battle, but cleverness can change fate itself. And honestly, isn't that such a lovely, gentle reminder before bed? That sometimes life's biggest challenges aren't beaten by shouting or fighting. Sometimes they're handled with calm words, a steady mind, and a polite smile. So here's Peppermint Butler, calmly chatting with death like old colleagues, carefully arranging deals, not for his own sake, but for others. For Princess Bubblegum, for the Candy Kingdom, for Finn and Jake. It's that quiet kind of bravery. Not loud, not showy, but steady, thoughtful, and so much stronger than it looks at first glance. All right, let's keep floating with this story soon. Because while Peppermint Butler knows death, there's something even bigger out there. Something older. And Pep-Butt's magic reaches even further than you might think. The real mystery of Peppermint Butler isn't just that he knows death, it's that he knows things most characters in Adventure Time don't even have words for. Think about it. When Pep-Butt talks to death, it's not like some scared mortal begging for favors. It's familiar. They have a relationship, almost like two magicians at the edge of a very strange chessboard. And death doesn't seem surprised by him, as if they've been circling each other for a long time. But Peppermint Butler's power doesn't stop at knowing death. No. It goes beyond that. Because Peppermint Butler is connected to forces that make death seem like middle management. Let's talk about the Nightosphere. Yes, the swirling, chaotic dimension of pure madness and darkness, ruled by Hunson Abadir, Marceline's terrifying father. Now, most beings would do anything to avoid the Nightosphere. It's not just scary, it's cosmic horror wrapped in black fog and screaming portals. But Peppermint Butler? He opens a gateway to it with a ritual of his own blood. Not once and multiple times. Do you remember that quick scene in The Suitor when he's performing forbidden rituals under the Candy Kingdom? It's like this tiny glimpse into how far Pep-Butt's magical studies go. He's not just dealing with death, he's dealing with what comes after. Or maybe what was before. It makes you wonder, doesn't it? What else does Peppermint Butler know that he's not telling anyone? What other beings or dimensions might owe him favors, or worse? What ancient entities might whisper his name while they sleep beneath reality itself? And yet, with all of that swirling around him, with all that potential for chaos, Pep-Butt keeps it together. He stays kind, polite, cheerful. He brings Princess Bubblegum tea with that same soft smile, like he didn't just finish tracing forbidden sigils on the castle floor moments before. It's almost like Peppermint Butler represents this strange, beautiful idea. That even when you know terrifying things, even when you walked in dark places, you can still choose to live with grace. You can still serve. You can still protect. And let's not forget, Peppermint Butler doesn't do this for power. He doesn't want to rule. He doesn't want to replace death. He's not hunting for thrones or riches or cosmic recognition. He just wants to make sure that the people he cares about, Princess Bubblegum, the Candy Kingdom, even Finn and Jake, stay safe. Even if they never know how close they came to disaster. Even if they never see the danger slithering beneath the surface. Even if they never realize how often Pep-Butt stood alone in the dark, whispering spells that held the universe together just a little bit longer. That's what makes him different from other sorcerers. He's not hungry for more. He's prepared for worse. And it makes me think, sometimes the strongest people in your life might not be the ones standing at the front of the room giving speeches or showing off. Sometimes they're the ones in the corner folding napkins with steady hands, quietly ready to fight for you if the need ever comes. Steady, quiet strength. So while Peppermint Butler might be making deals with death and calling on powers from beyond the veil of ordinary life, his heart is steady, his smile is gentle, and his loyalty unbreakable. So far, we've talked about Peppermint Butler summoning death, forming strange alliances and performing quiet, powerful rituals beneath the surface of the Candy Kingdom. But now, let's move into the consequences. Because here's the thing, magic like that. Playing with the balance between life and death, that doesn't come free. There's always a price. The more you look into Peppermint Butler's life, the more you realize he's not untouched by the dark powers he commands. Even though he smiles politely and sips tea with delicate hands, the weight of what he knows presses down on him. And eventually, that weight leaves scars. We first get a real glimpse of that in Nemesis, remember? That's the episode where Peacemaster, another magic user, comes to the Candy Kingdom determined to destroy the evil lurking within its walls. And who's he after? Not Princess Bubblegum. Not Finn. Not even the villainous creatures of Ooo. No, he's after Peppermint Butler. Because Peppermint Butler radiates dark magic. Even though Pep-Bud is cheerful, friendly, and loyal, the magical community knows there's something unnatural about him now. He's gone too far into the forbidden. And yet, even in that confrontation, Peppermint Butler isn't angry. He doesn't lash out or lose control. What does he do? He outsmarts Peacemaster. He traps him in his own spells, proving once again that wit beats brute force every single time. But that moment shows us something more important. Peppermint Butler's secret life isn't invisible anymore. People are starting to notice. And that's dangerous even for someone as careful as him. There's another layer to this too, not just how others view Peppermint Butler, but how he views himself. Think about how exhausting it must be, always walking that thin line. Every smile hiding knowledge of curses, every polite gesture layered with the weight of ancient secrets. Imagine carrying that burden day after day, knowing that one wrong word or one misstep could unleash horrors that most of your friends can't even imagine. That's lonely. Even surrounded by candy people and cheerful banquets, Peppermint Butler is alone in what he knows. And here's the beautiful, heartbreaking part. He chooses that loneliness. For them. For all of them. He willingly carries that solitude because someone has to. It's almost like he's the ultimate protector. standing guard over a world too sweet, too innocent, to defend itself. He's the last line between the ordinary joys of the Candy Kingdom and the dark, swirling forces on the other side of the veil. But, like any protector who works in the shadows, he gets misunderstood, judged, even hunted. And still, Pep-Butt keeps going, calm, focused, steady. It reminds me of that gentle idea we talk about sometimes, that real strength doesn't have to be loud. It doesn't have to be about glowing swords or fiery battles. Sometimes, the strongest thing you can do is carry something heavy without complaining. To hold the door open for others, even if it means you stand in the storm alone. That's Peppermint Butler, the cheerful servant, the terrifying magician, the unsung protector. It's this beautiful contradiction that makes his character so perfect for bedtime stories. Soft and dark at the same time, comfortable and mysterious, simple on the surface, yet carrying oceans of secrets beneath. And yet, with all this knowledge, all these risks, all these ancient, whispered names echoing in his ears, Peppermint Butler remains, at his heart, loyal, always returning to that teapot, always bowing gently when Princess Bubblegum enters the room, always smiling with that peppermint grin. It's such a beautiful thought to carry with us as we float through sleep, that you can know the hardest, scariest truths and still choose kindness, still choose service, still choose love. All right, sleepyhead, let's gently bring this chapter to its close together. You're doing beautifully. Let's softly float through the rest of this part of Peppermint Butler's story, nice and easy. Because as powerful, as clever, and as polite as Peppermint Butler is, even he can't keep the darkness at bay forever. Eventually, the risks he's been carrying, the rituals, the secrets, the friendships with death and beyond, they all start to catch up with him. That's what leads us to one of the strangest, most unexpected twists in Peppermint Butler's life, his rebirth. Do you remember Come Along With Me, the grand finale of Adventure Time? The great gum war is raging. Chaos is unfolding across Ooo, and who's there in the Candy Kingdom's council? Peppermint Butler, still calm, still loyal, still quietly helping Princess Bubblegum navigate disaster. But after the war, after the giant explosion of gum and chaos and weirdness, something odd happens. Peppermint Butler is reborn. That's where Wizard City comes in. In that spin-off, we meet a new Peppermint Butler, a younger version. No longer the confident, powerful dark wizard we knew, but a child again. And yet, something lingers inside him. Something ancient. Something that remembers. It's like his story comes full circle. From servant to sorcerer to student. Learning magic again from scratch in Wizard City, surrounded by teachers and classmates who have no idea who he used to be. And honestly, that's one of the most beautiful parts of his story. Because what does Peppermint Butler do with this second chance? Does he go after power again? Does he try to take over the magical world, now that he's free from responsibility? No. He studies. He learns. He starts over. It's as if all the pain, all the burdens of his secret life have given him something precious, the humility to begin again. Not chasing power, but chasing understanding. Not for revenge, not for glory, just because he loves the craft. And sure, the old magic is still in there. He still remembers things he shouldn't, knows ancient spells his teachers can't even comprehend. But instead of using that knowledge recklessly, Pep-Butt walks a careful, thoughtful path. It's growth. Real, quiet, beautiful growth. Isn't that such a comforting idea to take with you as you drift toward sleep? That no matter how much darkness you've seen, no matter how many mistakes or strange paths you've wandered down, there's always room to begin again, to start fresh, to be both the student and the master all at once. That's Peppermint Butler, the sweet servant with terrifying powers, the master sorcerer with a gentle heart, the ancient wizard who's still willing to go back to class and raise his hand with a shy smile. I love that, don't you? It makes the world of Adventure Time feel even bigger, even warmer, full of strange dangers, but also full of second chances. So here we are, sleepy friend. We've wandered through Peppermint Butler's strange friendships with death. We've peeked into the hidden consequences of those dark rituals. And we've watched as Pep-Butt gracefully accepts the wildest adventure of all, starting over. And through it all, he stays loyal, steady, kind. A servant of tea, a master of curses, and a soft, peppermint smile walking between worlds. All right. Take a slow, deep breath for me. Let it out gently. You're doing so well. We're going to keep drifting through this sweet, strange tale together soon. In the next part of this sleepy journey, we'll uncover even deeper secrets. Because not everything Peppermint Butler's done has been revealed. What else is lurking in his past? What other bargains were struck under the moonlight, with candles flickering and ancient words spoken beneath his breath? Don't worry. We'll get there soon together. We've been walking alongside Peppermint Butler through deals with death, strange bargains, and quiet moments of loyalty. But now, we're going to open a door to something even stranger, something deeper. Let's drift softly into the shadows of the Nightosphere. Now, you might remember the Nightosphere from some of the wildest, weirdest episodes of Adventure Time. It's this swirling dimension of pure chaos, like nightmares dipped in syrup, stretching endlessly into dark clouds and twisting stairways. And who rules the Nightosphere? None other than Hunson Abadir, the cosmic, terrifying father of Marceline, the vampire queen. Hunson is one of those beings in Adventure Time who's not just scary, he's ancient. Older than kingdoms, older than empires. He's a being of hunger, consuming souls, devouring life, existing almost like a black hole in the shape of a being. And here's the question that brings us back to Peppermint Butler. What on Ooo is a polite little candy butler doing making connections to something like that? Well, Pep-Butt doesn't just know about the Nightosphere. He's opened doors to it, willingly. One of the clearest glimpses we get of this comes in The Suitor. In that episode, Peppermint Butler performs a dark ritual right underneath the Candy Kingdom. Understand yet? Others wonder if Peppermint Butler owes the Nightosphere something a favor, a bargain made long ago. Or maybe he just likes the access. Because here's the truth. Magic, especially forbidden magic, is tempting. The more you know, the more you want to know. And the Nightosphere? It's basically the biggest, darkest, weirdest library of forbidden knowledge you could imagine. It's like if you mixed the universe's worst horror stories with a spell book written by someone who really liked chaos for breakfast. And Pep-Butt, being the curious candy that he is, couldn't resist. But here's the thing I love most about all this. Even though Peppermint Butler is opening doors to cosmic chaos, he never lets it consume him. He stays polite, controlled, methodical. It's like he's standing at the edge of a hurricane, calmly sipping tea while storms rage around him. A butler at the edge of the abyss. Isn't that a strange, wonderful image? A soft peppermint candy, with one hand holding a silver tray, and the other hand tracing glowing runes into ancient stone. Softness and danger, all wrapped into one. And yet this connection to the Nightosphere isn't just a curiosity, it's dangerous. Because opening doors to realms like that means things can slip through. Things that don't care about the Candy Kingdom, or friendship, or cozy bedtime stories. Things that only want chaos. And Peppermint Butler, he knows that risk. But he does it anyway. Why? Because he's playing a long game. He's always 10 steps ahead. Protecting Princess Bubblegum, protecting Ooo, protecting the entire balance of things. It makes you wonder. What else does Peppermint Butler have hidden behind polite smiles and cheerful tea trays? All right, sleepy friend. We've only just cracked open this particular door. The Nightosphere has more secrets. And Peppermint Butler's connections to it go way deeper than just one summoning. So, why does Peppermint Butler need these connections to the Nightosphere? What's the point of risking it all, his reputation, his safety, his soul, just for a few spells whispered in a demonic tongue? Some fans believe it's because Pep-Butt isn't just protecting the Candy Kingdom from outside forces. He's protecting it from within. Think about it. The Candy Kingdom, for all its cheerful colors and smiling faces, has a dark undercurrent. Princess Bubblegum, as brilliant and kind as she often seems, has a habit of playing God, creating life forms, controlling entire societies, engineering people like they're ingredients in a recipe. It's all very sweet on the outside, but underneath, it's complicated, morally gray. Maybe Peppermint Butler knows that better than anyone. Maybe he understands that to protect a kingdom, ruled by science gone wild, you need the opposite force on your side. Ancient magic, dark power, knowledge that doesn't play by the rules of chemistry or biology. And the Nightosphere? That's pure chaos. The perfect counterbalance to Princess Bubblegum's careful logical order. It's almost poetic when you think about it. Bubblegum works with formulas and control. Peppermint Butler works with the wild, untamed forces of ancient magic. Together, they keep the Candy Kingdom standing not because they're alike, but because they're opposites, working in uneasy harmony. That brings us back to the rituals. When Peppermint Butler draws those sigils and opens those swirling gateways beneath the castle, he's not doing it because he's power-hungry. He's maintaining balance. He's the silent hand making sure that if things ever spiral too far in either direction, too much order or too much chaos, there's a way to pull it back again. But here's the delicate part. Playing with forces like the Nightosphere means you're always on the edge of disaster. One wrong word, one incorrect line in a summoning circle, one ancient demon who decides they don't feel like following the rules today, and the whole system could collapse. Peppermint Butler knows this, and yet he keeps going. Not because he's reckless, but because he's brave. Not the loud, sword-wielding kind of bravery. The quiet kind. The kind where you carry the heavy burdens so others don't have to. And isn't that such a gentle lesson to tuck into your thoughts as you drift toward sleep tonight? That real strength isn't always about being loud or being seen. Sometimes it's about doing the hard things alone in the dark, for people who will never even know you saved them. That's Peppermint Butler's way. And yet the more you sit with this, the more you realize just how isolated that makes him. No one thanks Pep-Butt for his summoning circles. No candy citizen throws parades for the creepy rituals he performs under the full moon. To them, he's just the butler, the background character, invisible, overlook. But to us, to you and me, drifting through this story together, we know better. We know that behind that tiny peppermint swirl is a mind sharpened by countless nights of study, ancient bargains, and quiet determination. We know that underneath that polite bow is a warrior of balance, standing at the edge of the abyss with steady hands. It's strange, isn't it? That the one who serves tea and folds napkins might also be the one holding the very fabric of reality together. It's almost comforting in a funny way, that someone so small, so sweet, so seemingly ordinary, can carry such extraordinary weight. And still, there's more to learn. More mysteries hiding between Peppermint Butler and the Nightosphere. What other beings has he spoken to? What prices has he paid? What parts of himself has he quietly given away, with no one around to notice? We've talked about Pep-But's careful balancing act with the Nightosphere, that delicate dance between order and chaos. But what's even more curious is how personal some of these connections might be. See, there's this interesting thread the fans have picked at for years, Peppermint Butler's relationship with Hunson Abadir himself. It's subtle, but it's there. Remember that weird little moment in Death in Bloom, when Pep-But casually opens a portal to the land of the dead and calls in a favor from death? That tells you everything about how far his connections go. But the Nightosphere is a different league altogether. In the episode Nemesis, Peppermint Butler's darker side comes into focus when Peacemaster, a self-appointed destroyer of dark magic, targets him. Peacemaster knows. He senses that Pep-But's dabbling in something unnatural. But what really makes that episode stick is that Peppermint Butler doesn't deny it. He leans into it. He knows he's not some innocent little candy. He knows he's playing with forces that would terrify the other citizens of the Candy Kingdom. But it's almost like he's accepted that this is his role to play. No apologies, no excuses, just silent, steady responsibility. And if you think about it, Hunson Abadir himself is a father. A powerful being from a realm of chaos, yes, but also a figure with family ties to someone as deeply emotional and complicated as Marceline. Could that be why Peppermint Butler maintains those ties to the Nightosphere? Not just for power, but for understanding. Because deep down, Pep-But seems to know something. You can't fight darkness by pretending it doesn't exist. You fight darkness by understanding it, learning its shape, its language, its weight, knowing how to speak to it calmly without fear. And maybe, just maybe, that's why he studies, why he summons, why he listens. Not to embrace chaos, but to keep it at arm's length, tamed, familiar. It's like keeping a dragon in your basement dangerous, yes, but also a kind of protection if you know how to feed it properly. That's Peppermint Butler's relationship to the Nightosphere. Not wild, reckless power, not villainy, control. Control born of study, caution, and deep respect for the things that most people would run away from screaming. But even with all his caution, there's risk. Because when you build relationships with entities like Hunson, Abadir, or other Nightosphere creatures, they expect things in return. Favors, sacrifices, loyalty. It makes you wonder, doesn't it? What has Peppermint Butler given up in exchange for this knowledge? What parts of himself did he trade away in those long-forgotten bargains? A piece of his soul? A promise whispered under candlelight in a language no one speaks anymore. Maybe that's why Pep-But always looks slightly tired behind that peppermint smile. Why his politeness sometimes feels like it's hiding exhaustion, not physical tiredness. but the kind of weariness that comes from carrying secrets for too long. The kind of tiredness that isn't fixed by sleep, only by understanding. And yet, even though we don't know the full price Peppermint Butler has paid, one thing's clear. He's willing to carry that burden alone. No grand speeches, no drama. Just silent sacrifice beneath the polished shoes of a royal butler. It's kind of beautiful, isn't it? The idea that someone small, quiet, overlooked, could be the one standing between sweet, cheerful order and cosmic chaos, holding the balance steady with one steady hand. And here's another strange twist. Peppermint Butler doesn't fear the Nightosphere. Where others see terror, he sees potential. Potential for growth. Potential for balance. Potential for protecting those he cares about, even if they'll never fully understand how much he's done for them. All right, sleepy friend. Let's keep floating with this thought. That even in the darkest places there are those who walk carefully, kindly, choosing knowledge over fear. So far, we've talked about the why of Peppermint Butler's connection to the Nightosphere, his careful balance between chaos and control, his silent sacrifices, his possible debts. But now, let's take a step back and think about the impact of those choices. Because when you invite chaos into your life even carefully, even with respect, it changes you. We see little glimpses of that in Peppermint Butler's behavior. Remember how, in Nemesis, when Peacemaster confronts him, Pep-Butt doesn't panic. He doesn't argue. He smiles. That soft, knowing smile like someone who's been playing this game far longer than anyone realizes. And when Peacemaster tries to attack him with light magic, Peppermint Butler doesn't fight with fists or spells. Instead, he uses strategy. He turns Peacemaster's own family, his own children, against him, corrupting them with dark magic. Isn't that chilling? A polite, candy butler standing there calmly while a man's life falls apart right in front of him. And yet, at the very end, Peppermint Butler gives them back. He returns Peacemaster's children unharmed, as if to say, I could have destroyed you, but I didn't, because I chose not to. That's the line Peppermint Butler walks. Power with restraint, darkness with mercy, chaos with control. He's not afraid of darkness, but he refuses to become it. And maybe that's why he fits so strangely, yet so perfectly, in the world of Adventure Time. He's not like Finn, who fights with swords and bravery. He's not like Bubblegum, who builds with science and order. He's something else. The one who knows what happens when the cheerful world they've built starts to fray at the edges. And the one who's willing to quietly, silently do what's necessary to hold it together. Think about it like this. While everyone else is out there saving kingdoms and battling monsters, Peppermint Butler is working behind the scenes, stitching reality back together with ancient thread, worn thin by centuries of forbidden knowledge. No glory, no credit, just the endless, exhausting work of keeping the darkness in check. It makes you wonder, does Princess Bubblegum know how deep Peppermint Butler's ties go? Does she choose to look the other way? Or does she trust him so completely that she doesn't need to ask? Maybe that's part of their relationship's strength. They're both willing to carry the weight the other doesn't want to touch. Bubblegum handles the bright, scientific progress. Peppermint Butler handles the shadows crawling underneath it all. A strange partnership, but one that works. And here's one last soft thought to take with you as you drift deeper into your dreams tonight. What if Peppermint Butler likes being underestimated? What if he enjoys that no one suspects the sweet little butler of having the most dangerous connections in the entire multiverse? Maybe that's his greatest trick of all, hiding unimaginable strength beneath polite smiles and tea trays. It's a reminder that sometimes the quietest person in the room is the one holding up the whole world behind the scenes. That real strength doesn't need to be loud. Real strength can be soft. All right, we'll let the Nightosphere close its swirling, shadowy doors for now. But don't worry, Peppermint Butler's story is far from over. There are still more secrets, more adventures, more soft mysteries waiting ahead. Let's drift gently into the next chapter of Peppermint Butler's story, one of my favorite parts. This one's about change, about starting over, about second chances even when you've carried shadows for what feels like forever. Let's begin with a soft breath, in and out. And now we're back, floating in the soft glow of memory and mystery. Now, if you followed Adventure Time all the way to its later seasons and the Distant Land specials, you'll know that Peppermint Butler's story doesn't end with him being a shadowy butler performing secret rituals in castle basements. No, it actually takes a really unexpected turn. Because sometimes, even those who carry the darkest burdens get a strange, wild chance to start over. And that's exactly what happens to Peppermint Butler. After the events of Come Along With Me, the Candy Kingdom goes through a massive change. It basically gets destroyed and reshaped into something new. And with that change comes a wild little twist. Peppermint Butler gets reborn. Not metaphorically, I mean literally. He's turned into a child again. Not just small in stature, but in mind, too. The old, dark, secretive Peppermint Butler. Gone. What we're left with is baby Peppermint Butler. No forbidden knowledge, no haunting debts. Just a cute, nervous candy kid with a swirl on his head and an awkward smile. It's weird, right? Seeing someone who once held the fate of kingdoms in his hands suddenly struggling to make friends and pass simple wizard school classes. It's like watching a mighty oak tree turn into a sapling again. All that strength, all that history gone, or at least hidden for now. But here's the beautiful part. This rebirth isn't just some cosmic joke. It's a chance. A rare, almost magical opportunity for Peppermint Butler to start fresh. To choose what kind of person he wants to become this time around. And that's exactly what Wizard City, one of the Distant Land specials, explores. We see this younger version of Pep-Butt, often called Pep by his classmates, trying to find his place in a world where nobody remembers his old secrets, his old power, or his dark connections. He's just another awkward student at wizard school, fumbling spells, getting picked on, and honestly, feeling a little lost. It's kind of sweet, isn't it? The thought that even the people who seem the most confident, the most mysterious, the most powerful, might secretly be just as unsure of themselves as anyone else. And here, Peppermint Butler isn't the terrifying secret magician behind the throne. He's just a kid who wants to be good at something. He wants to make friends. He wants to find out who he really is without all the shadows trailing behind him. But of course, life isn't that simple. Because deep inside Pep, even though he doesn't remember it yet, that old, powerful, dark Peppermint Butler still exists. It's like a ghost, a whisper, a shadow moving behind his soft candy eyes. And sooner or later, that old self starts pushing its way back to the surface. That's what makes Wizard City so compelling. It's not just about wizard school hijinks. It's about identity. About whether people can truly change or if we're always going to be dragged backward by who we used to be. And for Peppermint Butler, that question is heavy. Because the version of himself that's trying to break free isn't just awkward or angry, it's dangerous. That old Peppermint Butler was willing to make dark deals, summon terrifying beings, and bend the world to his will for the greater good. Is that who Pep really is underneath the nervous smile? Or is there a new Peppermint Butler trying to be born, one who can keep the strength of his old life without falling into the shadows again? It's a soft kind of heartbreak, watching Pep wrestle with this. Because haven't we all felt that before in one way or another? That tug of war between who we were and who we wanted to be. So here we are with Pep, that awkward little peppermint swirl with big eyes and even bigger expectations weighing on his tiny candy shoulders. And the thing is, he doesn't even fully know why. Why he feels that tension deep down. Why he sometimes catches himself doing something clever or magical without knowing how he knows it. It's like muscle memory from another lifetime. And as Wizard City unfolds, you can feel that tug of war growing stronger. Other characters start whispering. Hints of the old Peppermint Butler start surfacing. And Pep's sweet, nervous Pep begins to realize that there's something inside him that's not entirely his own. It's him, and not him. A double life unfolding again, but this time within the same body. Now here's where it gets beautifully complicated. See, when we think about redemption stories, we often imagine clean slates, fresh starts. But for Peppermint Butler, redemption doesn't mean forgetting who he used to be. It means facing it. Looking his old self in the eye and deciding, what parts of you do I want to keep? And what parts do I need to let go? That's exactly what happens when Pep finally confronts the shade of his former self in Wizard City. It's haunting. Like coming face to face with the choices you made long ago, the ones you regret, the ones you still don't understand, and the ones you might secretly miss. And in that moment, Peppermint Butler doesn't run. He doesn't deny that dark version of himself. He owns it. He steps forward and embraces his past, not as something to erase, but as something to integrate. It's not about becoming someone else entirely. It's about becoming someone whole. Think about how powerful that is. It's not just a battle of magic, it's a battle of identity. Can you take your mistakes, your missteps, your shadows, and still choose to be good? Can you acknowledge everything broken and still move forward? For Peppermint Butler, the answer is yes. But it's not easy. And that's what makes his story resonate so deeply. Because real redemption isn't flashy. It's not fireworks and applause. It's quiet. It's hard. It's the long, slow process of choosing kindness. Again and again and again. Even when the darker choice would be easier. By the time we reach the end of Wizard City, Pep isn't just that awkward candy kid anymore. He's something more. He's a fusion, old and new, dark and light, mistake and hope, all tangled up together like swirling peppermint stripes. Not perfect, not flawless, but real. And here's something I love about that ending. There's no grand announcement that Peppermint Butler has won or lost. There's just this quiet acceptance of who he is. It's like standing at the edge of a forest. The journey isn't over. But you finally stopped running from your own reflection. And you know, that feels right. Because isn't that what life really is? Not about perfection. Not about erasing your past. But about standing in the middle of your story, shadows and all, and saying, this is me. I'm still here. And I'm still trying. Now, one of the most interesting parts of Wizard City is how Peppermint Butler's struggle with identity mirrors something much bigger in Adventure Time itself. Because Ooo, as a world, is constantly shifting between chaos and order, between destruction and renewal. First there was the Mushroom War, turning the planet into something new. Then kingdoms rise, fall, get rebuilt. Characters grow up, fall apart, come back together. It's a constant, endless cycle of breaking and beginning again. And Peppermint Butler's personal story? It fits perfectly inside that cycle. He's not an outsider to this pattern. He is that pattern in candy form. What makes Pep's story special is that it asks one of the softest, hardest questions of all. If you got the chance to start over, but with the weight of your mistake still inside you, would you take it? Would you risk remembering the darkness, just for the hope of making something good out of it this time around? For Pep, the answer seems to be yes. Even when his old self creeps back, even when the dark whispers from his past call to him like familiar friends, Pep chooses to push forward as his new self. But here's something gentle to think about. Does redemption mean changing who you are? Or does it mean understanding who you've always been? That's what Peppermint Butler seems to be figuring out in Wizard City. Not erasing his past. Not pretending to be a different person. But instead saying, I've made mistakes. I've done things I don't fully understand. But I'm still me, and I can still choose to do better. It's not clean. It's not simple. And it's definitely not the kind of magical rebirth story where everything is suddenly perfect. It's messy, like life usually is. And that's what makes it feel true. Even Princess Bubblegum, the person who once trusted Peppermint Butler with the hidden foundations of her entire kingdom, doesn't step in to fix him. She lets him work it out on his own. And that's beautiful too. Because sometimes the best thing the people around us can do is let us grow. Let us stumble. Let us find our own way forward, even if they could make it easier. It's a reminder that growth isn't something anyone can do for you. It has to come from the inside. Even if you're a polite candy butler with a swirling peppermint head. And you know, watching Peppermint Butler in Wizard City, I found myself thinking about how strange and lovely it is that someone who once dabbled in the darkest forces in the multiverse is now standing awkwardly in wizard school robes trying to get a spell right. It's like seeing a powerful ancient dragon reincarnated as a confused little caterpillar. But that's what makes the story special. Because it shows us that no one is ever just their past. We can all begin again, even if we still carry echoes of who we used to be. We're almost at the edge of this particular part of Peppermint Butler's journey. And here's where things get really special. See, by the end of Wizard City, Peppermint Butler does something that not everyone can do when faced with their darker selves. He doesn't destroy his old identity. He doesn't banish it forever or pretend it never happened. He embraces it, but not in a way that means he's giving in to it. It's more like finally shaking hands with your shadow. Finally saying, all right, you're part of me, but you don't have to control me anymore. And isn't that one of the bravest things a person or a peppermint candy can do? Think about it for a moment. How often do we run from the parts of ourselves we don't like? The mistakes we've made. The choices we wish we could take back. The versions of ourselves we hope nobody ever remembers. But Peppermint Butler shows us something different. You can face that older version of you. You can look that mistake in the eye, breathe softly, and say, I see you, I know you, and I'm still going to choose to grow. It's not about erasure. It's about integration. The old Peppermint Butler, full of secrets and shadows, doesn't disappear. But Pep the younger, kinder, awkward student version now understands that he can carry that history without letting it define who he is now. And that is where the idea of redemption really shines. It's not about pretending your past didn't happen. It's about deciding what comes next. It's about realizing that even if you've stood in dark places before, you don't have to live there anymore. The ending of Wizard City doesn't scream victory. It whispers it. Quiet strength. Quiet hope. A slow, steady kind of magic. And Peppermint Butler walks forward not as a spotless hero, but as someone beautifully whole. Not flawless, not fixed, but complete. A swirl of light and dark, sweetness and shadow all spiral together in that little peppermint body. And honestly, doesn't that feel more true than any perfect fairy tale ending ever could? So when you think about Peppermint Butler's story, remember this gentle thought. You don't have to be perfect to move forward. You don't have to erase who you were to become who you want to be. You can carry your whole story with you, mistakes and victories, missteps and triumphs, and still choose to keep walking toward the light. It's not always easy, but it's always worth it. Now we arrive at a quiet place, a resting spot where we can sit for a moment and just wonder together. Because after everything we've seen, all the secret magic, the betrayals, the hidden deals, the messy rebirth, one question still lingers softly in the air like mist curling around candy trees. Was Peppermint Butler ever truly good? It's a big question, and not the kind you can answer with a simple yes or no. In fact, that's what makes it such a perfect question for a bedtime story like this. Because real life, isn't clean or simple or easy to label, and neither is Peppermint Butler. Let's start by thinking about what good even means. Does being good mean always following the rules? Always being polite? Never making mistakes? If that's the definition. Well, Peppermint Butler fails spectacularly. He's loyal, yes, fiercely so. But he's not afraid to break rules, bend moral lines, or even summon terrifying beings if it means protecting Princess Bubblegum or defending the Candy Kingdom. He's made alliances with death. He's summoned demons from other dimensions. He's worked behind PB's back more than once, always with that polite little smile on his peppermint face. So, if being good means being squeaky clean, nope, that's not Peppermint Butler. But maybe, just maybe, that's not what goodness really is. Let's drift back to something we've seen over and over in Adventure Time. The idea that morality is messy. Heroes make mistakes. Villains sometimes have beautiful, broken reasons for doing what they do. Even someone as purely sweet as Princess Bubblegum has her moments of cold calculation. Peppermint Butler fits right into that beautifully tangled web. He's not good in the fairy tale sense. He's good in the complicated sense. The kind of good that isn't always pretty on the outside, but often comes from a place of loyalty, love, and desperate need to protect the people you care about. In fact, I think that's why Peppermint Butler scares some of the characters in Ooo, because he's polite on the outside, but terrifying underneath. That contrast makes people uncomfortable. It's like holding a perfectly wrapped piece of candy and realizing it might have something sharp hidden inside. But you know what? That's what makes Peppermint Butler feel real. Because most of us, in one way or another, have parts of ourselves that don't match perfectly. We're soft in some ways, sharp in others. We try to be kind, but sometimes we stumble. We want to protect the people we love, even if that means making hard choices no one else understands. That's Peppermint Butler in a peppermint shell. A swirl of sweetness and danger, loyalty and secrecy, light and shadow, and maybe that's what real goodness actually looks like. Not perfection, not constant politeness, but trying again and again to do what feels right, even when it's complicated, even when it's hard, even when nobody else understands why you're doing it. And isn't that kind of beautiful? The more you think about it, the more Peppermint Butler's story starts to feel like a reflection of Adventure Time itself. Because that's what Adventure Time has always been about. Taking big, complicated ideas and wrapping them in bright colors, candy people, silly jokes, and soft moments of sadness. Good and evil? It's never that clear. Think about Marceline and her 1,000-year-old pain. Think about the Ice King and the heartbreaking tragedy behind that silly crown. Think about Princess Bubblegum, building her kingdom with kindness and cold science. Peppermint Butler fits right in with that pattern. He's sweet, he's terrifying, he's funny, he's unsettling. He's all of it at once. And honestly, isn't that how most of us feel sometimes? We're taught that we should be either good or bad. But in reality, we're all just mixtures. Sometimes brave, sometimes scared, sometimes generous, sometimes selfish, sometimes strong, sometimes breaking quietly under the surface. That's why Peppermint Butler's story stays with you. Because it's real in a soft, sneaky way. Let's take a quiet moment to think about his loyalty to Princess Bubblegum. It wasn't just the loyalty of a servant doing his duty. It was devotion. Even when Peebee's plans got dangerous, even when she made cold choices, Peppermint Butler stood beside her. Was that loyalty good? Was it selfish? Was it noble? Maybe it was all of those things twisted together in that little peppermint swirl of his. But here's where the heart of the question really lies. Peppermint Butler's actions were often dark, but they weren't for personal gain. He didn't summon death because he wanted more power. He didn't study dark magic just to impress anyone. He wasn't chasing treasure, or fame, or kingdoms. He did what he did because he believed it was the best way to protect his home, his friends, and the kingdom he loved. That doesn't make his choices clean. It doesn't make them safe. But it makes them human, or candy in this case. Sometimes being good isn't about having clean hands. It's about standing in the middle of the storm, making choices you know might be wrong, because doing nothing would feel worse. And that's Peppermint Butler. Always standing quietly in the background, always ready to do the dangerous thing so others don't have to. Now let's float back for a second to Wizard City. Remember how awkward he seemed, how unsure of himself? That's not the Peppermint Butler of old, confident in dark rituals and secret summoning circles. That's someone trying to be good in a world that remembers his mistakes. It's gentle, it's painful, it's beautiful. And isn't that the real shape of redemption? Not erasing your mistakes, but choosing to build something better, one tiny, awkward step at a time. Let's talk about that final lingering feeling whenever Peppermint Butler's name comes up. It's trust, isn't it? Can we trust someone like Pep? Can someone who's done so much in the shadows really be called good? It's strange because Peppermint Butler is both the most loyal and one of the most secretive characters in the whole show. He doesn't go around telling everyone what he's done. He doesn't brag about the things he's seen. His whole life has been one long, careful balancing act between helping and hiding. And that makes it tricky, doesn't it? Because trust usually means openness, honesty, clear communication. But Pep, he's the opposite of that. So how do you trust someone like that? Maybe the answer is that Peppermint Butler teaches us something deeper about trust. It's not just about knowing everything. It's about understanding why someone does what they do. You might not know all their secrets. You might not fully understand their choices, but you can still sense the shape of their heart if you look closely enough. And Peppermint Butler's heart, underneath the dark spells and hidden rituals, was always facing the Candy Kingdom, always facing home. That's what separates him from the villains of Adventure Time. Peppermint Butler wasn't hungry for power for himself. He didn't want to rule. He didn't want control. He just wanted to protect. And sometimes, protection requires doing things that no one else is willing to do. Think of the moments when Princess Bubblegum needed something dangerous done. Who was standing right there, ready to act, ready to handle it? Peppermint Butler. The polite, sweet, oddly terrifying butler who could serve tea with one hand and summon the forces of the underworld with the other. And here's something soft to hold on to as we drift. Maybe good isn't about staying perfectly clean. Maybe it's about being willing to carry the burdens others can't, so they don't have to. Maybe it's about facing the darkness so others can stay in the light. It's messy, it's hard, it's uncomfortable. But it's also beautiful in that strange Adventure Time kind of way. Now let's take a gentle breath and go even softer. Was Peppermint Butler ever truly good? I think the real answer is this. He was good enough. Good enough to stand between his friends and danger. Good enough to use his skills to protect instead of conquer. Good enough to try again, even after he messed up. And in a world as tangled and uncertain as Ooo, good enough might just be the best kind of good there is, as you drift deeper into sleep. Remember this gentle truth. You don't have to be perfect to be worth loving. You don't have to erase your past to deserve kindness. You don't have to be spotless to be good enough. You just have to keep trying. And Peppermint Butler, well, he kept trying until the very end. All right, sleepyhead. We've made it all the way here together. Let's wrap this gentle journey with one last soft reflection before we drift fully into the quiet of the night. When I think about Peppermint Butler now, after everything we've explored, I don't just see a candy butler with secret powers anymore. I see someone who represents a part of all of us. The part that smiles politely while carrying burdens nobody else knows about. The part that's done things we're not proud of. But also the part that wants to do better. The part that learns from mistakes. That awkward, stumbling, beautifully human part that keeps getting up again and again, no matter how messy things get. And that's why his story feels so special. Tucked here in the sleepy corners of our minds tonight. It's a reminder that we don't have to hide from our past. We don't have to be ashamed of every wrong step we've taken. What matters most is what we do next. Just like Peppermint Butler reborn, awkward, unsure, but still trying, still learning, still helping in the only way he knows how. And maybe, just maybe, that's the kind of good we should all aim for. Not perfect, not spotless, just real, honest. Good enough to keep going. Let's rewind time. Not too far, just far enough. To the quiet forests and rolling fields of Ooo. The wind is soft tonight, brushing the tops of the trees, and somewhere beneath the stars, a boy and his best friend are on another adventure. That boy is Finn. Brave, curious, endlessly human. And this is the tale of how a simple gift, one little sword, set in motion the rise and fall of someone who looked just like him, but wasn't quite him. Our story begins with a blade. Not just any blade, but the grass sword. It's mysterious, ancient, alive. When Finn first encounters it, he's just trying to impress a flame princess and win a duel with some flair. He has no idea the sword will soon stitch itself into his very being. Picture it. A lush green field, the sun dappling through clouds, and the blade pulsing gently with a life of its own. It chooses Finn, not out of kindness, but out of instinct. Or maybe purpose. When the grass sword fuses with Finn's arm, it's both beautiful and haunting. Vines curl up his limb like ivy climbing a wall. It enhances his strength, sharpens his skills, but something's off. The blade isn't just a weapon, it's a presence, something sentient, watching, waiting. At first, Finn treats it like a cool upgrade, a power boost. The classic hero getting his legendary weapon. But soon cracks begin to show. The sword doesn't always obey. It lashes out when Finn loses control. It hungers for something deeper than combat. And hidden within the sword's green magic is something even older. The grass demon. Dark, quiet, and coiled like a snake in the shadows of Finn's arm. It doesn't speak in words, but in instincts, in whispers, in urges. It's not evil, not exactly, but it's not kind either. It has its own agenda. Now imagine trying to sleep with a part of you that isn't you. Something growing in your arm, living inside your movements. How do you stay yourself when your own body has been claimed by something else? Time passes, battles are fought, emotions run high. And then, one of the most haunting moments in Finn's journey, the loss of his arm. It's shocking, sudden, but also inevitable. The tension that's been building between boy and blade finally snaps. And what grows from the stump of that severed limb is not just vines. It's a being, a tangled knot of magic, memory, and mimicry. A mirror, Finn's grass clone. At first it's easy to dismiss him. Just a plant copy, right? A weird magical glitch. But no, he speaks. He thinks, he feels. And most haunting of all, he remembers. He has Finn's voice, Finn's laughter, Finn's pain. But deep inside, he knows something's wrong. He's not the Finn. He's something new, something broken. And slowly, quietly, he begins to ask the question that will haunt him for the rest of his existence. If I'm not him, then who am I? The clone, this green-skinned echo of a hero, wanders through Ooo with confused steps and an aching heart. He watches Finn from afar, sees him laugh with Jake, struggle with Flame Princess, talk to PB. And it hurts, because in those smiles, in those memories, he sees himself. But no one sees him. You can almost hear the wind in the trees whispering to him, "You don't belong." He tries to reach out, tries to be seen, tries to be real. But it's hard to find your place in a world that already has you. Over time, the grass clone begins to take a name. Not given, but grown. Not imposed, but felt. Fern. Soft, simple. A plant, yes, but also a symbol. Something delicate that grows in the shadow, often overlooked. But alive nonetheless. Fern wants what any person might want. To be accepted. To be understood. To be loved. But how can you love someone who reminds you of what you already have? Or worse, of what you fear losing? Finn, to his credit, tries. He's kind to Fern, patient. But even kindness can feel like pity when you're struggling with your identity. And that's where Fern begins to twist, not into something evil, but into something wounded. His actions grow unpredictable. His emotions raw. One minute he's desperate to prove himself. The next, he's lashing out in frustration. Not because he wants to hurt anyone, but because he doesn't know how else to say, I matter too. And through all of this, the grass sword magic continues to writhe beneath his skin. Still cursed, still ancient, still whispering. You see, Fern isn't just a clone of Finn. He's a fragment of every pain Finn's ever carried. His fears, his loneliness, his longing to be enough. It's like all the parts Finn tried to hide, found a new home in Fern. And that's a heavy burden for anyone to bear. Imagine carrying someone else's memories, their friendships, their heartbreaks. Imagine waking up each day and wondering if your smile is your own or borrowed. That's what Fern lives with. And slowly, painfully, he begins to believe the lie that so many of us fall into at our lowest point. If I'm not the original, then I'm nothing. But the truth is, even echoes have hearts. Even copies can grow into something new. Even a cursed blade can give rise to something beautiful. If only the world lets it. In this moment of Fern's journey, we find a character on the edge of self-discovery, of despair, of becoming. A boy made of grass, walking through a world of memories he didn't earn but can't forget. His path is just beginning. But the roots of pain have already taken hold. So take a deep breath with me, in and out. Let your body sink a little deeper into the covers, because soon we'll follow Fern further into his quiet rage and his fragile hope. As Fern moves through the Land of Ooo, trying to shape himself into something more than a shadow, you can sense the quiet friction within him growing louder. He isn't trying to become a villain. He's trying to be real. To prove that he's not just leftover magic or someone else's mistake. But identity is a strange thing. It isn't something you can force. It has to be lived. And for Fern, every day is a tightrope between who he was made from and who he longs to be. There are moments, soft ones, where he feels almost whole. He helps people. He fights evil. He even jokes a little. And in those fleeting glimpses, it feels like maybe, just maybe, there's space in the world for two heroes. But then, the looks come, the hesitations, the confused glances. Even Finn doesn't always know how to treat him. Is Fern his brother, his double, his mistake? The uncertainty cuts deeper than any blade. You see, Fern doesn't have a childhood to lean on. No memories of baby Jake or treehouse mornings. No long summers in the Candy Kingdom. No burnt pancakes or sword practice with old man Prismo. All he has is now, and it never feels like enough. The more Fern tries to prove himself, the more the people around him seem to tighten their circles, protect their bonds, build subtle little walls. Walls not meant to hurt, but they hurt all the same. And so the curse deepens. Not the magical one, but the emotional one. The quiet curse of not being chosen, of being second, of being seen, but never quite belonged to. It's around this time that Fern starts to pull away. Not just from Finn, but from everyone. The hero act starts to feel hollow. The cheering crowds, they're cheering for a face that isn't even his. The praise, meant for a reputation he didn't earn. Even the swordplay, the thing he thought made him special, just reminds everyone of Finn's old tricks. And when the loneliness grows unbearable, something ancient begins to stir again. The grass curse, the one buried deep in his soul, twists like a storm vine around his heart. You can picture it, can't you? Green light flickering softly in his chest, roots writhing just beneath the surface. Like a garden no one asked for, blooming in the wrong season. Still, Fern doesn't give up. Not yet. There's a part of him that believes desperately that if he just finds the right moment, the right gesture, maybe Finn will look at him and say, "You're one of us. You belong." But the world isn't always kind to broken mirrors. And Fern, he's starting to crack. Not in rage, not in fury, but in that quiet way people fall apart, where they smile just enough to hide the ache and laugh just enough to keep the tears inside. He begins to question everything. Not just who he is, but why he exists. Was he meant to help Finn? To haunt him? Is he a second chance? Or a cosmic accident? Even the trees seem quieter around Fern these days. The wind doesn't rustle quite the same. And when he walks, his footprints vanish just a bit too quickly behind him. He's fading and he knows it. Not physically, but in the hearts of those around him. And that might be the worst kind of curse there is. But before we slip deeper into sorrow, let's rest here a moment. Picture Fern alone on a quiet hill at twilight. The sky painted in sleepy blues and pinks. His silhouette bent slightly, not from age, but from weight. The weight of being a question no one knows how to answer. And still, he watches the stars. Because even in all this confusion, something in him still hopes. That quiet hope flickering in Fern. It's fragile, but it's real. And sometimes it's all he has. He still tries to be part of things now and then. You might remember when he steps in to help with a crisis, joins a quest, or tries to bond over some old Finn and Jake tradition. But there's always that pause. A second of silence where people have to remind themselves, "Oh, right, that's Fern." And with every one of those pauses, a tiny crack runs deeper in his sense of self. Eventually, it's not just sadness he feels. It's something sharper. Resentment. Not the kind that burns hot and wild. No, Fern's resentment is quieter. Like thorns growing along the edge of something once soft. He watches Finn, so full of life, of light, of belonging, and he can't help but wonder, why does he get to be the hero while I live in his shadow? Why is his pain noble and mine invisible? Why am I the one that feels like a mistake when I never asked to be created in the first place? This is the real curse. Not the sword, not the grass, not the magic, but the feeling of being unnecessary. A person who didn't choose to exist, now fighting every day to justify why they should. You see, Fern doesn't want to destroy anything. He just wants the aching to stop. He wants someone, anyone, to tell him that he matters on his own, not as a reflection, not as a relic. Just Fern. But no one says that. So slowly, the green within him coils tighter. It begins to whisper. Not in words, but in feelings, twisting his desire to belong into a need to replace. If he can't be accepted as Fern, maybe he can become the only version that matters. Maybe then the silence will stop. Maybe then the eyes will really see him. This is the moment where the seed of the curse truly blooms, where sadness turns into anger, where isolation turns into obsession, where Fern's longing to be loved is buried beneath vines of fear and bitterness. And still, even now, there's a piece of him that remembers the sunlight, remembers Finn's awkward smile, remembers the softness of a breeze over the grass fields at dawn. That piece fights, quietly. but the louder voices win. The cursed legacy of the grass sword, its history of pain, its roots in conflict, twists around Fern's soul, and with every hurt he swallows, it feeds. It feeds. So when Fern finally lashes out, when he challenges Finn, when he starts to make choices that hurt, it isn't because he's evil. It's because he's tired. Tired of pretending. Tired of hoping. Tired of being the other. And yet, deep down, beneath all that pain, is still a boy. A boy who never asked to be born. A boy made of grass and sorrow. A boy who still, on some distant level, just wants to be hugged. So here, as segment 1 comes to a close, we leave Fern standing at the edge of 2 paths. One paved in thorns where the curse will grow stronger and twist him further. The other barely visible, overgrown and uncertain, where healing might just be possible. But for now, he waits. A green shadow in the moonlight, wrestling with a soul that isn't sure it deserves to be whole. So breathe with me, sleepyheads. In and out. We've seen the seed of Fern's story take root, and soon we'll follow him deeper into the storms that follow, and the strange love that sometimes grows even in the darkest soil. Rest easy. He's not done yet. This is segment 2, Becoming Fern. So far, we've seen the seed of Fern's pain. Now let's watch how that seed tries to bloom. Becoming Fern wasn't a moment. It was a slow, aching transformation. Not physical, not entirely, but something more invisible, like mist curling through memories. Like looking in the mirror and realizing the face looking back isn't quite yours, but still feels familiar. Remember, Fern wasn't born in a cradle. He didn't have lullabies or bedtime stories. He was shaped in the heat of battle, sprouted from a mix of blood and magic, sorrow and steel. He was Finn's pain, grown wild. That origin is important, because it means Fern's foundation was already unstable. He didn't start as a blank slate. He started as a reflection. And reflections can only mimic what they see until they break. So becoming Fern, truly becoming himself, meant first learning what not to be. At first he tries to keep up the hero act. He mimics Finn's walk, his voice, even his phrases. He swings his sword the same way, smiles the same crooked smile. And on the surface, it's convincing. But deep down, it doesn't feel right. Imagine trying on someone else's skin. Even if it fits, it never quite feels like yours. That's how Fern lives day by day, wearing the idea of a person instead of living as one. And the more he tries to be Finn, the more people expect him to be. They treat him like a continuation, like a memory brought back to life. But no one stops to ask, what does Fern want? Who is he when no one's watching? And that question begins to eat away at him. One quiet night, long after the battles have ended and the crowds are gone, Fern finds himself wandering the woods. No mission, no purpose, just walking. It's in moments like this, far from the noise, that the cracks become most visible. He touches the bark of a tree and wonders, do I even belong in this world? The breeze rustles the leaves like an answer, but it doesn't say what he wants to hear. He sees himself in nature, growing, changing, uncertain. But unlike the trees, he doesn't know what season he's in. Is he still blooming or already withering? This is where the process of becoming truly begins. Not by adding layers, but by shedding them. Fern starts to question the hero image he's built. Not out of rebellion, but out of hunger for something real. He pulls away from the kingdom quests, the performative adventures. He stops trying to win approval. And in that space of silence, something new starts to whisper. It isn't anger. It isn't Finn's voice. It's his own. Tentative, raw, but his. And with it comes a deeper truth. Fern doesn't want to be a copy. He doesn't want to carry someone else's name. He doesn't even want to be better than Finn. He just wants to be enough as Fern. But claiming your identity, especially when the world doesn't recognize it, is a battle of its own. And for Fern, that battle is quiet and constant. It's in the way he walks alone, even when surrounded. It's in the way he talks to animals more than people. It's in the little things, the way he builds a tiny home in the woods, the way he hums to plants, the way he carves his name into the dirt just to see it. F-E-R-N. Not Finn. Not a knight. Not a clone. Just Fern. And still the curse doesn't leave him. Because even as he begins to find his voice, the grass sword's legacy remains. Its whispers don't stop. Its magic still pulses under his skin. It's a reminder. You were created from pain. You can't escape it. But Fern doesn't want to escape it anymore. He wants to understand it. Understanding pain isn't easy, especially when it's baked into the very shape of your body. Fern's not just someone who feels cursed. He's made from the curse. It wraps around his limbs, blossoms in his chest, stretches down into his roots like some ancient grief that was never given the chance to heal. But instead of running from it now, Fern begins to sit with it, to let the silence between his thoughts speak a little louder, to listen, not to the world, but to himself. And what he hears surprises him. There's gentleness inside him, a real deep kind of tenderness. You wouldn't expect it from someone born out of battle, but Fern is soft. Not weak, not fragile. Soft. In the way old trees are soft around the edges. In the way moss blankets sharp rocks. He's not built to conquer. He's built to grow. One day, as the sun filters through the canopy in beams of quiet gold, Fern lies back in a patch of wild grass and lets himself breathe. No sword in his hand. No expectations pressing down. Just sky above and earth below. And for the first time, he thinks, maybe he could belong to this world. Not as a version of someone else, but as something new, something still forming. This is the moment when becoming Fern shifts from an accident of magic to an act of will, because claiming your identity is one thing, but choosing to nurture it, that takes courage. So he begins to shape his days differently. He plants things, not just metaphorically, literally. Little gardens tucked between tree roots. Tiny vines wrapped around stones he finds on his walks. He talks to them, not because they talk back, but because it feels good to be heard, even by the silent things. Sometimes he still bumps into Finn. Those meetings are strange, quiet, heavy with words unspoken. Finn tries to connect. You can see the effort in his eyes. But Fern, he's learning to stop reaching outward for validation. Because now he sees it. How unfair it was to ask Finn to define him or heal him, or even understand him. Fern's pain was never Finn's to carry. And maybe that's okay. He doesn't need to be Finn's brother or shadow or mistake. He can be something else. Someone else. It's not easy. That pain doesn't disappear just because he's growing. There are nights where it crashes back down like a storm, memories of feeling unwanted, scenes that replay in his head. Finn flinching at his touch. BB's look of pity. Jake's silence. Each memory like a thorn pressed into his ribs. But those nights are different now. Because even when the hurt returns, Fern doesn't run from it anymore. He lets it wash over him. He lets it pass. And afterward, in the quiet, he reaches down and touches the ground beneath him. Reminds himself, I am still here. I am still growing. It's funny, isn't it? How we think of identity as something solid, as if one day we just become, and that's the end of it. But Fern teaches us otherwise. Identity is movement. It's breathing and breaking and blooming again. It's the process of unlearning what others told you you were, and slowly discovering what's been waiting inside you all along. Sometimes it's messy. Sometimes it hurts. Sometimes it means walking alone in the woods for weeks, unsure of where you're going, but trusting that your roots will carry you. And in Fern's case, it means facing down the parts of himself that still cling to power, that still want to replace rather than coexist, that still whisper, if you can't be loved, be feared. He hears those whispers. But now he doesn't believe them as quickly, because now he has proof. Tiny gardens, carved stones, soft laughter shared with squirrels, that he can create something good, something beautiful. There's a moment, quiet and small, that marks the turning point. Fern is sitting by a stream, watching the water ripple around the stones. A fish darts by. A bird lands nearby and pecks at the moss. And he smiles. Not because anyone is watching. Not because he's won anything. But because for just a moment, he likes being himself. That's all. A simple, soft truth. I don't hate being me today. And if that isn't becoming, what is? But change, real change, doesn't come without conflict. Inside Fern, something old still stirs. A knot of tangled vines deep in his chest, not made of leaves or bark, but of resentment. A craving for recognition, for clarity, for justice. Because even as he softens, even as he finds peace in growing things and quiet days, there's still a voice that asks, why wasn't I enough? Why did everyone look at him and only see what he wasn't? He wasn't Finn. Wasn't real. Wasn't right. Even when he tried to help, tried to be brave, people flinched. As if the shape of his body made him dangerous. As if he couldn't possibly carry kindness in those vine-wrapped hands. And that kind of pain, it doesn't just vanish with time. It coils inward, becomes part of the root system, twists itself into the new growth like old trauma hidden beneath the bark. There's a moment, brief, fragile, when Fern begins to wonder if maybe it would be easier to stop becoming, to let that darker part take over, not because he wants to hurt anyone, but because he's tired of trying. Tired of hoping people will see the real him, when they keep squinting and only seeing a ghost. That temptation is very real. To give in, to harden, to become the monster they already believe him to be. But Fern pauses at that edge. He looks at his reflection in the stream again. Not the one shaped like Finn, not the surface, but the reflection underneath. The flicker in his eyes, the bend of his shoulders. The memory of planting a single dandelion by the hill and checking it every morning. That's who he is. Not the curse, not the copy, not the rage. He is someone who cares. And caring, even when the world gives you every reason not to. That is strength. The kind of strength no sword can give you. The kind that doesn't shout or dominate, but endures. Of course, there are setbacks. One night, he sees Finn from afar, laughing, alive, human, surrounded by friends who never once questioned his place in the world. And something inside Fern aches with old longing. He imagines what it would be like to take that place back, to be the original, to wipe away the confusion, the rejection, the pain. Just once. Just once. He wants to feel whole. And in that moment, the curse, that green tangle of old magic, whispers again, "You are made to be him. Take what's yours." It would be so easy to listen. But Fern takes a slow breath. He remembers the squirrel who visits him every morning, the fox he once helped untangle from brambles, the little notebook he carved into bark to write his thoughts down page by page. And he says softly, but firmly, "I was made to be me." It's not a roar. It's not a dramatic battle cry. But it's the bravest thing he's ever said. Becoming Fern isn't about defeating darkness. It's about living with it, letting it exist without letting it steer. He learns to talk to his shadows, to sit beside them, offer them a cup of tea and say, "I see you. I know why you're here. But I don't have to become you." That's powerful. Because not all battles are fought with fists. Some are won in silence, in the decision to keep growing even when no one claps for you, to keep blooming even in the dark. And through that slow, invisible work, Fern starts to heal. Not completely, not neatly, but enough. Enough to see himself as more than a mistake. Enough to recognize his own worth. Enough to stop trying to replace Finn and start becoming Fern. By now he walks with more ease, still cautious, still thoughtful, but steadier. The vines that once choked his heart now curl gently around it, not as shackles but as roots, anchoring him. He doesn't need to be the hero of anyone's story. He just needs to be present in his own. And that is more than enough. The days begin to stretch gently, like long exhalations. Fern finds a rhythm, quiet, steady, and real. He wakes each morning with purpose, not because he must, but because he can. He tends to a garden that isn't just full of flowers, but stories. Each plant grown from a memory, a hope, a moment of stillness, a bluebell for the time he forgave himself, a patch of moss for the days he let himself rest without guilt, a sapling for the version of himself he's still becoming, green, reaching, imperfect. Sometimes Finn visits, and those meetings, they're complicated. Not loud or angry, not filled with action-packed tension. Just two people sitting under the shade of a tree, one with skin and scars, the other with leaves and longing. There's an awkwardness at first, a mirror looking back at itself, one frame human, the other myth. But then they talk, not about battles or dungeons, not about who is real or who's the original. They talk about what scares them, what confuses them, what keeps them up at night. And something shifts. Because Fern sees it in Finn's eyes, the same uncertainty, the same burden of expectation. And Finn, he sees something new in Fern. Not just a reflection, but a life, a soul, a being who has suffered, healed, and chosen to stay gentle. That day they sit in silence for a long time. The kind of silence that isn't empty, but full of forgiveness, full of recognition, full of something close to love, not the loud, romantic kind, but the quiet kind that says, "You are no longer alone." Fern begins to carve stories into the trees around his home, not just his own, but the stories of the world as he sees it, tales of lost birds and brave mushrooms, of nights when the moon felt heavy and mornings when dew felt like a second chance. He doesn't care if anyone reads them. That's not the point. The point is, he's making his mark, Not in destruction, but in creation. Not in trying to be remembered, but in trying to be real. And in that he finds something that was never given to him, but something he claimed for himself, belonging. There's a moment, small, quiet, but sacred. A storm passes through the woods, wind howling, rain pounding like fists on the canopy above. Fern could hide, could wait it out, but he steps outside instead. He lets the rain soak into him, the wind tug at his branches, and he lifts his face to the sky, not in defiance, but in embrace. "I'm still here," he whispers. The storm doesn't stop. The world doesn't offer applause. But something ancient and warm pulses beneath the earth, a whisper of recognition. Yes, you are. That night, he sleeps soundly, and in his dreams he's not a clone, not a monster, not even a hero. He's simply Fern, caretaker of the forest, keeper of soft stories, a soul made of root and heart and second chances. When morning comes, the garden hums. Birds perch on his shoulders without fear. The wind carries his laughter through the leaves, and the sun dapples gently through his branches. Becoming Fern wasn't an event. It was a choice, made over and over in the face of confusion, pain, and loneliness. A choice to stay kind even when bitter would have been easier. A choice to grow roots when everything told him to wither. A choice to be, not someone else's shadow, but his own light. And as he steps forward into the next part of his journey, something inside him blooms, not just leaves or flowers, but peace, a peace he planted himself. Fern smiles, not because everything is perfect, but because he knows now, being real has nothing to do with how you were made. It's about how you choose to live, what you protect, and who you become. And he has become something beautiful. Still with me? Let's keep floating down this quiet river of Fern's story. Now that he's found his roots, quite literally, it's time to talk about something deeper. Darker, yes, but still beautiful in a strange, aching kind of way. Tonight we're stepping into a chapter called A Mirror in Pain. And pain, well, pain has a way of showing us who we really are. Not just what we're made of, but what we believe we are. So let's settle back into the blankets, breathe a little slower, and return to Fern. It began with a flicker. Not a fire, just a flicker. Something small, something unsure. A feeling that maybe, just maybe, he wasn't whole yet. That despite the garden, the stillness, the kindness he grew into, something in him remained untethered, loose, restless. It came in dreams first. Dreams where he wasn't Fern, but Finn again. Running through dungeons, laughing with Jake, hugging bubble gum at the end of a long day. In those dreams, everything fit. The world made sense. He had a place. He was wanted. But then he'd wake up to silence, to leaves brushing against his skin, to a body that still felt unfamiliar sometimes. And that ache would return, a soft, persistent ache, not of loneliness, but of comparison. Because being Fern meant constantly measuring himself against a ghost he never asked to compete with. And then came the whispers. Not real ones. Not like magic spells or voices from the shadows. But the whispers of his own thoughts, sharp as thorns, quiet as dust. They still see you as a mistake. You're just his shadow. Even your memories. They weren't yours to begin with. He tried to brush them off. Water the plants, breathe, sleep. But pain doesn't always knock at the front door. Sometimes it grows quietly in the attic. Sometimes it hides in the mirror. One morning, while tending to a patch of mushrooms that looked like tiny umbrellas, Fern saw something strange in the water bowl he used to reflect sunlight. It was his face, but not quite. The reflection glitched for a moment, like static on a screen, and there, for just a breath, he saw Finn. Not smiling, not heroic. Just staring back, uncertain, hollow-eyed. It rattled him. More than he expected. He wasn't supposed to be haunted anymore. Not like this. He thought he'd found peace, roots, purpose. So why? Why did it feel like everything was unraveling again? The garden began to wilt. Slowly at first. Just a few yellow leaves, a dry stem or two. But Fern could feel it. Like the world around him was echoing the tremble inside his chest. He knew something was shifting. Not just around him, but within him. And that's when the nightmares started. Different from the old dreams of adventure. These weren't heroic or nostalgic. These were twisted. He'd dream of being torn in two, one half Fern, one half Finn, ripping each other apart endlessly, neither side willing to let go. He'd wake up gasping, leaves trembling, soil beneath his feet cracking with the pressure. And in the darkness, that question would come back over and over. Who am I, if I'm not him? There's something so deeply human in that question, isn't there? Even if Fern isn't made of flesh and blood like you or me, his pain mirrors ours. Because haven't we all, at some point, wondered if we're enough? Wondered if we're original or just echoes of those who came before us? Whether it's siblings, parents, heroes, or ideals, we all carry shadows. We all look into the mirror sometimes and wonder if the reflection is truly ours, or someone else's expectation staring back. Fern starts to isolate himself. Not dramatically, not with a storm of anger. Just quietly, drifting. He stops visiting the places he once loved. He skips out on Finn's occasional check-ins. He even avoids his garden, because the silence isn't peaceful anymore. It's loud with self-doubt. The kind of doubt that doesn't scream, it just lingers. Lingers in the space between thoughts, in the heavy breath before falling asleep. The kind that makes you question everything you've built, even when it was built with love. Still, some part of Fern knows this is a passage, a necessary one, because even the strongest roots face storms. Even the gentlest hearts carry weight. And pain, well, pain is just another kind of mirror. It doesn't lie, but it doesn't always tell the whole truth either. One evening, as the wind rolled lazily through the trees and the sun dipped just below the horizon, Fern sat beneath the old willow at the edge of his garden. This spot used to feel comforting. The drooping branches would sway like curtains, cradling him in a quiet sanctuary of green. But tonight, the silence pressed in. He glanced down at his hands. They were sturdy, mossy, undeniably alive. And yet, something about them felt wrong, like they weren't his. And maybe that's what it all boiled down to. He was made, not born. He was shaped, not raised. Even his memories, those childhood moments of joy, embarrassment, confusion, didn't belong to Fern. They were echoes of Finn's past, carved into him like old graffiti on bark. He remembered being small and crying because Jake had hidden his favorite toy. But did he really? He remembered Bubblegum fixing his broken tooth after a rough mission. But had that tooth ever really been his? Who did those memories belong to? And if they weren't his, then what did that make him? The garden seemed to echo his grief. The once vibrant dandelions closed themselves off. A nearby tree dropped its leaves too early, out of season. Even the sky seemed heavier, clouds thick with unshed rain. Fern stood and walked. He didn't know where he was going, just that he had to move, because staying still meant listening, and listening meant facing the spiral again. He wandered toward the outskirts of the forest to a place he hadn't visited since he first took root here. A clearing with a shallow pool. Years ago, before his identity had unraveled, he'd looked into that water and seen his reflection. He remembered smiling. Now he knelt beside the pool once more, staring into the glassy surface. But instead of Fern, he saw Finn, then himself, then Finn again. Back and forth like ripples, shifting reality. Who am I? He didn't say it aloud, but the forest heard. The leaves rustled, as if responding. The wind picked up, gentle yet deliberate. And in that moment, something strange happened. He saw, not in the water, but in his mind, a moment from Finn's life. A memory, but not one Fern had ever experienced. It was a Finn sitting quietly on a cliff's edge, gazing at the stars, tears in his eyes. No monsters, no quests, just stillness and sorrow. Fern blinked. That wasn't his memory. Not even a copied one. It was something new, something gifted. The pool remained calm, but Fern felt shaken. If that vision wasn't a reflection of Finn, then who had shown it to him? And why? A quiet truth began to form in the edges of his mind, unwelcome, yet undeniable. Maybe he wasn't just a copy. Maybe he was a mirror, a reflection, not of Finn's life, but of his pain, of everything Finn bottled up and buried. The doubts, the anger, the loneliness, the guilt. Fern was those things brought into form. Not evil, not broken, but incomplete. Born from trauma, shaped by silence. He was what Finn couldn't admit to feeling. What he never had time to fully process. Fern wasn't a mistake. He was a wound trying to heal. But healing isn't easy when your very existence hurts. And there was something poetic in it, though. Because how many of us live with pieces of ourselves we don't fully understand? How many of us carry burdens that never really felt like ours, and yet we feel them all the same? Sometimes we inherit pain from parents, from friends, from the world, and even if that pain wasn't of our making, we still have to find a way to live with it. Fern was doing just that. He didn't know it yet. Not fully. But each step he took away from the pool that night was a step toward selfhood. He wasn't just the shadow anymore. He was the one who had to decide what to do with that shadow. He began to speak less, not out of anger or fear, but contemplation. Like his voice was changing inside of him. He stopped trying to be Finn and started trying to understand Fern. He rebuilt part of the garden, not to copy what was before, but to create something new. He began crafting sculptures from wood and stone, building strange shapes he didn't fully understand, but felt drawn to. Some were jagged and spiral. Others were soft and circular. Each one held a little piece of him. Not of Finn, not of a reflection, but him. And though he still felt pain, it no longer ruled him. It became something quieter, a companion instead of a captor. Because Fern was starting to see that even mirrors can hold beauty. Even shadows can be part of the light, and even pain, when faced gently, can bloom into something meaningful. Days turned into weeks. And while Fern's garden grew thicker with vines and twisting moss, so too did his understanding of the truth, that being born from pain didn't mean he had to remain in pain. But healing wasn't a straight line. It rarely is. One crisp morning, he came across a photograph stuck in the hollow of an old tree, faded and water-stained. It was of Finn, smiling, arm draped casually around Jake. Behind them, the Candy Kingdom glimmered like a dream. Fern stared at it for a long time. Something inside twisted. Not with jealousy exactly, but with yearning. That smile. He wanted to know what it really felt like to smile like that. Not just because he was mimicking a memory, but because he was actually happy. Fern folded the photo and tucked it into his satchel. Maybe he couldn't live Finn's life. But maybe, just maybe, he could find something close. Something real. His next step wasn't planned. It simply happened. A scream in the distance, a call for help. Reflex kicked in. Sword drawn, vines surging from his arms, Fern leapt across the forest floor like instinct. He arrived at a small glade where a group of mushroom creatures were being swarmed by rogue gnomes. Nothing epic, and just a skirmish. But to them, it meant everything. Fern didn't hesitate. He fought, defended, protected. And when the danger passed, the mushroom folk gathered around him, eyes wide with gratitude. One of them, a tiny one, with a flower cap, reached up and placed a single leaf in his hand. "You're strong," they said softly, "but you're gentle, too." Fern blinked. He didn't know what to say. He nodded, a strange warmth blooming in his chest. That night, under a moonlit sky, he placed the leaf in his journal next to the photograph. It was a small moment, but it felt like something had shifted. He had helped someone, not because he was trying to prove he was Finn, not because he had something to prove at all, but because it felt right. Still, the mirror didn't disappear. It never really does. There were nights the reflection returned. Nights when he felt lost again, wondering if these small victories were just borrowed light, if every smile was a mask, if every act of kindness was just mimicry from a life that wasn't his. And yet, through those doubts, something deeper took root. A resilience. One night, while tending to a thorn-covered rose that had been struggling for days, Fern pricked his finger. He watched the blood bead against his mossy skin. It was such a small thing. But in it, he saw proof. He could be hurt, which meant he was alive. One evening, without warning, Finn appeared at the edge of the woods. It had been a while. They hadn't spoken since their last confrontation. Their eyes met across the garden, and for a long moment neither moved. Then Finn stepped forward slowly, hands visible. No weapon. No threat. Fern stiffened. Every fiber of his being braced for rejection, judgment, misunderstanding. But Finn just looked tired and sad. "I don't know what to say," Finn murmured. "I've been scared to come back." Fern didn't respond immediately. There was too much to say, and not enough words. So instead he gestured toward the tree stump beside him. Finn sat. They talked. Not of battles, not of mistakes, but of feelings, of confusion, of fear, of isolation. And in those shared silences, Fern saw something unexpected. He wasn't the only mirror. Finn had pain, too, different, but still echoing. And in acknowledging that pain, neither of them became weaker. They became brothers, not by birth, but by choice. That night changed something in Fern. Not everything. He still doubted, still stumbled. But now he knew he wasn't alone in those feelings. He wasn't just a mistake or a shadow. He was Fern. A being made of vines and sorrow and second chances. And maybe that was enough. He returned to the pool days later and stared into the water again. This time, the reflection didn't shift between faces. It showed him. Just him. Moss in his hair, bark on his skin, eyes filled with stories. He didn't look like Finn anymore. And for the first time, he didn't want to. As the wind swirled around him and the moon glinted overhead, Fern whispered something only the trees could hear. I'm still figuring it out. And that was okay. Because healing isn't an endpoint. It's a path. Sometimes winding, sometimes steep. But always worth walking. As the seasons turned, Fern began to understand something the real Finn had learned over countless adventures. There's no such thing as a clean break from your past. You carry it. In your shoulders, in your voice, in the way you pause before speaking. But you don't have to be defined by it. You can be shaped by it, honed by its weight, like a river carves stone, and still choose to walk a different path. And Fern had been walking quietly for weeks now, often through places that once terrified him. The forest where he was born, the grove where he first lost control of his vines, the little creek where he had shouted at the sky, begging for answers no one ever gave. Each place held a memory. But with each step, that memory softened. It didn't vanish. It simply became a part of the scenery, acknowledged, but no longer feared. One night, as the stars blinked awake above the Land of Ooo, Fern sat beneath a willow tree and unwrapped a small bundle he had been keeping close. Inside was the remains of the grass sword. It had shattered long ago during one of his darkest days, a symbol of the chaos and corruption that had once controlled him. But now he looked at its twisted roots and frayed blade, not with hatred, but with compassion. This sword, it had tried to help, in its own wild way. It had bonded with Finn, and then with him. And while it brought suffering, it also gave life. It created him. He traced a finger along its mossy edge and whispered, "Thank you. I forgive you." The next morning, a strange thing happened. Not magical, not explosive. Just strange. A small bird landed on Fern's shoulder. It chirped softly and nestled into the curve of his neck. He blinked, surprised. He hadn't spoken a word and hadn't even moved. Yet here it was, trusting him. And in that tiny act of trust, Fern felt something shift inside. "Maybe I'm not cursed," he whispered. Maybe, just maybe, he had been planted. A few days later, he ran into Jake. It was unexpected. The reunion was awkward at first. Jake's typical goofiness, dampened by a nervous shuffle and tight-lipped smile. Fern braced himself. He had always feared Jake's judgment more than Finn's somehow. Jake scratched his head. "Hey, man, look. I was a jerk before. I didn't know how to deal with any of this. With you, but, I've been thinking." Fern tilted his head, unsure. Jake continued. "You're not a clone. Not a mistake. You're just you. You're like a song that uses the same notes, but plays a totally different tune." Fern chuckled. "A weird tune." Jake grinned. "Yeah, but one worth listening to." They shared a quiet laugh. And for the first time, Fern felt the warmth of Jake's approval. Not because he had earned it through heroics or imitation, but because he had simply existed, survived, grown. Still, darkness lingered at the edge of the horizon. Fern could feel it, like a storm forming in the distance. A pull, a summons. He didn't know what it meant yet, but something inside told him his journey wasn't finished. that his pain wasn't only his to carry. He looked around his garden, now blooming with wildflowers and strange fruits, a place of healing, of memory, of rebirth, and he knew it was time to leave. Not forever, just for now. There were others who needed help, creatures and people just like him, lost in their own mirrors of pain, and maybe, just maybe, he could be a light for them, a guide, a protector, not instead of Finn, but alongside him. As the screen fades to black, imagine Fern walking away from the garden. Sword on his back, journal at his side. The photo still tucked safely within. His steps are steady, his gaze clear. He's still healing, still haunted. But he is no longer afraid of his reflection. He's Fern. And that is more than enough. Still with me? Good. Because Fern's journey is about to get even quieter, a little darker. Not in a scary way, but in the way twilight settles in after a long golden afternoon. This chapter is not about battles, not really. It's about the ache that comes after you've done everything right and still feel empty. It's about the loneliness that creeps in, not because you're unloved, but because you don't know where you belong. Let's begin. After Fern left his quiet garden, the world stretched out before him like a song he'd never heard before. Every hill rolled with possibility. Every breeze whispered something soft and strange. And yet, for all that beauty, Fern felt hollow. His feet moved, his eyes scanned the road. But his heart? It lagged behind, slow, unsure. It wasn't that he was lost. No, he knew exactly where he was going. He just didn't know why anymore. The idea of helping people, of being a hero like Finn, had lit a fire in him at first. But as the days passed and the sky shifted from pink to gray and back again, Fern started to wonder, am I doing this to help others? Or am I doing this to prove that I deserve to exist? That thought, it stayed with him. It echoed inside his head at night when the stars stared too long. It echoed in the silence after a thank you from a grateful villager when the smiles faded and he was left alone again. One evening, Fern passed through a town where Finn had once saved the day. There were murals of him, statues, even a bakery that sold Finn buns. Fern watched a little kid run by, wearing a paper hat shaped like Finn's iconic bear hood. The kid didn't notice Fern. He didn't ask for a story or a sword trick. He just kept running, chasing a dream Fern couldn't catch. That night, Fern didn't set up camp. He didn't eat. He didn't write in his journal. He just sat under a tree and stared up at the stars, wondering if he'd ever leave a mark like that. If he was even meant to. I'm not the original, he whispered. I'm not even the sequel. I'm the echo. The words hung in the cold air. But even echoes have power. That's what Fern forgot, and what the world was about to remind him of. Because deep within the forest he wandered into next, something was waiting. Not a monster, not a villain, but a memory, one twisted and alive. It took the shape of a whisper at first, then a shadow, then a figure that looked almost like him. Only this Fern was cracked, flickering, eyes hollow. It wasn't real, not exactly. It was born of the grass demon's remains, still rooted in Fern's subconscious, still trying to pull him back into pain. Why are you still trying? The shadow Fern sneered. You'll never be him. You'll never be whole. Fern flinched, instinctively reaching for his sword. But he stopped. He let the blade fall. He stared at the creature, not with fear, but with compassion. I don't want to be him anymore, Fern whispered. I want to be me, whoever that is. The shadow snarled. It shrieked. It dissolved into vines that curled around Fern's ankles, pulling at him, begging him to fall back into despair. But Fern stood still. He breathed. He remembered the bird, the garden, Jake's words. And slowly, the vines crumbled. The shadow faded. He was alone again. But this time, not quite as afraid of it. The lonely descent wasn't about losing the world. It was about losing the illusions, the masks, the expectations. And in their place, finding something quieter, something softer. The truth of who you are, when no one else is watching. Time moved like mist after that moment. Not forward, not back, just around. Fern walked through valleys where the wind never stopped whistling. He crossed rivers too shallow for reflection. He wasn't chasing monsters anymore. He wasn't chasing anything, really. Each step he took was quieter than the last, his sword dulled from disuse. And the world, it seemed to let him be. No more calls for help, no more reminders of Finn. It was as if the universe finally accepted that Fern wasn't part of the main story. But still, the question clung to him like morning dew. If no one needs me, do I still matter? One night, Fern found shelter inside an old, forgotten tower. It leaned sideways, built long ago by a wizard who wanted to touch the stars. Now it was hollow, empty, abandoned. Fern curled up beside the cracked hearth. There were ashes, but no warmth. He didn't bother lighting a fire. Instead, he stared at his hands, made of vines and magic, but trembling like flesh. I don't sleep, he murmured. I don't eat. I don't even grow. So what am I? Outside, the wind howled through the windows. It almost sounded like laughter. Not cruel, just distant. Like the world was too far away to hear him anymore. And yet, something did hear. Not a person. Not a beast. But the tower itself, or maybe the dream that once lived inside it. As Fern sat there, wallowing in silence, a tiny flicker glowed in the air. A mote of light. Barely there. It floated toward him, dancing on a current he couldn't feel. Fern reached out instinctively. The light hovered above his palm, and then vanished. He blinked, and then laughed. Just a little. Okay, he whispered. That was weird. But it stayed with him, that single spark. It reminded him that even forgotten places still had something in them. A pulse, a memory, a seed. Fern stood up, stretched. The ache in his limbs wasn't real, but it felt real. And that was enough. He explored the tower, found a spiral staircase choked with moss. Climbed it, step by slow step. At the top, the roof had collapsed long ago, but the sky was clear. And from up there, Fern could see the land stretch in every direction. Fields of purple grass, mountains tipped with gold, rivers like silver ribbons. He felt small, so small, but not in a bad way. This world is bigger than Finn, bigger than heroes, bigger than me. And maybe that's okay. The lonely descent was changing Fern, not healing him, not yet, but softening something hard inside, the part that clung too tightly to who he was supposed to be. He started noticing things more. The way morning birds sounded different depending on which forest he was in. The scent of water before it rained. The feeling of sunlight filtering through pine needles onto his mossy skin. These weren't epic adventures. They weren't battles worth songs. But they were real, and they were his. Still, the silence brought ghosts. One night, while walking beneath a canopy of stars, Fern heard footsteps behind him. He turned quickly, sword drawn. But there was no one. Only the crunch of leaves, and the whisper of a voice that wasn't there. You're not alone. Fern froze. Who said that? Silent. Then the wind replied in its own quiet language. You carry them. All of them. The memories, the shadows. You were never walking alone. And in that moment, Fern realized the echo of Finn lived inside him. Not to torment him, but to remind him of bravery, of kindness, of mistakes, of everything it meant to try. He wasn't just a copy. He was a mirror, but one that could choose what it reflected. Not everything beautiful in life had to be original. Some beauty is born from continuation, from adaptation, from survival. And Fern was still surviving. At the edge of a quiet glade, he found a pond so still it looked like glass. He saw his reflection, vines for hair, eyes like glowing seeds. He leaned closer, studying it. I don't hate you anymore, he whispered to the image. I don't know if I love you either, but we're getting there. And with that, he smiled, a real smile. The first in a long, long time. There were moments when Fern thought about returning, back to the treehouse, back to where it all began. But every time he turned in that direction, something pulled him away. Not fear, not anger, just the sense that he wasn't ready. What would he even say? Hi, I used to be Finn's sword. Then I became his echo. And now I'm no one in particular. No, not yet. Fern wasn't ready to be seen. Not until he figured out who he wanted to be. So instead he wandered, softly, patiently. He helped when he could. Fixed broken fences, pulled fruit from high branches for tiny forest critters. He even patched up a rickety old bridge that hung over a forgotten ravine. No thanks were given. No songs were sung. But Fern didn't mind. It was enough to act, enough to do. But even kindness carries a weight when you don't know where it fits. One day, deep in the swamps where the sky was always overcast, Fern encountered a creature unlike any he had seen before. It looked like a jellyfish, but made of clouds and memory. It floated toward him, humming with an energy that made his moss stand on end. Fern backed away, unsure. But the creature spoke, not with words, but with emotion. It sent a feeling directly into him. You are not broken. You are becoming. Fern's breath caught. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He tried to respond, but the creature had already drifted upward, vanishing into mist. Becoming. That word echoed in him for days, because maybe that's what all this wandering was. Not being lost, but becoming. Time kept sliding past, quiet as fog. Fern built a little home in a cave near the sea. He carved shelves into the rock, placing trinkets he'd found. Shiny stones, odd feathers, a bottle shaped like a heart. No one knew it was there, but it mattered to him. It was the first time he made something his own. Not a battlefield, not a role, not a replica. Just a quiet place to be. And in the stillness, the sadness didn't vanish, but it changed shape. It became manageable. It stopped shouting and started whispering. And when it whispered, Fern listened. Sometimes the moss on his arm would bloom tiny pink flowers overnight. He'd wake to find them humming with life, little bees dancing among the petals. It made him smile. I'm not just alive, he whispered once. I'm living. The distinction was small, but powerful. He began writing things down, thoughts, dreams, half-finished songs. The words were clumsy, but they were his. He wrote about the ocean's sigh, about the way stars looked when he wasn't thinking about Finn. He wrote about fear and hope, And loneliness, too. Loneliness isn't always bad, he scribbled once. Sometimes it's just space waiting to be filled. But even as Fern started to heal, something darker stirred on the horizon. A presence. A pull. Not one born of anger, but of fate. There were things left unresolved. Shadows still waiting to be faced. Fern began to feel it like a tug on the edge of his thoughts. Not urgent, but steady, rhythmic, like a heartbeat. It was the whisper of destiny, calling him home, or calling him forward. Because while this chapter of loneliness had softened his edges and watered his soul, it was not the end of Fern's story. It was only the cocoon. And something was beginning to stir within. The world had grown quieter lately. Not just the rustling trees or the sleepy ocean, but inside Fern, too. Where once there had been confusion and static, there was now stillness. And in that stillness, something strange started to happen. He stopped comparing himself to Finn. Stopped checking the mirror for differences. Stopped wondering if he was real enough. Instead, Fern began to wonder who else he could be. Not a clone. Not a shadow. Not a glitch in the system. Just Fern. Whatever that meant. Some nights, he'd sit by the sea and talk to the stars. Not out loud, not in words, but in feeling. And sometimes, he swore they answered. They twinkled a little brighter, shifted just slightly. And deep in his gut, Fern felt seen. It wasn't the same as being known, but it was close. One misty morning, Fern was walking along a cliff when he found a stone cairn. Small, weathered, clearly old. But someone had placed it there long ago. And nestled between two of the stacked rocks, a note, damp but legible. You are not the only one trying to find meaning in a place that keeps forgetting your name. Fern stared at the note for a long, long time. Then gently he placed one of his mossy fingers over the handwriting and whispered, I won't forget yours. He didn't know who the message was for, but in some way, it was for him, too. A gentle reminder that even the forgotten leave fingerprints on the world. Later that week, Fern met a talking raccoon named Pimsy. She wore a necklace made of old soda tabs and spoke in riddles. Don't trust every shadow, she warned him, sniffing at his boots. But don't fear the dark either. Sometimes it's just a place light hasn't been yet. Fern chuckled. You always this poetic? Pimsy winked. Only on Tuesdays. And just like that, he had a friend. An odd one. A small one. But a real one. They wandered together for a while, shared berries, told stories. Pimsy didn't care about his past. She didn't ask why he talked like a hero or walked like a ghost. She just liked his company. And for the first time in what felt like a lifetime, so did he. Still, Fern knew the quiet couldn't last forever. Because one evening, as he was building a wind chime from seashells, something hummed in the air. Low, faint, familiar. It wasn't music. It wasn't voice. It was a signal, calling out through the wilds, reaching for anyone who might be listening. And Fern was listening. He didn't know what the signal meant, only that it stirred something deep inside, a resonance, like he was a puzzle piece being summoned to its place on the board. Pimsy noticed the shift. You got that look, she said, sniffing the wind, like someone about to walk into their next chapter. Fern smiled sadly. I thought I was done with chapters. Pimsy climbed onto a rock. You never stop turning pages. You just forget that the book is yours to write. He looked at her, and for once, didn't argue. That night, he packed up his tiny cave. left the feathers and stones behind, but took the note from the cairn. He carved one final message on the wall near the entrance. I was here. I mattered. Then he stepped out into the starlight. He didn't know exactly where he was going, only that he had to follow the pull, because someone needed him. And not as a copy, not as a weapon, not as an accident, but as Fern. Just Fern. And that was enough. Let's continue Fern's story and head softly into the final chapter of his arc. The end and the bloom. Let's see where the road leads. Fern had felt this before, this stirring, a feeling that something in the world was about to break open. He didn't know whether it would be gentle or violent, but it would be final. And that knowledge sat with him like the weight of dew on a leaf, delicate, but certain. He had returned to the heart of the Land of Ooo, not as a wanderer, not as a threat, but as himself, whatever that meant now. He didn't expect anyone to welcome him back. And most didn't. The candy people still looked away when he passed. Lady Rainicorn hovered cautiously above when she caught sight of him. Even BMO, sweet as ever, kept his distance. But Fern didn't blame them. He understood now what it meant to cast a long shadow, to live in the cracks of someone else's legacy. But he wasn't here for redemption. He was here because something inside him was blooming and something else was dying. He could feel both truths pulsing in rhythm, like his own heartbeat was preparing a final verse. One afternoon he stood before the treehouse, the place that had never truly been his, yet somehow always had been. The door creaked open. Finn stood there, older now, a little wearier, a little wiser. He didn't flinch at the sight of Fern. Didn't smile either. They just looked at each other for a moment, silent, still. I'm not here to fight, Fern said quietly. I know, Finn replied. There was a pause. Then Fern asked, do you ever feel like you were made for something you don't understand? Finn nodded. All the time. That was all they said. But it was enough. That night, Fern slept in the roots of the tree. Not inside. That still felt too tender. But just near enough to feel the hum of its life beside him. He dreamed of vines curling through time, of moss covering forgotten memories, of roots reaching deep into places the sun could never see. He dreamed of his own body growing quieter and softer and lighter. When he woke up, he wasn't afraid. He felt calm. Not the numb calm of despair. The real kind, the kind that comes when a decision has already been made. The world was changing. There was tension in the air, a kind of electric hush. Whispers of a new war, or a magic disturbance, or maybe just the old balance shifting once again. Fern didn't need to understand the details. He just knew. It was time. He crossed the land one last time, walked past familiar places. The crater where he once lost control, the cliff where he once watched the moon set, the tiny pond where he saw his reflection ripple like a stranger. Each place welcomed him like a memory with open arms, not angry, not afraid, just quiet, as if the land itself understood the ending. And then there was the moment. The moment when Fern stepped forward to face a final battle, not of fists or swords, but of purpose. A corrupted force had arisen in the Land of Ooo, dark but shapeless, ancient yet newborn. Some said it was a fragment of the Lich, others a curse born from forgotten magic. Some believed it was Fern himself projected outward. But Fern knew it didn't matter. What mattered was what he chose to do. He didn't fight with rage. He didn't scream or plead or prove anything. He stood his ground, let the dark press close. And when it did, something remarkable happened. He bloomed. Right there, in the heart of the chaos, Fern began to unravel. Not in pain, not in fear, in release. His mossy body unfurled like a leaf in spring. Golden spores lifted from his shoulders. His limbs became vines. His chest the canopy. His thoughts a gentle wind. He wasn't dying. He was returning. Returning to the world in a new way. Not as a warrior, not as a failed echo, but as something peaceful, present, and real. The Land of Ooo would remember the explosion of green that followed, how trees sprouted overnight, how flowers burst through stone, how, in the center of a once barren field, a new sapling stood tall, bright, quietly pulsing with life. It didn't have a name, but those who knew. Fern hadn't disappeared. He had become. The tree that grew from Fern's final bloom stood taller with every passing season. And while no plaque marked its base and no songs were sung about its roots, those who passed by paused. There was something about it. Its bark was soft to the touch, like moss in morning dew. Its leaves shimmered with a green that didn't quite match any other green in the forest, almost like it remembered. And when the wind blew just right, the rustling branches almost sounded like a boy laughing, softly, far away. Finn would come there sometimes, not often, just when the pull became too strong to ignore. He never spoke much when he visited, but he didn't need to. He would sit cross-legged at the base of the tree and stare up at the canopy, letting the sun flicker through the leaves and play on his skin. Once Jake joined him there in spirit, not as a ghost, not exactly, but in the way old friendships return when the heart is very still. They sat in silence, and Finn and Jake, shoulder to shoulder, and listened, to the leaves, to the hush, to the gentle hum of something. More. Jake finally said, "He turned out all right, huh?" And Finn nodded. Others came too. Marceline played her bass under the branches one night, soft, slow songs that no one else ever heard. Bubblegum wandered by once while cataloging plant species and paused, hands trembling, unable to record what she saw. Even Lumpy Space Princess claimed she had a moment there, though she described it mostly in vague, dramatic poetry. But no one ever camped near the tree. No one carved into its bark or built anything nearby. As if even the wildest wanderers instinctively knew this place was sacred, not because it was loud or grand, but because it was still. And over time, the tree became a part of the land's unspoken story. Children would whisper that if you sat beneath it long enough, you'd remember things that weren't your own. Old dreams, lost hopes, forgotten versions of yourself. Some even claimed the tree could heal, not with magic or potions, but by showing you yourself. As if Fern's final gift was this, a mirror not of pain, but of peace. The Land of Ooo moved on, of course. As lands must do, new adventures blossomed, new threats stirred, heroes rose and fell. But somewhere in the back of it all, there was always this green heart beating slowly beneath the canopy, a quiet reminder that every warrior, every shadow, every lost echo could still come home. Maybe not in the way they expected, but in a way that mattered. And what of Fern's memory? Well, it softened. No longer tangled in fear or confusion, no longer burdened by identity. People didn't whisper his name like they once did in fear or pity. Instead, when they spoke of him, if they did, it was with a sort of wonder, as if remembering a half-formed dream. Wasn't there a second Finn once? I heard he turned into a tree. My grandma says he was sad, but he got better. No one really agreed on the details, and maybe that was the point. Maybe Fern's final story wasn't meant to be understood in facts or names, but in feeling, in how the wind moves through leaves, in how moss softens stone, in how even those born from pain can return to joy. One day, years later, a young adventurer, barely older than Finn had been in his early days, stumbled upon the tree. He was cocky, reckless, eager. But when he reached out and touched the trunk, something stilled in him. He sat down and didn't move for hours. He didn't know why, didn't know who the tree had been or what it meant. But when he rose to leave, he felt calmer, as if something lost inside him had been gently returned. He would go on to become a hero, that boy. But in every campfire story he told, he always included one line. There's this tree out there, way past the candy hills. You won't believe how quiet it is. And so Fern lived on. Not in fame, not in song, but in the still places, in the hush before sleep, in the quiet strength of roots, in the way something broken can still give shelter, in how endings can become beginnings. As seasons turned and stories grew, something interesting began to happen around the tree. Not big, flashy events, but small ones, subtle shifts, quiet connections. Birds nested in its branches more often than anywhere else nearby. But only the gentlest birds, doves, sparrows, soft-winged flyers that cooed rather than cawed. Bees built hives in its arms, and their honey was unlike any other, sweeter somehow, as if the nectar remembered kindness. And sometimes the wind would carry strange seeds into its shade. From far-off lands, from places long thought gone. Those seeds would take root in the soil nearby and grow, not always tall, not always strong, but always oddly beautiful, as if the tree called to the forgotten, as if Fern's spirit, once warped by pain, now reached outward to nurture anything that felt a little lost. There was a rumor, too, not loud, not widespread, but whispered, that if you touched the tree with a wound in your heart, not a scrape or bruise, but a real ache, it would change color, just for a second, from deep green to glowing blue. And in that moment, your burden might feel lighter. No one could prove it, not really. But those who needed it most never questioned it. One chilly autumn, Peppermint Butler visited. He stood there longer than most. His face was drawn, his eyes older than ever. He placed one gloved hand on the trunk and whispered something. No one knows what he said. But when he left, he was smiling. The small, tired kind of smile people wear after crying, but feeling better. Years passed. Finn grew older. His hair changed. His gait slowed. But he still came to the tree. And each time he visited, he brought something. A stone. A poem. A memory. One year, just a tear. He'd lay them gently at the base, never explaining, never recording. Just giving and sitting. Sometimes he'd say nothing at all. Other times he'd mumble to the leaves. Things like, "Hope you're proud of me. She reminds me of you sometimes. I still don't really understand any of it, but I'm glad we met." And then he'd fall quiet again, just breathing, letting the peace settle over him like snowfall. One night, he brought a lantern, not for light, just for warmth. He nestled it beside the trunk and leaned back against the bark. Above, The stars blinked between leaves. He closed his eyes and whispered, "I was so angry with you back then." A breeze shifted through the branches, not cold, not warm, just present. "I didn't get it. You were me, but not. You hurt people. I couldn't forgive you." He paused. "But now I see you were hurting too. You didn't ask to be born the way you were." He ran a hand over the roots. "I'm sorry, Fern. I should have tried harder." The tree said nothing. But somewhere in its core, something deep hummed, not in sound, but in soul. Forgiveness, like sap, slow and golden, rising through old wood. And so the world gently turned. The Candy Kingdom rebuilt again. Old friends left, new ones arrived. The tree never changed, not in the ways people noticed. But some claimed that its canopy grew wider every year, that its leaves fell more slowly, that its roots seemed to whisper beneath the earth if you stood very, very still. And so it endured, not as a monument, but as a memory. In the end, that's what Fern became, not the echo of a mistake, not a shadow of a hero, but a bridge between pain and peace. His life, brief and tangled, left a mark, not carved into stone, but planted in soil, tended in silence, grown in kindness. And the tree, his tree, remained, not just alive, but living, a story that never quite ended, because the best ones don't. They bloom again, and again. Sometimes, late at night, people said they saw fireflies near the tree. Not ordinary ones. They didn't flash with the usual rhythm, didn't hover in predictable patterns. They danced in circles, soft, slow spirals that drifted upward then faded like dreams. A few swore that if you sat long enough in silence, they'd form shapes. A sword, a leaflet, a face, smiling, eyes closed. But no one ever got a photo, and no one really wanted one. It felt sacred. Marceline came by once, humming low. She didn't sing for crowds anymore, just for herself, and sometimes for ghosts. She laid her bass at the tree's base and played a lullaby without lyrics, just chords that ached and soothed in equal measure. The branches above swayed gently, not to wind, but to memory, to presence, to the strange comfort of knowing someone gone was not truly gone. And Princess Bubblegum, older now, wiser, quieter, came too. She didn't take samples, didn't bring scanners. She just pressed her gloved palm to the bark and whispered, "Thank you." No one asked what for. No one needed to. BMO would stop by more than anyone. Still joyful, still singing, but softer. They liked to tell Fern stories he never got to hear, new dances Jake Jr. had invented. The time tree trunks accidentally took over Kingdom again. What it was like when the wind hit just right on top of Mount Cragdor. Each time they left, they'd wave goodbye to the tree and say, "Good talk, buddy. Same time next week." And off they'd roll without waiting for an answer. Because some answers don't need to be spoken. Eventually, even Finn visited less. Not out of neglect, but because he'd made peace. He still came for the anniversaries, the big ones. But he didn't linger like before. He'd sit, smile, nod at the leaves, and go. Once he said quietly, "You helped me be me, even when I didn't like what that meant." That was the last time he cried there. After that, it was just warmth. The seasons kept changing. The tree saw its first real snowfall, soft and thick and silent. Someone knitted a scarf around its trunk. No one knew who, no one needed to. It stayed there for years, even after it frayed, even after the color faded. The tree wore it like a badge, not of sorrow, but of affection. And someday, far ahead, someone new will stumble across it. Maybe a kid chasing butterflies. Maybe a wanderer, lost and tired. They'll sit beneath the boughs and feel something they won't have words for. A calm that presses gently behind the eyes. A sense that here they can rest. That whoever this tree once was, whatever he once carried, it's okay now. It's all okay. That's the beauty of Fern's ending. It wasn't loud. Wasn't grand. No statues, no fanfare. Just growth. Just quiet peace. Just the bloom of something better from something broken. A soul that once twisted in pain, now woven into the roots of a world still turning. And maybe that's the greatest legacy. Not being remembered, but being felt. In gentle breezes, in dappled light, in the silence that feels like love. So if you ever walk through a forest and find a tree that makes you pause, sit, listen. It might be him, still blooming, still there, still growing towards something soft and good, even now, even always. Let's keep drifting. We've walked through Fern's journey, his roots, his pain, his unraveling, and finally, his blooming. But now we're left with something quieter, a space that forms after a goodbye, a space not empty, but full of possibilities. What happens after the end? What grows after a goodbye? Let's explore that together. Lights low, hearts open. Long after Fern's story was etched into the soil of Ooo, the land kept on living. Time moved forward, as it always does. But in the quiet corners, in those soft, in-between spaces, whispers of him lingered. In dreams, Finn sometimes found himself walking through a field of moss, not the dangerous kind, the soft, cushiony moss that covered the hills behind the Candy Kingdom. He'd follow the wind and see a figure in the distance, half plant, half boy, familiar, smiling. And then he'd wake up, not sad, not startled, just thoughtful. Elsewhere, the grass sword, his sword, remained buried in the tree Fern had become. It never glowed again, never hissed with magic, just rested. Its job was done. But swords are strange things. They carry memories, weight, echoes of choices made and paths taken. Maybe someday, someone else will find it. Maybe not. But for now, it sleeps. And that feels right. In the Land of Ooo, stories often repeat themselves in odd ways. A shape returns, a voice resurfaces, a kindness echoes. And while Fern never came back as a ghost or a clone or a whispered legend, something in him did. Not as a body, but as a way of being. There was a boy. Not a hero, not a fighter. Just a kid born far from the Candy Kingdom. Raised among creatures that didn't speak his language. He had wild hair and scars he didn't talk about, and a strange fascination with plants. He'd sit for hours watching vines grow, touch leaves like they were old friends. He didn't know who Fern was, had never heard the name. But when he came across the tree, that tree, he stopped walking. Didn't know why. Just felt something shift. He sat down, closed his eyes, and felt okay for the first time in a long time. Maybe Fern's legacy isn't in memories, but in moments like that, in invisible nudges, in wordless comforts. A warmth under the ribs when you feel alone, and then don't. That's a kind of magic, too. Not flashy, not epic, but real. And sometimes that's what people need most. You see, goodbyes in Ooo aren't ends. They're compost. Rich soil for what comes next. Finn knew that, deeply. That's why he never tried to bring Fern back. Never sought resurrection or magic reversals. Because part of love is letting go, not forgetting, but honoring. And so the world turned. And from that farewell, new seeds began to stir. The Candy Kingdom built a garden behind the castle. It wasn't flashy, just herbs, vines, little berry bushes. Peppermint Butler called it the Grove of Second Chances. But most just called it Fern's Corner. No plaque, no speeches. Just a green space where anyone could sit and breathe. Jake Jr. liked to nap there. Tiffany, of all people, came to water the plants every week. Even Simon dropped by once, left a small journal behind. It read, "We're all many versions of ourselves. May yours rest gently." And BMO? BMO made a small wooden figure, green with a little smile. They placed it near the tree Fern had become. Not as a memorial, but as a friend, someone to keep watch, to greet squirrels and listen to rain, to wait for the next kid with too much on their heart and not enough peace in their bones. Someone who might need a place to sit, to be still, to feel seen. Because even in the strangest, most magical places, grief becomes growth, loss becomes lesson. And goodbye? Goodbye becomes beginning. As the years passed, fewer people remembered Fern by name. But the ones who mattered, the ones who really knew, kept him alive in small, quiet ways. Finn would sometimes walk alone through the grove, hands in his pockets, staring up at the leaves. He didn't always think about Fern consciously, but his footsteps would slow, his breath would deepen. It was like Fern was there, not as a memory, but as a presence, like gravity or sunlight. Something that didn't demand to be seen, only felt. You see, Fern had always wanted to be real, to be more than a shadow, more than a mistake. And in the end, he was. He became something that can't be measured in battles won or crowns claimed. He became a symbol, a whisper to anyone who's ever felt like the wrong version of themselves. A reminder that growth can come from even the sharpest pain, that healing isn't about erasing the past, but letting it take root and change shape. Deep in the forest where only the bravest adventurers wandered, stories began to surface. A vine-covered path that always led people home. A voice in the leaves that hummed lullabies when travelers were lost. Some said it was Fern watching over wanderers. Others just called it magic. But those who had really known him, they smiled and said nothing. Because they understood. Fern didn't need to be remembered as a person. He was part of the land now, and in Ooo, the land remembers everything. Elsewhere, life went on. People laughed, fought, fell in love. Old faces faded. New stories began. And somewhere in all that noise, little pieces of Fern found their way into the world. In the kindness of strangers. In the way kids stopped to talk to trees. In the vines that bloomed in impossible places. His legacy wasn't a statue or a shrine, it was a feeling. That strange, quiet courage to keep going, even when you don't feel whole. Especially then. One day Finn sat with Huntress Wizard under a big tree, the same one. She was tracing her fingers along the bark. "Feels like it's humming," she said. Finn nodded. Yeah. He always wanted to be heard. They didn't say much after that. They didn't have to. Some friendships aren't loud. They're just steady, like roots. And sometimes when Finn stood at the edge of the grove, looking out across the green hills of Ooo, he'd think about how strange it was. How someone who had struggled so hard just to be had ended up becoming part of everything. Maybe that was the lesson, that we don't need to be remembered perfectly. We don't need to have statues or songs. We just need to live honestly, to fight for the right things, to try. And sometimes trying is enough. BMO wrote a little lullaby once. Never shared it with anyone. They played it softly, alone in the treehouse. It went something like this. Leaves fall down, and still they grow. A stem, a shoot, a seed we sow. The boy was grass, the grass was brave, and now he sleeps in root and wave. BMO didn't know why they wrote it. Just felt right. Sometimes art is like that. It makes sense later. There was a story once told in a tavern just outside the Fire Kingdom, about a warrior made of moss who carried no weapon, but whose eyes glowed with gentle fire. They said he appeared when someone's heart was about to break. He'd sit with them, say nothing, and then leave. The people who met him couldn't remember his face. Only that, after he left, things didn't hurt quite so much. Is it true? Hard to say. But it feels true. And in stories, feeling is often more important than fact. Years later, a small fox made a home under Fern's tree. It curled up in the roots, raised its kits, and vanished one day without a trace. Then came a pair of songbirds, then a curious mole, then 100 other little lives. The tree had become its own world, a quiet, breathing monument. Not to sorrow, but to second chances. So what grows after goodbye? The answer is simple. Everything. Everything that dares to bloom again. Everything that learns to breathe in a new shape. Everything that grows, not in spite of loss, but because of it. In time, the tree that grew from Fern's sacrifice became a landmark on no map. Not because it was hidden, but because it belonged to everyone and no one at once. It stood beyond the rules of kingdoms and cartographers, outside the concerns of treasure or glory. Those who stumbled upon it were usually those who needed to. Not warriors or rulers, but the lost, the uncertain, the ones asking questions with no names. And somehow, standing beneath that canopy, they found a kind of answer. Not the kind that shouts or fixes things overnight, but the kind that sits quietly in your chest and says, "You're not broken, you're becoming." That's what Fern had been, really. Not a warning, not a cautionary tale, but a bridge between fear and courage, between self-hate and self-trust, between being born and becoming real. And bridges don't ask for praise. They just carry you forward. In the middle of one particularly rainy season, Jake and Finn, older now, wiser in the ways that hurt a little, returned to the grove with a bundle of wildflowers. Not because it was an anniversary or a quest, but because they missed him. Jake lay down in the moss while Finn pressed the flowers gently into the soil at the base of the trunk. Neither said a word for a while. The rain fell in a soft hush like nature holding its breath. Then Jake muttered, "He tried really hard, didn't he?" Finn nodded, eyes fixed on the bark. "Yeah. Harder than anyone should have had to." Jake scratched his belly and brow furrowed. "Wish we could have helped more." Finn smiled, sad and small. "We did what we could, and he did the rest." There was a silence again, but not the lonely kind. The peaceful kind. The kind that fills the space between people who don't need words to understand each other. Marceline visited too once. She didn't say why, and no one asked. She stood for a long time beneath the tree, one hand resting lightly against the trunk. The wind pulled at her hair, and something in her face softened. "I get it," she whispered. And maybe she did. because she too had lost herself once, more than once, and clawed her way back through music and memory and the kindness of strange, wonderful friends. She strummed a quiet chord on her axe bass, just one, and left. PB came once with a sapling of her own design, resilient, adaptive, sweet-smelling. She didn't say it aloud, but she planted it nearby. Not to replace Fern. Nothing could. But to honor the cycle he had joined. "I know you'd want this," she said softly, brushing the dirt from her hands. Then she looked up at the sky, where the sun broke through the clouds like a shy apology. Science had taught her many things, but Fern had taught her something even deeper, that purpose doesn't always come from logic. Sometimes it blooms from love. The years stretched on, and Ooo changed, as it always did. New generations explored its corners, built homes in its ruins, found laughter in its ghosts. Some of them heard stories of the boy made of grass. Some didn't. But now and then, a traveler would pause near a strange tree with tangled roots and whisper to themselves, "This place feels kind." And that was enough. Fern's memory didn't need to be carved into monuments or locked in dusty scrolls. It was in the way people healed, the way they kept going, the way they let themselves grow even when it hurt. In the quiet hours just before dawn, when the world feels suspended between sleep and song, the wind still moves through Fern's tree with a hush like a heartbeat. It speaks to those who listen, not in words, but in something softer, a nudge, a warmth, an invisible hand on your shoulder. And if you lean in close enough, if you let the silence wrap around you like moss, you might hear it too. You're okay. You're allowed to begin again. Fern wasn't perfect. He was scared and angry and confused. He made mistakes, big ones. He hurt others. He hurt himself. But he kept searching. He kept trying. And in the end, that mattered more than anything. It always does. Because the world doesn't ask us to be perfect. Only to be honest. And Fern, in his own fractured, fumbling way, was one of the most honest souls Ooo ever knew. He never stopped fighting for who he could become. In dreams sometimes, Finn would see him. Not always as the grass clone, not always in that final tree form, but as a boy. A boy with wild green eyes and a nervous smile, wearing a tattered scarf, maybe holding a sword too big for his hands. And in those dreams, Fern wasn't angry. He wasn't lost or haunted or afraid. He was just there, sitting next to Finn on a quiet hill, watching the stars blink into view. They never said much. But when Finn would wake, he always felt lighter, like a part of Fern had come just to remind him, "I'm okay. Keep going." And that's the thing about people like Fern. Even when they're gone, they leave traces. Not the kind you see, but the kind you carry. A tilt in your voice when you speak with courage. A choice you make to be kind, even when it's hard. A moment when you choose to forgive yourself because you remember how much someone else struggled to do the same. Fern became that kind of echo. Not in sorrow, but in strength. Somewhere far past the bubbling kingdoms and magic mountains, there's a boy walking a path. He doesn't know Fern's name. He never saw the battles or the crown or the sword splitting light through cursed wind. But in his chest is a seed, quiet, unfamiliar. One day he'll face something hard. He'll think about giving up. And that seed will stir. It'll whisper, "There is more to you. Keep going." And he will. That's Fern, too. That's legacy. Maybe that's the real gift Fern left behind. Not just a changed world, but a world where change is possible. where someone who was created by accident, who was manipulated and twisted and shattered, still found a way to matter, still found a way to give, to be loved, to bloom. And when we tell his story now, here in the soft dark with our blankets pulled up and our minds drifting, we're not just remembering a character. We're remembering what's possible inside each of us. If you've ever felt like you weren't the original, like you were someone's second choice, someone's mistake, if you've ever felt like the dark parts of your past mean you don't deserve peace or happiness, let Fern's story speak to you. You can grow beyond it. You can heal. You can change. And even if you stumble, especially when you stumble, that doesn't mean you fail. It just means you're still on the path. Every tree was once something smaller, something scared, something that had to push through soil and shadow and storm. But look at it now. Roots deep, branches wide, giving shelter to anyone who needs it, without asking for anything in return. That's Fern. That's you. That's all of us, really. Trying, growing, becoming. As the stars blink overhead and the hush of night wraps around us like a favorite storybook, take a breath. Let Fern's journey settle into your thoughts, not as a tragedy, not even as a victory, but as a reminder. A reminder that even when you're not sure who you are, even when you feel lost in the noise of your own mind, there's still hope. There's still time. There's still room for you to grow into something beautiful, just like Fern did. There once was a boy with a big heart, a bright yellow backpack, and a dream tucked deep inside his chest. His name was Finn, and though his world was full of talking candy, cosmic beings, and magical mysteries, his story at its core was beautifully simple. He just wanted to do the right thing. But before the battles and the broken hearts, before kingdoms rose and fell, there was just a little treehouse in the middle of the Land of Ooo. Picture it. Wooden floorboards creaking gently under bare feet, a rustling hammock swaying in the breeze, and the soft sounds of an old record player humming in the background. This treehouse wasn't just a place to sleep. It was home, a place where memories grew like vines, and every shelf, every corner, had a story to tell. Finn lived there with his magical best friend and brother, Jake the dog, a stretchy, sleep-jaw, sometimes silly, but always loyal companion. The two of them shared everything: pancakes in the morning, training sessions on the front lawn, dreamy star talks on the roof at night. To the outside world, Finn was a warrior in the making. But within the quiet sanctuary of those leafy walls, he was just a kid who was still learning how to tie bandages, how to swing a sword, how to be brave. And somewhere in that innocence, we start to see the softest layers of his story. You see, Finn didn't remember where he came from. He wasn't born in the Land of Ooo like most of the creatures he encountered. He was found, abandoned as a baby, crying in the woods, left in a leaf pile. A tragic image, but one that didn't define him. If anything, it sparked the fire inside him. The fire to protect. To never let anyone else feel alone the way he once had. Adopted by Jake's parents, Joshua and Margaret, Finn was raised in a home where love was loud, meals were warm, and life was full of oddball chaos. He grew up alongside Jake, who, though technically older, acted like an overgrown pup most of the time. And that was the magic of their bond. Brothers not by blood, but by choice. And there's something even stronger about that kind of connection, don't you think? As Finn got older, his sense of justice bloomed like a sword-shaped flower. He started patrolling the grasslands, looking for creatures to rescue and bad guys to bonk on the head. Not for glory, not for treasure, just because it felt right. Because doing the right thing filled up that part of him that still ached from being lost once. His first missions were small, saving sugar people from falling off cliffs or helping a snail cross a muddy path. But to Finn, they were everything. Each tiny quest added a layer to his courage, a polish to his rusty sense of purpose. And every time Jake trotted beside him with that lazy grin, cracking jokes and playing tunes on his viola, the world felt a little safer. There's something calming in that image, isn't there? A boy and his brother, one full of fire, the other full of stretch. Walking through grassy hills under a bubblegum pink sky, their shadows dancing behind them. No need to rush, no need to win. Just two souls moving through the world, one kind act at a time. Sometimes they'd return to the treehouse with scrapes and bruises. Jake would plop down on the couch with a groan, while Finn would rummage for Band-Aids and draw smiley faces on them. Then they'd eat spaghetti straight out of the pot and listen to old tapes of Joshua's warrior stories. The kind of nights where the stars seemed to lean in a little closer. Some nights, for Finn couldn't sleep. He'd lie in bed, arms folded behind his head, eyes wide open as moonlight pooled through the treehouse window. The world outside shimmered quietly, sometimes with fireflies, sometimes with magic, but always with mystery. He'd whisper questions into the dark. Why am I the only human? Where did I really come from? Am I doing enough? Being enough? They weren't questions a kid should have to carry, but Finn carried them anyway, tucked deep beneath the bright laughter and heroic poses. He never told Jake, not really, but Jake probably knew. Jake always knew more than he let on. To soothe himself, Finn would hum old lullabies, scrappy little tunes he'd made up during bath time or backyard sword fights. He didn't know where the melodies came from, only that they felt ancient and warm, like echoes of a past he couldn't quite remember. And that was Finn's magic, not just in his swordsmanship or his brave leaps into danger, but in the way he held on to hope, even when it hurt, even when he didn't understand the pain. He once told BMO, his tiny, cheerful video game-playing robot roommate, that being a hero wasn't about being strong. It was about showing up, even when you were scared, even when you had no idea what to do next. And then doing the kindest thing you could do. Isn't that a lovely way to look at life? In the daytime, Finn ran through dungeons and dodged slime monsters. But in the quiet hours, he was just a boy learning to live with a big heart in a strange world. His bedroom was messy in the most charming way. Crumbs from late-night sandwiches, broken pencils and crumpled quest maps, a half-drawn doodle of a dragon riding a skateboard. This was the world of a dreamer, a kid still figuring out who he was, but not afraid to try. There was something so pure about Finn in those early years. He wanted to save everyone. The candy folk, the grass villages, even the villains, if he thought they could change. He believed in second chances. He believed that everyone had a little good inside them, somewhere, even if it was hidden under layers of meanness or magic spells. And that belief? It made him powerful in a way no enchanted sword ever could. Sometimes on lazy afternoons, Finn and Jake would climb up to the very top of the treehouse. They'd sit quietly, legs dangling off the ledge, watching the world stretch out in every direction. Candy Kingdom to the south, Ice Kingdom to the north, rolling fields of grass and secrets in between. Jake might drift off mid-sentence, snoring softly. But Finn, He'd stay awake just a little longer, letting the breeze tangle through his hair, thinking. Not sad, just wondering, wishing he could help more, be more, and maybe in a way, thanking the universe for letting him be here at all. There's something deeply comforting about beginnings, isn't there? The early days, the quiet foundations, on when the world is still full of maybes and mysteries, but you feel safe. Like the treehouse will always be there. Like the people you love will always be one hammock away. Of course, we know the world changes. Finn will grow. Things will get harder. But for now, right now, he's just a boy in a treehouse, drawing stars on his ceiling with glow paint, laughing with Jake, hugging BMO, building a pillow fort just because it's Tuesday. That's where we'll leave him for the moment. Soft light, big dreams, a little hero with the whole world ahead of him. Sometimes when the wind rustled through the branches just right, it sounded like whispers. The treehouse was alive in a way. It held memories like rings inside a trunk. Each floorboard creak was a footstep from yesterday. Each window pane shimmered with the light of 100 golden afternoons. Finn didn't think about it much, but even as a kid, he was part of something ancient. The Land of Ooo wasn't just a backdrop for his adventures. It was a character of its own, a strange, beautiful world that had seen ages rise and fall. And yet there it was, holding him like a cradle in the leaves. There were mornings when he'd wake to birds singing nonsense songs and Jake cooking bacon pancakes, his tail wagging in rhythm. The scent would fill the house and BMO would play a cheerful tune bouncing in place. Finn, groggy and grinning, would hop down from his loft, sword tucked under one arm like a teddy bear. No alarms, no quests. Just another day full of possibility. He'd scribble on a napkin. Things to do today. Help someone. Be awesome. Eat sandwich. Then off they'd go, bounding into the world with nothing but courage and an open heart. Finn's childhood was stitched together from these simple moments. Moments that didn't always make the history books, but shaped the boy more than any battle ever could. There was the time he built a robot from trash just to keep BMO company. Or when he taught a gang of rough, tough goblins how to paint watercolor sunsets. Even the days when nothing happened at all, when he and Jake just lay in the grass, watching clouds drift lazily across the candy-colored sky, those days mattered. Because rest is part of the story, too. And for Finn, rest wasn't about doing nothing. It was about being. Being present, being still, being grateful. At night, he'd journal quietly under the covers, flashlight in hand. Today, I helped a tree goblin find his lucky leaf, he might write. Or, Jake and I ate 12 tacos. I feel weird but happy. He didn't know who he was writing for. Maybe future Finn, or maybe some invisible friend he imagined was out there in the stars, watching over him. Someone who'd smile and nod and say, "Good job, kid." And sometimes he wondered if that someone was his real family. That question lingered in him like the last note of a lullaby. Soft, bittersweet, not painful exactly, but always there. He didn't talk about it much. He didn't need to. Because every person he helped, every smile he sparked, brought him a little closer to an answer. Maybe family wasn't about where you came from. Maybe it was about the people who saw you, truly saw you, and stayed. Like Jake, like BMO. Like the oddball heroes and weirdos he'd meet on the road ahead. But for now, in this part of the story, it was just the beginning. The map was still blank in many places. The sky still stretched wide and full of wonder. And Finn, brave and barefoot, stood ready to fill the blank spaces with kindness. One late evening, as the stars blinked lazily into view, Finn sat alone on the treehouse balcony. Auntie Jake was snoring in a sunbeam. BMO was powering down beside a half-finished jigsaw puzzle. The world felt quiet, like the pause between verses in a song. Finn looked out across the horizon and whispered something to himself. Not loud, not dramatic, just a soft little vow. I'll protect this place. I'll protect everyone. It was the kind of promise a kid makes when they don't know how big the world really is. But maybe that's the best kind, because it comes from a place of purity, of wonder, of love. He didn't know what was coming. Didn't know about the Lich or the comet or the heartbreaks ahead. All he knew was that his heart was full, his sword was ready, and the wind smelled like adventure. And that was enough. As night settled around the treehouse, the stars above Ooo began their silent waltz across the sky. It was peaceful, but never silent. The world always had something to say if you listened closely. Crickets chirped lullabies in the tall grass. The wind carried the faintest chime of a distant candy festival. And from deep in the woods, the sleepy hoot of a ghost owl echoed like a secret. Finn loved these moments. He didn't always understand them, but he felt them. Like the world was whispering a bedtime story just for him. Like everything was connected in ways too big for words. He would curl into his blanket, limbs tangled from a day of climbing and tumbling and sword-swinging, and close his eyes with a smile. Because despite the mystery of it all, despite the questions he carried, the ones about where he came from and who he might one day be, Finn knew he was home. Not the kind of home with family portraits and dinner tables, but a home made of laughter and loyalty. Of friends who knew your weirdest quirks and still chose to stick around. Of silly inside jokes, mid-battle giggles, and soft moments of stillness. The treehouse wasn't just a base or a bedroom. It was the heart of everything. A warm, creaky, leaf-scented haven where imagination had no ceiling and love had no rules. Some nights, Finn dreamed strange dreams. Not nightmares exactly, but flashes of things unfamiliar. A face in a crowd that felt too familiar. A desert sunset. A whisper in a language he didn't know he knew. He'd wake up with his hand on his chest, feeling his heart beat fast. And then he'd smile. Another clue, he'd mumble, before drifting back to sleep. 'Cause that's who Finn was. He wasn't afraid of the unknown. He welcomed it. He let it fold him into its arms like a long-lost friend. As seasons passed, he grew physically, emotionally, even spiritually. The boy who once tripped over his own sword became the young man who could disarm monsters with empathy. But we'll get to all that in time. For now, it's important to hold this version of him. The wide-eyed boy in the treehouse. The hero who was still learning what it meant to be brave, not just in battle, but in love, in loss, in stillness. Because that treehouse wasn't just the beginning of his story, it was the soil that nourished it. Every act of kindness, every laugh with Jake, every evening spent watching the moon rise, it all became part of him, woven into the fabric of who Finn the Human would become. So let's pause here, shall we? Close your eyes and picture the warm glow of that treehouse. The windows lit with golden candlelight. Jake's soft snoring coming from the hammock. BMO humming lullabies beside the window. And Finn, our fearless dreamer, wrapped in blankets, one arm draped over his sword, the other resting beneath his cheek. Safe. Content. Wondering what tomorrow would bring. Let that image carry you into sleep if you're heading there tonight. Or into your own dreams if you're listening in the background of your day. Because all great stories begin not with fanfare or fireworks, but with a quiet promise. I will try to be good. I will try to help. I will try to love. And Finn, from that very first day in the treehouse, lived by that promise. So picture this. Finn's just a little older now. Still rocking the bear hat, still leaping into danger without hesitation. But there's something new in the way he walks. A bit more purpose. A few more scuffs on his boots. And maybe, just maybe, a small tug in his chest he doesn't quite know how to name yet. Adventure was no longer just a game, it was becoming a calling. From battling the Ice King on icy mountaintops to unraveling the riddles of ancient dungeons hidden beneath the Candy Kingdom, Finn and Jake were always chasing something. Sometimes it was glory, sometimes it was treasure. But more often than not, they were chasing that feeling, that buzz of doing something right, of standing up even when no one else would. And Finn, he thrived on it. Each quest taught him something new. Not just how to fight or solve puzzles, but how to care. How to read a room. How to lead, even when his voice wavered a little. Because behind the goofy shouts and high-flying punches, Finn had a heart that cracked open wider with every passing day. And then came Bubblegum. Ah, Princess Bubblegum. Smart, cool, kind of intimidating. The way she moved through a room like she already knew what you were about to say. The way her eyes sparkled when she was building something brilliant. It hit Finn like a thunderbolt made of bubble wrap and peppermint. He didn't even know what to do with the feelings. It was all elbows and stammers and sweaty palms. He'd tried to impress her by being extra heroic, leaping higher, fighting harder. He once wrote her a poem, but burned it in the fireplace before she could see it. Jake, of course, teased him endlessly. Just tell her you like her, man. What's the worst that could happen? But Finn wasn't sure he even had the words. How do you explain to someone that your heart does somersaults when they smile? So he said nothing. Or at least, not enough. But that's the thing about first loves. They don't always need big declarations. Sometimes they're just quiet truths tucked behind every glance, every awkward silence. And sometimes the silence says more than any sword ever could. One day, during a particularly wild quest involving lava wolves and a rogue pie elemental, Finn and Bubblegum got separated from the others. They found themselves holed up in a crystal cave, waiting out a storm of magical fireflies. And there, in the shimmering blue light, they talked. Not about dungeons. Not about saving the day. They talked about stars, about dreams, about what it meant to care so much for so many people, and still feel alone sometimes. Finn didn't try to be anyone else. He just was. And Bubblegum didn't solve any equations or give any speeches. She just listened and smiled. For a moment, everything slowed down. And Finn realized maybe love wasn't always about the chase. Maybe it was about the quiet, the calm, the way someone could make you feel like you belonged, even in a world full of monsters and magic. Of course, things didn't stay simple. They never do. There were misunderstandings, hurt feelings, times when Finn's heart swelled too big for his chest, and other times when it felt like it had caved in completely. But that's the journey, isn't it? You learn that love isn't always a straight line. That sometimes the person you adore might not feel the same way, and that's okay. It doesn't make the love any less real. It just makes it part of your growth. Finn learned to let go with grace, to take his pain and shape it into strength, to love without needing anything in return. That's not something many heroes can say. Sometimes love came in quieter packages. Enter Flame Princess. Where bubblegum was composed and calculated, Flame Princess was wildfire and raw feeling. She didn't hide behind formulas or diplomacy. She burned bright, felt everything deeply, and wore her heart on her blazing sleeve. When Finn met her, something shifted. Not just in the way he saw love, but in the way he saw himself. She wasn't what he expected. She challenged him, lit up parts of him that had been dimmed by disappointment and confusion. With Flame Princess, Finn didn't feel like a knight trying to win over royalty. He felt seen. And in that whirlwind of first kisses and emotional explosions, sometimes literal explosions, Finn learned that love could be passionate, but also volatile. That caring deeply doesn't always mean things will be easy. And that even the purest feelings can hurt if you're not ready to understand them. They tried. He tried. But between their emotional growing pains and the elemental chaos that came with being made of fire, things got complicated. There were mistakes. Moments Finn wasn't proud of. He hurt her, accidentally, but still. And he had to live with that. Not just because he lost someone special, but because it forced him to look inward, to ask himself what kind of person, what kind of partner he really wanted to be. And that question? It lingered longer than any heartbreak. But it wasn't all ache and ashes. Some of Finn's best days were spent riding across the Land of Ooo with Jake, meeting oddball creatures, laughing until his cheeks hurt. There was a magic in that middle space, between the big battles and the quiet heartaches, the simple thrill of living. He'd help a lost mountain find its purpose, dance with sentient slime at underground raves, have noodle fights in treehouse kitchens, and long conversations about whether burritos were truly the perfect food. These moments didn't always make headlines. They weren't epic quests or grand declarations of love, but they were just as important. Because they reminded Finn that being a hero wasn't just about saving kingdoms. It was about showing up, being kind, listening, making people laugh, and sometimes just being there when someone needed you. There was a day, an ordinary Tuesday actually, when Finn and Jake stumbled upon a tiny village plagued by a fear spell. People there hadn't left their homes in years, trapped not by monsters but by their own minds. Finn didn't fight his way through it. He didn't swing a sword or cast a spell. He just listened. Sat with a little old man trembling on his porch and said, "It's okay to be scared. I get scared too." That was it. That was the moment the fear started to unravel. Because Finn didn't need to be fearless. He just needed to be honest. And the world, in return, softened for him. As he moved through these chapters of life, of growing pains and spontaneous dances, of lost crushes and hard lessons, Finn's heart kept expanding. Not in a fairy tale way, but in a real way. He learned that you can love someone and still let them go. That you can be brave without always being right. That people are complicated and messy and full of contradictions. And that's okay. It's what makes life beautiful. It's what makes us beautiful. As Finn kept growing, inside and out, There was a moment when everything around him seemed to change, even though it looked the same. The treehouse was still there. Jake still made bacon pancakes on slow mornings. The Land of Ooo still buzzed with magic and mischief. But something in Finn's chest felt heavier and a little quieter. He began to notice things he hadn't before, like the way people changed when no one was watching, the sadness hidden behind smiles, the quiet fear of being left behind. He saw it in Marceline when she played her bass alone at dusk, plucking at memories too painful to name. He saw it in Bubblegum, still regal, still sharp, but tired in ways even her lab coats couldn't fix. And Finn felt it in himself. The ache of growing up. That strange in-between where you're not quite a kid anymore, but not fully sure what comes next. There was a quest once just outside the grasslands. A simple one, or so it seemed. A lost child, a map, a hidden cave. But halfway through, Finn realized the child wasn't lost at all. He'd run away. From expectations, from pressure, from the fear of disappointing the ones he loved. Finn sat with the boy under a starlit sky. They didn't talk much, just stared upward as fireflies danced quietly through the trees. Then the boy asked, "Do you ever feel like you're supposed to be something great, but you're not sure you even want to be?" And Finn, older now, wiser in ways that didn't always show, said softly, "All the time." That moment stuck with him, because it reminded him that being a hero isn't just about answering the call to adventure. It's about understanding why you're answering it, and who you're doing it for. His relationship with the Flame Princess had ended, and not on the neatest of terms. There was sadness, yes, but also relief, because both of them had started to change, and change doesn't always mean you stay aligned. And that's okay. Sometimes love burns bright and leaves behind a beautiful scar, a reminder of who you were when you felt the most alive. Finn didn't regret it. How could he? He'd learned that loving someone doesn't always mean keeping them. It sometimes means letting them find their own path, even if it doesn't walk beside yours. Then there was the time he lost his arm. A wild, heartbreaking arc, tangled with destiny and echoes of himself he didn't understand yet. But before the pain and the prophecy came the doubt. Not the loud, dramatic kind. The quiet, creeping kind. The kind that made him wonder if he was just pretending to be brave. He'd always leapt into battle without hesitation. But now he hesitated. Not out of fear, but out of thought. Was violence really the answer? Could there be a better way? These questions made him different. Less impulsive. More aware. He still fought, yes. Still saved kingdoms. Still charged headfirst into danger. But now he did it with purpose. With empathy. With the understanding that sometimes monsters weren't monsters. Sometimes they were just people who'd been hurting too long. It's funny how in childhood, the world feels so big and shiny. And then as you grow, it somehow gets smaller, but deeper. Finn began to see the history beneath the dirt, the layers beneath every kingdom. The old wars, the hidden truths, the buried mistakes that shaped everything. And in that discovery, he found new parts of himself. Parts that weren't loud or heroic. Parts that ached and wondered and dreamed. Parts that could sit in silence and still feel full. And through it all, Jake was there, cracking jokes, offering advice that was both ridiculous and profound. being the steady hum in the background of Finn's ever-changing melody. Their brotherhood, more than any romance, was Finn's anchor, because Jake knew all of him. The brave parts, the silly parts, the heartbroken, lost, dreaming, wondering, laughing parts. And he never asked Finn to be anything else. That kind of love? It's rare. It's real. And it shaped Finn more than any sword ever could. As we draw this segment to a close, think of Finn not just as a warrior or adventurer, but as a boy learning to feel, to love, to lose, to grow. These early days, the quests, the first loves, the stumbles, laid the foundation for the hero he'd become. But more importantly, they revealed the heart behind the hero. And in the end, isn't that the part that matters most? Finn's life was a series of bright sparks and long shadows, and in the quieter moments, between battles and banter, he began to understand something that many don't learn until much later. That love isn't just romance. It's not just first kisses or crushing heartbreaks or that giddy ache in your chest when someone special says your name. Love was Jake, stretching his arms into a hammock just to catch Finn when he fell. Love was Marceline, handing over her bass when words failed, because music said it better. Love was PB, showing up at the right moments, even if their love didn't unfold the way Finn dreamed. And love was himself, standing in front of a mirror, still figuring it all out, still showing up every day. There was a time, deep in the night, when Finn couldn't sleep. Jake was snoring softly nearby, the stars peeking through the treehouse canopy. Finn whispered, to no one in particular, "I just want to be good, like Bo, really, truly good." That's what it came down to for him. Beneath the armor, the adventures, the laughter, and the awkward crushes, was a boy with a big heart and a fierce hope. A hope that he could be the kind of person who helped others feel safe, who made the world even a tiny bit better, who didn't just slay monsters, but also sat with them, understood them, and maybe even helped them change. But understanding yourself doesn't happen all at once. It sneaks up on you in strange little moments. Like helping Ice King write fan fiction because he's lonely. Or listening to a tree that's afraid to let go of its last leaf. Or realizing, mid-battle, that sometimes the scariest thing isn't the enemy. It's the version of yourself you haven't faced yet. Finn's journey through these early years wasn't about conquering evil or saving princesses. It was about becoming whole, bit by bit, day by day. He started to notice that some of his biggest growth happened during the moments when he wasn't trying to be heroic. Moments where he just was, helping a creature find its home, asking the right question instead of offering the right answer, choosing to stay quiet when the world expected him to roar. That's the funny thing about being young. You think the big defining moments will be loud, explosive, obvious. But they're often small, private, invisible to everyone but you. So many of Finn's adventures taught him that. Like when he discovered the pillow world, a strange dimension that he stumbled into, lived a whole life in, and then returned from, changed, older somehow, softer. He married, had kids, felt the slow warmth of a quiet life. And then he came back. Was it real? A dream? A metaphor? Does it matter? What mattered was how it made him feel. How it reminded him that life isn't just about epic quests. It's about the simple, fleeting moments that shape who you are when no one's watching. Looking back, those first loves, bubblegum, flame princess, they weren't failures. They were doorways. Each one opened something inside him. Curiosity, pain, joy, growth. They taught him that people are complex, feelings are messy, and love isn't always tidy or fair or reciprocated. But it's always worth it, because it shapes you, softens you, strengthens you, teaches you where your heart truly lives. And as Finn walked forward, older, a little taller, maybe a little quieter, he carried those lessons with him, not as burdens, but as seeds. Seeds of kindness, empathy, wisdom. He wouldn't always get it right. He'd make mistakes, fall short, doubt himself again and again. But he'd keep trying. Because that's who he is. Not just a hero. Not just a boy, but a human. And being human means loving even when it's scary. Choosing hope when it's easier to shut down. Showing up again and again, even when your heart's been broken. So as we leave this chapter behind, this tender time of adventure and first loves, let's take a breath. Let's remember that growing up isn't about becoming someone new. It's about becoming more of who you've always been. Braver, softer, wiser, like Finn. Still dreaming, still stumbling, still becoming. And isn't that a beautiful thing to fall asleep to? You still with me, sleepyhead? If your eyes are starting to flutter, that's okay. You don't need to hold on tight. This part of Finn's story is softer anyway. Not in how it feels, but in how it moves. This is where things start to shift. Not with fanfare, but with silence. Not with giant dragons or legendary quests, but with pauses and goodbyes, and the kind of lessons that don't come with a prize at the end. This is the part where Finn really starts to grow up. He used to think every problem could be solved with a sword, a punch, or a clever plan. But slowly, quietly, the problems changed. They got messier, blurry at the edges. They didn't always have villains. Sometimes the bad guy was someone hurting. Sometimes it was just a misunderstanding. And sometimes, most confusing of all, it was himself. Finn had to face moments where he didn't like who he was becoming. Moments where he let people down. Where his choices caused pain, even when he meant well. That's a tough pill for anyone to swallow. But especially for a boy who's always tried to do the right thing. One of the hardest chapters began when Fern entered his life. Fern, the grass clone, born from magic, confusion, and parts of Finn's own soul. At first, Fern felt like a reflection, another version of Finn, a twisted twin, one trying so desperately to be him. But things didn't go the way anyone hoped. Fern struggled with his identity. He wanted to be real, to be loved, to be accepted, not as a shadow, but as someone. And Finn, he didn't know how to love Fern the way he needed. It wasn't out of cruelty, just uncertainty. Because what do you do when you're faced with a version of yourself that you don't understand? Fern's spiral into loneliness, jealousy, and anger was tragic, and in the end, it hurt both of them. But here's the thing. Even when Fern turned on him, even when things got dark, Finn never truly hated him. Because deep down, he recognized that pain. He knew what it felt like to be lost inside your own skin, to wonder if you're enough. Then came the moment that left a quiet, permanent mark. The day Jake died. Not in a big dramatic blaze, not in some world-ending battle, but in a way that was strangely gentle, peaceful, final. Jake's passing wasn't just a loss, it was the end of an era. For so long, Jake had been Finn's constant, his brother, his guide, his anchor, and suddenly, he was gone. There's a special kind of heartbreak that comes when someone who knew all your versions, your silliest, weakest, bravest, messiest parts, leaves. Finn didn't cry in the loud, movie-style way. His grief showed up in small moments. Pausing at the breakfast table, touching Jake's favorite mug, reaching for advice that wouldn't come. And in those quiet cracks, he changed. Not in an instant, but day by day he softened in places that had once been hard, grew stronger in ways that didn't show on the outside. He stopped trying to be perfect and started trying to be present. Growing up doesn't always feel like growth. Sometimes it feels like loss. The loss of innocence, the loss of certainty. The loss of believing that everything can be fixed with a punch or a clever joke. But with those losses came something else. Depth. Compassion. The kind of strength that doesn't always show up in battle, but in forgiveness, in patience, in just showing up when it's hard. Finn didn't stop being a hero. He just started being a different kind of one. Not the loudest. Not the flashiest, but maybe the most real. There's a quiet kind of courage that creeps in once the noise fades. After Jake's passing, Finn found himself sitting still more often, alone on rooftops, walking slowly through the forest, just listening. To the wind, to the silence, to the world without his brother's steady hum beside him. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't loud. It just was. And in that stillness, something happened that no amount of adventuring could have taught him. He started to become whole, not because he added more pieces, but because he finally began to sit with the broken ones. He visited old places that once brought joy. The Fire Kingdom, where echoes of his past love still flickered in the molten walls. The Candy Kingdom, now bustling with new changes where bubblegum had grown in her own quiet way. Even the treehouse, still standing, though emptier now, felt different. Sometimes he'd wake from dreams of alternate lives, futures that could have been. He dreamed of being a father, of growing old, of what life might be like without magic, without battles, without the weight of being a hero. And he didn't fight those dreams. He let them come, let them leave something behind. They were reminders that the future wasn't set. That possibility still lived inside him, even when loss seemed to close all doors. One of the most tender things about this period of Finn's life was how often he stopped trying to be the center of everything. He let others lead. He sat back and watched more. He allowed himself to be a background character in other people's stories. Because growing up isn't always about stepping forward. Sometimes it's about stepping aside, making space, letting others bloom. There's a peace in that, a maturity that doesn't need the spotlight. Finn started to understand that love isn't about clinging. It's about witnessing, watching your friends change even if you don't quite fit into their new worlds, celebrating from afar, supporting without needing to be seen. He didn't always get it right, of course. There were still missteps, times when he lashed out, when he said the wrong thing, when the old version of himself tried to take the wheel again. But now, instead of pretending those moments didn't happen, he paused. He apologized, reflected, chose better the next time. That's the thing no one tells you about becoming an adult. It's not about knowing everything. It's about realizing how little you know, and learning anyway, bit by bit, with grace, with patience, with humility. There's one moment that always sticks with fans, a quiet scene. Nothing flashy. Finn sits by a river. He picks up a rock, throws it in, watches the ripples. No dialogue, no explanation. Just a boy and a river. But something about it feels like a chapter closing. It's the way his shoulders relax. The way he doesn't force a smile. The way he just is. Peaceful. That's what growing up gave Finn. Not perfection, but peace. Not all the answers, but the ability to live with the questions. He still had his sword. Still had strength. Still had the spark that made him Fern the Human. But more and more he learned that the bravest thing he could do wasn't to fight dragons or chase villains. It was to sit with his own feelings, to face himself, to open his heart after loss and keep it open even when it hurt. Because real heroes don't just save kingdoms. They heal, they listen, they grow. There was a moment not marked by danger or drama, but by something subtler. Finn stopped needing to be defined, not as a knight, not as the last human, not as anyone's ex-boyfriend, sidekick, or even savior. For the first time, he was just Finn, and that was enough. It didn't happen all at once. Growth rarely does. But one day he looked into a mirror, not searching for scars or old memories, but simply recognizing the face that stared back. A little older, a little quieter, still smiling, but in a softer way. It was the smile of someone who had known love and loss, who had been broken and still stood. Someone who understood that being a hero doesn't mean always winning. It means showing up, even when it's hard. In this chapter, Finn also began to revisit his roots, not just the literal places, but the emotional ones. He sought out Martin again, not to fight, not to demand answers, but to understand. Their dynamic was never easy. Martin was a drifting star, never anchored, never still. But Finn didn't come to change him anymore. He came with a quiet heart. He listened. He let go of the expectation that their story had to end perfectly. Sometimes healing doesn't come in a tidy resolution. Sometimes it's in the choice to stop needing closure, to find peace in the open ending. Finn never got the father he imagined, but he did become the kind of man he would have needed when he was younger, and in that, there was healing. The emotional weight of growing up became a quiet companion, not a burden. Finn carried it with a kind of grace, never boastful, never bitter. He began writing songs again. Not all of them were silly. Some were gentle. Some were raw. Melodies that captured the ache of letting go, the sweetness of remembering. The kind of feelings that settle into your bones and don't need to be spoken aloud. Music became a way to sort through the things he couldn't explain. Not for anyone else, just for himself. A boy once too restless to sit still, now found calm in quiet strums. And as he grew into this new self, the world around him began to look different too. He noticed things he used to race past. The way a dandelion wavered in the breeze, the patterns the clouds made, the tiny expressions on BMO's face when no one was looking. Adventure used to be explosions, danger, and dungeons. Now sometimes it was just sitting under a tree watching the wind move through the leaves and knowing he didn't need to run anymore. Stillness became sacred. He reconnected with Flame Princess. This time without pressure, without the heat of past mistakes. Their conversations were gentler, more honest. They weren't trying to be who they were back then. They were simply meeting as who they are now, and that made all the difference. There was no need to rekindle anything, just a quiet understanding that love, even when it doesn't last, leaves warmth that never fully fades. He visited Marceline and Bubblegum more too. Watched them evolve, grow together. Finn wasn't central to their story anymore, and he didn't want to be. But he was part of it. And that was enough. They laughed over old memories, talked about fears, made tea at midnight. Not heroes on a quest. Just friends, resting in the comfort of being known. Even little moments with BMO who never truly changed became treasures. Late-night talks, shared meals. Playing make-believe just because it was fun. Finn no longer needed to prove he was grown up by leaving behind play. He'd learned that real maturity isn't about outgrowing wonder. It's about letting it live beside your wisdom. Being someone who can fight dragons and build forts. Who can carry grief and still laugh until their belly hurts. Finn had become that kind of person. And slowly, that deep ache inside him, that unspoken loneliness that had followed him for years, began to ease. Not disappear entirely, but soften, because he had chosen to stop running, to stop performing, to start being alone without being lonely, being quiet without being lost, being whole without needing to be everything to everyone. In the end, growing up wasn't a single event for Finn. It was a slow, winding path of heartbreaks and healing, of letting go and leaning in. And while many knew him as the great adventurer of Ooo, the bravest thing he ever did was become himself. Not the hero, not the legend, just Finn. Complicated, curious, compassionate, and still wide open to whatever tomorrow might bring. In the twilight of his youth, Finn began to embrace something he had never really understood before. He didn't need to be legendary to live a life that mattered. He didn't need songs sung about him in distant lands. He didn't need monuments or crowns. The real legacy he was building lived in far quieter places. In the lives he touched, in the kindnesses he offered, in the way he showed up even when he didn't know what to say. He started helping people in simple, quiet ways. Fixing broken fences, walking with the elderly banana guards, telling bedtime stories to young adventurers in training. And he didn't always tell them about his own past. Sometimes he just listened. Sometimes he let them be the heroes. Because growing up also meant knowing when to step aside and lift others up. He'd sit on the hill outside the treehouse, his boots off, the grass cool under his feet, and breathe in the evening air. The stars above Ooo twinkled with their usual mischief. The moon hung lazily in the sky. And for the first time in a long time, Finn wasn't looking up with longing. He wasn't wondering what wild quest might await him. He was content, right here, right now. He realized that he'd spent so much of his early life running toward meaning, chasing purpose, fearing that if he didn't do enough, he wouldn't be enough. But life had slowly whispered to him, "You are already enough, not because of your victories, not because of your scars, but because you keep going, you keep caring, you keep loving, even when it's hard." There's a small moment that fans sometimes forget, but it's one of the most human things Finn ever did. He planted a small garden, not magical, not enchanted, just soil, water, and seeds. He tended to it each day, not because it served a grand purpose, but because it made him feel alive, connected. Watching things grow slowly, with patience and care, mirrored something within him. It was the opposite of his early adventures. No rush, no monsters, no climactic victories. Just steady, honest work, And that little patch of earth became a symbol of everything he had learned. That growth takes time. That beauty often comes quietly. That peace isn't a destination. It's something you cultivate little by little, day by day. Finn still dreamed of adventure sometimes. In the quiet moments before sleep, his mind would wander to distant lands, ancient ruins, and oddball creatures. And maybe someday he'd pick up his sword again. Maybe he'd travel beyond the borders of Ooo, seeking out lost places and new friends. But for now, he didn't need to, because the greatest adventure of becoming himself was still unfolding, one quiet morning at a time. In the end, Fern the Human wasn't just a story of swords and monsters. It was a story of a boy who lost and loved and lived, who fell down and got back up, who changed and let others change. And through it all, he became a reflection of something truly rare, a hero who didn't chase glory, but who learned how to rest, how to forgive, how to grow. So as you're lying there, eyes soft and breath slow, think of Finn. Not in a blaze of battle, but sitting on his porch sipping tea, smiling softly at the horizon, still dreaming, still learning, still loving the world, just in a quieter way. Because growing up doesn't mean losing your wonder. It means holding it gently, like a flower you planted yourself, and letting it bloom. Let's sink even deeper now. We've followed Finn through treehouse mornings, heartbreaks, quiet growth, and the ordinary wonders of simply being human. But Ooo is a strange place, and Finn's journey? It isn't just personal. It's cosmic. Because hidden beneath the charm of colorful landscapes and silly voices lies a tangled web of lost ages, forgotten destinies, and mysteries that stretch back before time had names. Tonight we're peeling back that veil. So if your eyelids are growing heavy, that's okay. Let your thoughts float as we dive into the shadows behind the stars. Let's begin with the Catalyst Comet. Long before Finn held a sword, before his birth, or even the shaping of his bones, something ancient was already watching. Once every 1,000 years, a comet streaks across the skies of Ooo, not a regular one, a catalyst comet, a cosmic force carrying the potential to change the world, to shift it, shake it, even restart it entirely. And each time this comet comes, someone or something rises to meet it. Guess who was chosen this time? That's right, Finn. Or rather, the soul inside Finn. Because deep down, beneath the skin, the voice, and the goofy grin, Finn is something more than just a boy with a backpack. He's a reincarnated soul, one that's been around for a very long time. He's lived many lives, Fiona, Shoko, even a butterfly at one point. And now, this time, he was born as Finn Mertens, the last human of Ooo, or so he thought. The comet wasn't just a big, glowing rock in the sky. It was a test, a choice. When it finally arrived during Finn's teenage years, it didn't crash and burn. It spoke, through the voice of an alien entity called the Catalyst Entity, a shimmering being of light and purpose who gently offered Finn a way out. "Come with me," it said. "Leave this world behind. Start fresh. Be reborn. You don't have to carry your pain." It wasn't threatening. It was calm, kind, almost parental. Finn could have said yes. He could have become energy again, skipping through time like a cosmic whisper. But he didn't. He chose to stay with Jake, with Ooo, with the people he loved. Not because he was afraid of death, but because he wasn't done living. Even with all the sorrow, confusion, and unanswered questions, he still believed there was something beautiful to hold on to. That moment, that choice, it says everything about who Finn truly is. He's more than destiny, more than prophecy, more than some celestial fragment on a long reincarnation chain. He's a boy who chooses love over escape. And yet, the secrets didn't stop there. There were deeper layers still. Beneath the grass of Ooo lie ruins, buried cities, cracked machines, holograms still flickering, whispering the names of forgotten kings. This is the age of humanity, long before candy kingdoms and talking dogs. A time when people like Finn ruled the earth, but they ruined it. War. Science pushed too far. Nuclear fallout, possibly even magic abuse. The Great Mushroom War, as it came to be known. Finn was born into the aftermath, never knowing the full truth. But every once in a while, he stumbled into old places, ancient bunkers and dusty libraries, where flickers of that truth whispered to him. Who was he, really? Was he part of the last human outpost? A child abandoned by parents who couldn't protect him? A survivor of a world that burned? The answers were never clear. But something in his heart told him. His life had begun long before he was ever found in the woods. And then, there was Martin Mertens, Finn's biological father. You'd think that might bring comfort, finally putting a name and face to the ache he'd carried for years. But Martin wasn't the noble figure Finn had dreamed of. No heroic backstory. No tearful reunion. Just a drifter. A selfish, space-faring man who saw life as something to take from, not give to. When Finn finally found him, it hurt. Deep. It was one of those turning points. Not loud, not violent, but personal. He'd built so much of his identity around the idea of one day knowing where he came from, why he was left behind. And when that answer finally arrived, it made less sense than the mystery ever had. Martin didn't want to stay. Didn't want to make amends. Didn't even see the weight of what he'd done. But strangely, that too was a gift. Because in that moment, Finn realized he wasn't shaped by his father's choices. He was shaped by his own. And that realization, that freedom, it let him stop chasing ghosts. It let him become his own man. There are other secrets, too. One's less about the past and more about the fabric of the universe itself. And let's talk about the multiverse. Yes, the multiverse exists in Adventure Time. Not just as a fun theory or throwaway idea, but as an actual structure. A real cosmic web of alternate realities. And at its heart sits a powerful, jellyfish-like entity known only as Prismo. Prismo isn't just a wishmaster. He's a being made of dreams. He exists in a timeless space between dimensions, surrounded by other gods, entities, and constructs. Finn meets Prismo not once but many times. Through death, through dreams, through sacrifice. And in these moments, the walls of reality thin. Finn glimpses himself in other lives, other choices, other timelines. In one world, he's an old man surrounded by family. In another, he's still chasing the comet. And in yet another, he never left the treehouse. Each version of him feels real. Each possibility, a path he could have walked. But instead of confusing him, these glimpses give Finn clarity. Because while the multiverse might be vast, and the future unknowable, the version he's living, it's his. And all this strange cosmic soup of lives and timelines, comes to a head in one of the most poetic arcs of the show, the Farm World universe. Remember that wish Finn made to Prismo when he wanted the Lich to have never existed? That wish created an entirely new reality. In it, Finn was never a hero, never had a sword, never fought monsters. Instead, he was a simple farm boy, living with his family in a cold, crumbling world. But that world wasn't safe. Without the Lich to balance the forces of destruction, new dangers emerged. And as Finn saw that world spiral, he realized something haunting. Even when you try to undo pain, you might create something worse. That's the heart of Finn's cosmic story. It isn't just about battles or comets or star gods. It's about acceptance, learning to live with imperfection, to face pain rather than erase it, to find meaning in the version of life you're in right now, even if it's not the one you imagine. And through it all, there was Jake. Always Jake. Finn's anchor through timelines and realities. Whether he was falling from the sky or trapped in a dream realm, Jake was the constant. A talking dog, sure. But also a soulmate, a brother. A reflection of Finn's own balance between chaos and calm. And the truth is, Jake wasn't just a sidekick. He was part of Finn's soul. Literally. In some mysterious, magical way, they were tied together beyond logic. Jake once said something that stuck. "Dude, maybe we're just part of the same soup." And that line, strange as it sounds, might be the most spiritually profound thing in the whole show. Because maybe we all are. Maybe all of us, sleepyheads included, are little pieces of a much bigger dream. And Finn, he just happens to be one of the few lucky enough to peek behind the curtain. That brings us to a quiet truth. As much as Finn searched for answers, what he found was something softer and sadder. That not all mysteries are meant to be solved. Some are meant to be sat with. To be carried like a melody you hum before sleep, never fully understanding, but still feeling it in your chest. Now, there's one more name we can't ignore. Golb, a being older than time. Not evil in the traditional sense, but chaos incarnate. The ultimate cosmic entropy. A force that breaks down structure, undoes meaning, erases being. Wherever Golb appears, order falls apart. And it's in this strange final arc of Finn's journey that he comes face to face with it. Not with the sword raised, not shouting battle cries, but with music. Isn't that something? After all the wars and questions and heartbreaks, Finn faces the end of all things with a song. He and his friends, Bubblegum, Ice King, or rather Simon, and the reborn Betty, end up in Golb's chaotic realm. There's no fighting Golb. Not in the way Finn's used to. Because how do you fight a concept? This wasn't about strength. It was about grace. Betty, in her final act of love, merges with Golb to save Simon. She gives herself over to that force of undoing, asking only that it protect the man she once loved. And in that moment, something incredible happens. Golb listens. Just a little. It doesn't become good. It doesn't become gentle. But it changes. Maybe not because it wanted to, but because someone believed it could. And Finn? He doesn't stop the apocalypse. He simply survives it, and then helps build what comes next. This isn't your typical hero story. There's no final victory lap, no throne, no big speech. Instead, there's something more honest, a world that still turns, a boy who's not really a boy anymore, and the understanding that even cosmic truths can't always be held in your hands. But that doesn't make them any less real. Let's take a breath here and think about how far Finn's come. From chasing girls to challenging gods. From slamming swords to singing lullabies in the void. And yet through it all, the thing that never changed. was his heart. He still cried when he lost things. He still laughed when Jake made a fart joke. He still got scared. He still reached out for connection, even when the universe seemed indifferent. Finn remained human. That's what made him powerful. Not his fighting, not his bravery, but his refusal to become numb. Even when things got too big, too strange, too cosmic, he stayed soft. He stayed open. That brings us to a strange little metaphor, one that pops up quietly in Adventure Time's final season. A simple, blinking green light. You might remember it. BMO, years in the future, is floating through space, telling stories to no one. The world he knew is long gone. Everyone, dust. But there's a light, a green light, blinking in the void. And BMO says softly, almost to himself, everything small is just a small version of something big. I'm just a little living boy in a big universe. That line could have been Finn's, too. It captures something so tender and true, that even when we don't understand everything, even when the universe feels too vast or uncaring, we still matter. Because we love, because we try, because we exist. Finn never got all the answers, never found the perfect life, never beat the game. But maybe he wasn't supposed to. Maybe the lesson wasn't how to win. Maybe it was how to stay curious, how to stay present as the questions kept changing. And if that's not the most beautifully relatable thing for us, sleepyheads at the end of a long day, I don't know what is. So as this segment drifts to its close, let yourself breathe. Let your thoughts float like stardust. You don't need to solve the cosmos tonight. You don't need to understand every part of your past. You're here, and that's enough. Finn the Human didn't need to save everything. He just needed to be. And so do you. Now, as the echoes of cosmic chaos begin to settle, we're left with a quieter, stranger kind of clarity. Finn isn't the same kid who leapt out of his treehouse shouting, "Mathematical!" He's not chasing princesses or flailing through the Fire Kingdom. He's someone who's been to the edge of meaning and returned, not as a champion, but as a witness. A witness to how big and confusing and strangely beautiful everything is. And what did he bring back? Not a sword, not a trophy, but something softer. Wisdom, maybe. But not the kind you read in a book. The kind you feel when you stare up at the stars, heart thumping quietly, and think, I don't get it, but that's okay. I'm still here. There's something profoundly comforting in that. Adventure Time never told us we'd figure it all out. Never promised neat conclusions. Even Finn's past, his parents, his destiny, his purpose, was a puzzle with missing pieces. And yet, he kept going. He found joy in not knowing. He laughed in the face of the absurd. He turned heartbreak into campfire songs. He mourned without turning cold, even when he found out that his mother was a survivalist AI. Even when he realized his father was a space criminal who abandoned him. Even when his world was a post-apocalyptic echo of something long gone. He still chose kindness. He still chose connection. And isn't that kind of resistance powerful? The truth is, most of us won't face ancient deities or dance through multiverses. But we do wake up with unanswered questions. We do lose people. We do walk through the seasons of life that feel like riddles written by the universe itself. Finn reminds us that it's okay to not solve the riddle. That sometimes the most heroic thing you can do is show up. To love something fragile. To let yourself cry and then still say yes to another day. And here's something else. When we say cosmic secrets, it's easy to think of stars and timelines and beings beyond time. But maybe the real secret, wasn't out there. Maybe it was within Finn the whole time. His empathy, his perseverance, his ability to forgive even when he didn't understand why things happened the way they did. Like when he forgave Simon, the Ice King, for all the terrible things that happened while under the Crown's influence. Or when he comforted Fern, his plant clone, a version of himself gone wrong, and held him as he crumbled, whispering that everything was okay. That takes courage. Not just sword-swinging courage, but emotional courage, soul courage. And as we glide toward the end of this segment, let's return to a moment that really encapsulates it all. It's the final episode. The battle is over. The world is changed. And Finn? He's floating down a river, strumming a song with Jake by his side. There's no epic speech, no final prophecy. Just two brothers watching the sky change colors. The lyrics go something like this. Time is an illusion that helps things make sense. So we're always living in the present tense. It doesn't seem dangerous. And so I find it strange that there's nothing ever truly making up our minds. And yet, we keep moving forward anyway. That's it. That's the secret. We don't need the whole map. We just need to keep stepping. So, my sleepy traveler, as you lie back and let your mind drift, think of Finn, not as a warrior or a legend, but as a boy who kept walking even when the road turned upside down. Think of the cosmic secrets not as puzzles to be solved, but as lullabies whispered from a universe too big for any one story. And remember, you don't need all the answers. You just need to stay soft. Stay curious. Stay you. Let the stars hum. Let the past ripple like gentle waves behind your eyes. You're not lost. You're just wandering. And there's something beautiful about that. We've arrived at the closing arc of Finn's journey. The battles that come here aren't just against monsters or villains. They're battles against loss, against letting go, against the fear of growing up and moving on. This part of Finn's story is slower, quieter, but no less powerful. If anything, it's where the realest truths begin to surface. So fluff that pillow, slow your breath, and let's step together into the final stretch of Finn the Human. When we last left Finn, he had unearthed the great cosmic riddles of the universe. He'd faced his father. He'd seen into the multiverse. He had faced clones, dream versions of himself, even the uncomfortable idea that his own goodness wasn't always enough. But now, as the world of Ooo shifts around him, he faces something even more difficult. Ending. Let's talk about Gumbaldia, the looming war between Princess Bubblegum and her mutated uncle, a reflection of her own choices of the life she built from candy, control, and science. Finn, no longer the boy who leaps into danger for fun, tries to prevent the war. He seeks diplomacy, tries to talk everyone down. He builds peace through conversations, not combat. It's subtle, but huge. Finn doesn't want to win. He wants everyone to be okay. Can you feel that shift? From warrior to mediator. From sword-swinging boy to heart-led peacekeeper. And still, it doesn't work. The war begins anyway. Bubblegum and Gumball's armies collide in a surreal battlefield, one that somehow feels like a dream and a nightmare all at once. There are explosions of jelly, candy limbs flying. Jake grows into a skyscraper, Magic swirls around the sky like storm clouds from another dimension. And in the middle of it all, Finn. Small, tired, but still fighting, not to destroy, but to heal. And then, the nightmare becomes real. Golb arrives. Not a villain you can punch. Not a monster with a face. Golb is entropy itself. The unraveling of existence. The chaos that lives beneath everything. He doesn't speak. He doesn't gloat. He just consumes. And this is where Finn's journey turns inward again. Because how do you fight something like Golb? You don't. You feel. Finn, with Simon, Betty, and even a strange eldritch choir of cosmic notes, attempts to contain the destruction, not with weapons, but with harmony. Yes, literally, with music. It's a lullaby. Soft. Uncertain. Real. It doesn't fix everything, but it reaches something. It reminds us, right in the heart of the finale, that connection matters more than control. That art, emotion, and vulnerability might just hold more power than force ever could. And then Betty, dear, complicated Betty, makes the ultimate sacrifice. She uses magic to fuse herself with Golb, becoming a force of change just to protect Simon. Her love, wild and irrational, becomes the thing that bends the cosmos itself. It's messy, beautiful, bittersweet. Finn watches it all not as a hero standing triumphant, but as someone who has finally learned that some endings can't be rewritten, only witnessed. And after the storm, after the chaos calms, what remains? Finn, alive, changed, and okay. That's the strange beauty of this last arc. It doesn't end in glory. There's no throne, no final battle cry. There's just peace. Not a peace that was won through conquest, but a peace that grew from letting go. So the battle is over. Golb is gone. Betty is somewhere else now. Maybe everywhere. Maybe nowhere. And Simon is no longer the Ice King. The weight of it all hangs in the air like fog after a long, strange dream. Ooo is quiet, scarred, but not broken. And Finn? Finn walks through this new world not as a savior, but as someone who understands its fragility. In the days following the chaos, there's no fanfare, no parade, no chosen one moment. Finn goes home, back to the treehouse, back to the cozy clutter of his life, books half read, dishes in the sink, drawings tacked to the wall. Everything familiar, but different. There's an ache now in Finn's heart that didn't exist before. Not just from the war, but from the slow realization that some people don't come back. That some questions never get answered. That even in a world of magic and talking clouds and candy kingdoms, life is still full of quiet, permanent goodbyes. Jake sees it. Of course he does. He's always seen Finn, really seen him. So one day, as the sun filters through the leaves, Jake floats beside Finn, their feet dangling over the balcony. They don't talk much. Not about Golb. Not about the cosmic unraveling of reality. Not about the people they lost. Just, "How are you feeling, dude?" Jake asks, eyes soft. Finn pauses, then says, "Like I'm still here." And Jake smiles. That's more than enough. These final moments between Finn and Jake, they're not flashy. They're not made to impress. But they matter so deeply. Because they remind us of something easy to forget in a show filled with monsters and mayhem. The real adventure was the friendship. The time spent side by side. The mornings with pancakes. The nights with lullabies and silly jokes. The love between two brothers, not by blood, but by choice. That's the core of it all. And it's what makes the next step even harder. Because even that love has to change. We begin to feel it, subtly at first. Jake is fading. He's mellow, more philosophical than usual. He talks about reincarnation, about what it means to really be. He hugs Finn a little longer. He stares at the stars a little more often. And eventually, the day comes. Jake is gone. Not in a tragic way. Not with screaming or chaos. Just gone. For Finn, it's a moment that breaks him and heals him. Because Jake's departure isn't a punishment. It's a continuation. A reminder that every soul moves on in its own time. And while it hurts, while it aches in a way words can't fully touch, it also makes room. Room for growth. For reflection. For life. Finn learns to live with that loss. To carry Jake in stories, in laughter, in the way he approaches the world. It's grief. But it's also grace. He keeps going. And that's the beautiful part. Finn doesn't vanish after Jake leaves. He doesn't retreat into silence or try to recreate the past. He moves forward. He makes new friends. Explores new lands. Continues to ask questions, not because he's searching for control, but because he's curious. Open. Alive. And bit by bit, Ooo heals too. There's something powerful in seeing a hero settle into quietness. To watch Finn fold laundry, cook soup, sit beside a river and just be. It tells us that even after world-ending battles, even after magic and gods and fate, there's still joy in smallness. In ordinary days, in new beginnings. Finn doesn't stop being a hero. He just becomes a different kind. A gentle one. And in one of the final images of his adult life, we see him, older, wiser, hair grown out again, with a small smile on his face. Still wandering, still wondering, still walking through the world with an open heart. There's no end card, no final line of dialogue that says this is it, because it isn't. Finn's story never really ends. It just becomes a part of the land, part of the lore, part of us. As time moves on, the world doesn't wait, but Finn doesn't need it to. He begins spending more time with himself. At first, that silence was deafening, but over time it becomes a kind of music. The wind rustling through the branches, the crackle of a campfire, the quiet creaks of the treehouse settling at night. He journals, he sketches, he walks, and somewhere along the way he realizes that Jake's gone in body, but never in spirit. Jake's words, his silly faces, his thoughtful pauses before saying something deeply weird, but always wise, live in Finn's memory. And sometimes when the moonlight hits just right and the air feels a little thicker with meaning, Finn swears he hears Jake's laugh echo on the breeze, just for a second. It's during this quiet period that Finn reconnects with people he'd grown distant from. He visits Princess Bubblegum. They don't talk about the past right away. They sit under a tree and share tea, talk science, talk stories, talk nonsense. Eventually, they do speak of the old days. "I used to think you'd always be a kid," Bubblegum says, stirring her tea slowly. Finn chuckles. "Me too. Sometimes I still feel like one." "You've grown, Finn, more than anyone I know." He doesn't respond. He just smiles. Because he knows it's true. He visits Marceline, too. They jam together, just like they used to. Only this time, the music feels different. Softer, less fight the power, more feel the breeze. Marcy writes a song about Jake. Finn doesn't say much. He just listens, eyes closed, letting her voice carry the memories back like a tide. Even BMO, ever cheerful, now holds a new depth of understanding. One night, Finn catches BMO sitting on the porch alone, looking at the stars. "Do you miss him?" Finn asks. BMO doesn't look away from the sky. "Miss who?" "Jake." "Oh," BMO says, a small smile for me. "I don't miss him, because I still play with him all the time. In my heart." Finn laughs, caught off guard by the sheer honesty. "You're the wisest robot I know." BMO just shrugs. "Maybe you just needed to remember." There's something else that starts to blossom during these years. A sense of purpose. Not heroic in the traditional sense. There are no kingdoms to save. No prophecies to fulfill. But Finn begins helping people. Just showing up. A village needs help rebuilding. He's there. A kid gets lost in the forest. He'll walk them home, tell stories along the way. A sentient rock wants to learn how to dance. Finn's got 2 left feet, but he gives it a shot anyway. It's not about glory anymore. It's about presence, compassion, care. Finn becomes a kind of quiet guardian. Not feared, not worshipped, just trusted. One day, while walking the coastline, Finn meets a creature who doesn't speak, at least not in words. It communicates through shimmering lights, pulses of color, and a warm hum. Finn doesn't understand it, not logically, but something in his heart knows. He sits with it for hours, not needing to speak, just feeling. And for the first time since Jake left, Finn cries. Not from sadness, but from release. It's like something inside finally exhaled. All the battles, all the heartbreak, all the confusion and pain, it flows out in gentle tears, and when it's done, he feels lighter, like the world has shifted a little, just enough to make walking easier. That's the thing about endings. They aren't always about stopping. Sometimes they're about softening. The final battle, as grand as it was, wasn't really the end. The real journey, the quiet path of letting go, of healing, of rediscovering joy and stillness, that came after. And it's just as important. Because Finn's story reminds us that being a hero isn't just about fighting monsters. It's about staying open after the fighting is done. It's about grieving without shutting down. About loving deeply, even when loss feels inevitable. And most of all, it's about showing up. For yourself. For your people. For the world. Years pass, not all at once, but quietly, like sand slipping through fingers. Finn's face grows longer, his limbs stretch a bit more, and there's a new stillness in his eyes. Not sadness, but a calm kind of knowing, the kind that only comes from living through things. Sometimes people ask him if he misses the old days, the battles, the quests, the thrill of it all. And Finn always answers with the same small smile. Sometimes, but mostly, I'm just glad it happened. Because those days built him, shaped him, gave him everything. Pain, joy, love, loss, and purpose. But they weren't meant to last forever. Nothing is, not even heroism. And that's okay. One afternoon, Finn finds himself back at the very edge of the Candy Kingdom. The same place where years ago he used to leap into danger without a second thought. This time, he just stands there, watching life unfold. A young adventurer races past him, sword in hand, laughing. There's something familiar in that energy, wild, curious, a little reckless. Finn smiles. He doesn't chase after them. He doesn't need to. He knows the world is in good hands, not just because of heroes like that kid, but because everyone holds a piece of the magic now. A lesson they learned, a friend they made, a heart they chose to protect. The ripple of his actions spreads quietly, invisibly, like roots under the surface. One day he returns to the treehouse. Not to live there again, but to visit, to remember. He finds the old drawings on the walls. A note from Jake, crumpled and faded, but still intact. A recording BMO left behind, singing a silly lullaby. And he sits in that old wooden chair looking out over the hills and just breathes. He thinks about everything. The first time he saw Princess Bubblegum. The countless adventures with Jake, both ridiculous and heart-wrenching. The time he met his dad. The time he let him go. The way it felt to cry for Simon. The way it felt to lose Jake and survive anyway. He thinks about what it means to grow up, really grow up. Not just physically, but emotionally, spiritually. To carry scars and still choose softness. To lose everything and still love again. To be afraid and walk forward anyway. Eventually, Finn builds a little home by a quiet river. It's nothing fancy. Just a cabin made of soft wood and warm colors, but it's his. There are wind chimes, a tiny garden, a hammock where he stares up at the stars and lets his thoughts wander. Sometimes Marceline visits and plays songs by the fire. Sometimes PB brings a new invention and nerds out about it while Finn nods, pretending to understand. Sometimes BMO shows up and tells ghost stories that are really just weird dreams. And sometimes, when the night is very still, he dreams of Jake. They're walking together, no destination, just walking. And it feels so real. Jake turns to him and says, "You're doing good, buddy. Real good." Finn smiles in his sleep. One day, a young creature, some weird mix between a lizard, a marshmallow, and maybe a toaster, shows up at his door. "Are you the great Fern the Human?" the kid asks, eyes wide. Finn laughs. "I'm just Finn." "But you're the one from the stories." Finn sits down beside the kid. "Want to hear the real version?" And just like that, he begins. Not with drama or fanfare, not with a sword or an explosion, but with warmth and a story. Because that's what Finn has become in the end. Not just a warrior or a legend, but a storyteller, a keeper of moments, a bridge between the wild past and the hopeful future. A boy who became a man, not through violence, but through growth, grief, and grace. And maybe that's the truest kind of hero there is. Not someone who slays dragon, but someone who remembers, who forgives, who rests, who learns, who loves, who lets go. And so as the sun sets over the Land of Ooo once more, we close this chapter of Finn's journey. Not with a bang, but with a hush, a final exhale, a soft, peaceful smile. Because after everything, every war, every wound, every wonder, Finn the Human has found something rare and precious. He's found peace. Let's take one more deep breath together. In through the nose and out through the heart. We're entering the final stretch of Finn's story tonight. Not the end exactly, but the gentle afterglow. The soft haze that settles once the music fades and the stars start to blink in. This is where legacy lives. Not in trophies, not in monuments, but in echoes. Let's listen closely to what Finn left behind. The Land of Ooo remembers its heroes in strange and beautiful ways. Not with bronze statues or dusty plaques, but with shared stories, campfire tales, whispers passed from one creature to another, drawings on cave walls, little kids acting out battles with sticks and laughter. And Finn? He's become part of the fabric. Not larger than life, not some untouchable god figure, but something more meaningful, human. The kind of legend who wasn't perfect, who made mistakes, who felt everything deeply, and still kept going. Across the Candy Kingdom, there's a mural painted in a quiet alley. One most tourists never find. It's simple, A boy and his dog standing on a hill at sunset, overlooking 1,000 adventures left behind them. Nobody knows who painted it. But every now and then someone stops and stares, a kid with a bandaged knee, a parent carrying groceries, a lonely robot searching for meaning, and they all feel something they can't quite name. A flicker, a memory they've never lived, a warmth like laughter shared long ago. That's legacy, too. In the forest beyond the Fire Kingdom, there's a treehouse, not the treehouse, but a new one, built by someone who heard the old tales and wanted to start something fresh. It's smaller, humbler, but full of life. Maps pinned to the walls, notes scribbled in the margins of books, a sword carved from driftwood, more symbolic than sharp, and hanging above the door, a hand-drawn sign. It says simply, "Do good. Have fun." Whoever built it doesn't claim to be the next Finn. They're just inspired by the spirit of him. That's the thing about legacy. It's not about recreating someone's steps. It's about walking forward in your own way, because of the light they left behind. Elsewhere in Ooo, a school for young adventurers thrives. It's not what you'd expect. There are no harsh drills or hero quotas. Instead, it's a place to learn how to be brave and kind, how to ask questions, how to hold a sword in a storybook, how to lead, but also how to listen. At the heart of its teachings, a small journal, old, leather-bound, filled with sketches and thoughts. Finn's journal. He donated it anonymously. Didn't want the attention. He just thought it might help, and it does. Inside are not just tales of dragons and ghosts, but pages where Finn reflects on heartbreak, on anger, on what it means to say sorry, to be wrong, to start over. Lessons that last longer than any monster you could ever slay. And then there's the music. Marceline once released an album called For Jake and Finn. It's raw, quiet, mostly acoustic. Half the songs are just humming, wind chimes, a creaky rocking chair. But somehow, listening to it, you feel held. One track is a simple lullaby. It goes, "Heroes fade, but hearts remain. In quiet nights, they call our name. If you remember, then they live. And what they were, they still can give." That's what Finn became. Not just a name, but a feeling. Let's pause here, just for a moment. Can you feel it? That warmth in your chest, that flicker behind your eyelids. That's legacy, too. The quiet presence of a life well lived. Not blaring, not boastful, but gentle, persistent, true. There's much more to explore. How the people Finn touched live on, how the land continues to evolve, and what all of this means for the future. But for now, rest in this thought. That even the softest footprints can shape the world. That kindness echoes. And that somewhere in Ooo, or maybe in your own heart, Fern the Human is still smiling. Some say legacy is about what you leave behind. But in the Land of Ooo, it's more like what you pass forward. Take Fern, for example. He was once a twisted reflection, born from the grass sword's curse, carrying all of Finn's pain and confusion. At first, Fern was rage. He lashed out, trying to claim the identity he thought he lost. He didn't understand what he was or why he was. But even in the face of that, Finn didn't hate him. He reached out, offered compassion. And in the end, it was that compassion, not battle, that brought peace. Fern found rest, redemption. And from the place where his form once stood, a new tree grew, tall and green and golden, its leaves whispering when the wind passes through. People say if you sit beneath that tree and stay quiet long enough, you'll hear a voice say, "It's okay to not know who you are yet." That's legacy. Not just fixing what's broken, but helping others heal, even when they look like the parts of yourself you once feared. In the rebuilt glass kingdom, a young ruler wears a pendant shaped like a tiny sword. It's not for battle. It's a symbol of protection and hope. Finn once helped her see that strength isn't about being unbreakable. It's about being transparent, honest, willing to admit when you're scared. She teaches that lesson now to every child who comes through the palace gates. One of her favorite sayings? Even a hero gets hurt sometimes, but they stand back up, not alone but with help. That's the truth Finn modeled again and again. Not the lone wolf, not the flawless savior, but a boy who leaned on others, grew through mistakes, and learned to love himself not for his victories, but for his heart. And BMO? Oh, sweet BMO. They carry on Finn and Jake's legacy in the most BMO way possible, telling half-true bedtime stories to passing travelers and neighborhood raccoons. Some of them are completely nonsensical. Others are surprisingly deep. But in every tale there's a shimmer of Finn, his goofiness, his bravery, his tenderness. Once upon a time, BMO said, there was a human boy with a big hat and a bigger soul. He wanted to fight evil, but what he really did was teach everyone how to care. And then BMO usually falls asleep mid-story. But that's part of the charm. Somewhere in a hidden canyon, tucked between ancient stones and singing moss, is a place called Whisper Point. It's a tiny sanctuary, no signs, no paths, just a little wooden bench overlooking a stream. Nobody's really sure who built it. But carved into the bench's surface are words that never fade. Be kind to yourself, the journey is long. Every so often someone finds it. A traveler, a wanderer, a creature looking for something they can't name. And they sit and listen to the water and feel, okay, not fixed, not healed. Just okay. That too is Finn's legacy. Creating spaces, physical and emotional, where people can just be. Princess Bubblegum, in her later years, often reflects on the young boy who once ran screaming into her castle to rescue her from imaginary threats. At first, she saw him as a nuisance, then an ally, then a complicated tangle of love and friendship, and finally a reminder that science doesn't hold every answer. That sometimes you need a little chaos, a little faith, a heart willing to leap before it knows how to land. She's told others that she owes Finn more than anyone realizes. He changed her, not by challenging her authority, but by quietly modeling a different kind of strength, one rooted in vulnerability and listening and caring first, and questioning later. Now her policies are softer, more inclusive, more human. That's the ripple of a life like Finn's. And what about Jake? Though he's gone from the physical world, his bond with Finn left an imprint deeper than time. There are rumors, just whispers really, that sometimes when the stars align just right, a golden shimmer floats beside Finn's river cabin. It doesn't speak. It doesn't move. But it's felt. A presence, a warmth, a sense of someone wagging their tail just out of view. Jake's legacy is entwined with Finn's, not as separate threads, but as one long braided path that loops and twists and always comes back to love. Finn often looks out over the water and says, "You're still here, dude." And somehow, Jake is. So here we are, in the wake of grand adventures and quiet years, in the space between myth and memory. Finn the Human didn't change the world with a final battle. He changed it with a lifetime of choices. To be kind when it was hard, to grow even when it hurt, to forgive when he had every reason not to. His legacy isn't in what he did, but in what he left behind. A better world. A softer world. A world where it's okay to feel deeply, and to keep going anyway. There's something special about quiet legacies. They don't shout. They don't demand attention. They hum, like an old song you forgot you remembered. And in the Land of Ooo, that hum carries on in unexpected corners. Like in the Candy Kingdom schoolhouse, where a little cinnamon bun kid named Callie stands up to bullies, not with fists, but with a goofy poem and a proud little smile. She says she wrote it because the human hero from the stories once wrote poems too, even if he wasn't very good at it. And everyone laughs, not at her, but with her. And just like that, a tiny ripple of courage is passed on. In a forest beyond the Fire Kingdom, there's a traveling bard named Fig. He sings tales of the old days, of heroes and monsters and strange lands. But the story that gets the most requests is always the same. The boy and his dog. He strums his lute gently and sings not of battles, but of breakfast, not of conquest, but of conversations under moonlight, not of glory, but of a friendship that bent the stars. Sometimes listeners cry, sometimes they smile, but always they leave with something warm glowing in their chest. That's legacy, too. Not in being remembered exactly right, but in how you made people feel. And then there's the new adventurers. They're not as famous, not yet. But every now and then a group of them will gather around a campfire swapping stories. A blue-skinned archer, a flame elemental in training, a former villain trying hard to be good. And one of them will always say, remember that time Finn the Human. And then they'll tell a tale, half true, half exaggerated, about a boy with a big heart and wild hair, who saved a kingdom, or made pancakes with a vampire queen, or sang lullabies to a giant worm. They don't always agree on the details, but they all agree on one thing. He always tried to do the right thing. And that trying, that effort, it became the blueprint for everyone who came after. There's a little museum in the Ice Kingdom now. It used to be a ruin, half-melted towers and cracked floors. But over time, someone restored it bit by bit. Not as a monument to Ice King or Simon or Betty, but to memories. In the corner of one room behind frosted glass is a simple, worn green backpack. There's a sign beside it that reads, Finn the Human's pack, contents unknown. But we imagine hope, loyalty, and a half-eaten sandwich. Visitors leave notes beside it. Tiny folded papers that say things like, I stood up to my fear today. I forgave someone who hurt me. I still miss my best friend. They don't know if Finn will ever read them, but writing them feels like enough. Because that's what Finn's presence did, made people feel brave enough to be honest. Even the sky seems to remember him. In the rare moments when Ooo grows still, when the clouds move just so, when the birds stop chirping for a breath, there's a softness in the air. Like the world is remembering. Not just the boy who fought monsters, but the boy who danced in the rain, who hugged his dog tight, who laughed until he hiccuped, who cried and healed and cried again. Who doesn't forget that kind of spirit? It folds it into the soil, the stars, the lullabies, passed from tree folk to candy children to distant aliens. And somewhere in a cabin by the river, there's still an old sword on the mantel. Not polished, not for show. Just resting. The cabin is simple, quiet, filled with sketches of old adventures, drawings of Jake, scribbles from BMO, and notes that say things like, be patient, go outside more, love wins. Sometimes when the wind blows just right, the cabin door creaks open, and a leaf skitters across the floor. And if you sit very still, you might hear a kettle boil, a chair creak, footsteps, a laugh. Like someone's still there. Maybe he is. Or maybe his legacy is just that alive. Sometimes the most powerful stories end not with a bang, but with a sigh. Not with a giant boss fight or a shouted farewell, but with a sunset. And that's exactly how Finn's story feels in the end, like watching the last golden light slip over the horizon, soft and warm without needing anything more. There's no statue of him in the Candy Kingdom, no book of laws bearing his name, no giant mural stretched across the sky. But there are gardens planted by people he inspired, songs hummed by children who never met him, moments of quiet bravery that ripple outward like when a scared gumball guardian chooses kindness instead of control, or when a water nymph leaves her hidden grotto to help a lost child find their way. None of those moments shout, "Finn was here," but they don't need to. Because his legacy isn't carved in stone. It's etched in people, in their hearts, in the choices they make when no one's watching. You know, there's this old phrase from Earth, plant trees under whose shade you do not expect to sit. That's Finn. He didn't always have a plan. He didn't always know where he was going. He stumbled, messed up, lost people, grew, and tried again. But he planted things, seeds of courage, of silliness, of belief in second chances. And now Ooo is full of shade from those trees, even if most folks don't know who planted them. BMO still plays music late at night sometimes. Quiet little tunes that barely echo through the house. Songs with no lyrics, just feeling. Hope, melancholy, love. And if you're lucky enough to visit and sit quietly, BMO might turn and say, "Do you remember Finn? He was my best friend." And if you nod, BMO will smile. That's enough. That remembering. Maybe one day, far in the future, some curious soul will dig through the sands of time and find a tiny trinket. An old sword handle, a worn-out hat, a doodle of a dog, and a boy hugging under stars. And maybe they'll wonder, who was this? What story lived here? And maybe, just maybe, they'll feel it. That whisper of a boy who loved loud, lived big, and never stopped trying. And in that moment, he'll live again. Because stories like Finn's, they don't really end. They just fall asleep for a little while. So as we close the chapter on Finn the Human tonight, take a slow breath in and a softer one out. And think about the ways you leave your own quiet legacy. In the friends you laugh with. In the strangers you help. In the kindnesses no one sees but you choose anyway. We are all walking our own adventure. Not with swords or quests maybe, but with heart. With love, with the courage to keep going, even when it's hard. Hey, you did good today. Just by being here, just by listening, just by resting. You're part of a story too, and the world is better with you in it. Thank you for spending this time with me. From the treehouse to the stars, from sword fights to lullabies. This was the journey of Finn the Human. And it was an honor to wander through it with you. Good night, sleepyhead. Dream gentle dreams. And may your own legacy be soft and wide and full of wonder.